Wait a second. That's the wrong intro. The correct intro is actually... Hi there, my name is Phixfox and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I am very happy for the opportunity to get to come back to you here today. We are playing more of this fantastic Heroes of Might and Magic 2 game. This is going to be us picking right up where we left off with Colossal Cavern. Now, this map has been a little bit of a challenge. We usually play on the FHeroes2 rebuild, but we are here in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 Gold, and the reason is that there's just a little too much going on when the FHeroes2 AI gets involved. They are pretty sneaky. It's a better AI, it's smarter, and they find a way to sneak through all the little crevasses that the original map designer did not anticipate an AI could do. And so here we are in Heroes 2 Gold, just so the map plays out as it was originally intended. And so with that being said, we're picking up in the middle of this playthrough right here, and I'm thrilled for it. Vamy's in the chat. Hello, Vamy. Nice to have you there. And good luck. Have fun to everybody that will show up here on Twitch and also later when we get into things like YouTube. So with that being said, let me take you on the very quick tour of what is going on here. Well, let me adjust this just a little bit. Perfect. As you can tell, when I'm on the DOS box, things are a little bit different than I otherwise would have planned on. Manny MM also in the chat says, Phixfox time, Starface. Just watching part 1 at this moment on YouTube. Wonderful. Then hopefully you're feeling fairly caught up as we show you around. I'll kind of try to fill you in where we can, and then we'll go from there. Borysser subscribed to tier 1. They've subscribed for 4 months. Borysser, thank you so very, very much for the subscription. Always a pleasure. Thrilled to have you here. Thank you so much. We started off here in this bottom left corner with the Castle of Luckenbach. We are playing as the Necromancers. You can play as any of the different factions that you want, but in this case, we ended up going for these Necromancers, and they've done okay for us. They've done pretty well. We've made our way through this general starting area. We have fought our way through a couple of enemies. We have been able to pick up our sawmill and our ore mine. As you can see, there's a swarm of goblins. We had to defeat several goblins. We had to go through One-Eyed Bert, the Cyclops, but funny enough, we were able to get One-Eyed Bert and one of his cousins to join us. As we continued on up through the north, we have continued to come on through this general area, this dungeonous sort of terrain. Remember, the goal is not to obliterate all of our enemies. Our goal is to get to 1 million gold pieces, and if we are unable to get to that point, we will simply lose. We've defeated one red enemy here that was a big issue. We don't have to go through this red wizard. He is chained to the floor, and if you simply go around him through this magic well, you can plunder whatever is behind him. In this case, we've already gone to the red traveler's tent. Note that because we're in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 Gold, we have to remember all the different passwords that come with the different tents, and so I do have those on my phone. My new standard of practice is to just snap a quick picture, and so it's on my phone. Don't worry, we're not going to forget what the passwords are. If you ask me to remember anything, yeah, it's not going to go too well for any of us. We do have one hero here, Craghack. He is bringing up some troops in the rear. We did save him from a prison up to the north. As many of my heroes as can get estates is going to be the best thing for me, but we're going to just see how careful we can be with him. I don't want to lose any of these nice troops, especially these vampire lords, if at all possible. Recently, we played Winnymaru's map, the Seven Deserts, and it was an excellent map, and we had an opportunity to use vampire lords, and I have learned how woefully inadequate Phixfox is at using those troops. And so we're going to try and keep them alive and get ourselves a nice big power stack. We took our main hero, though. We came through this area. We came through these stone liths, and our current main hero is here. It's Zam. Zam has since gone through this kind of mountainous area. He started up in this general section. We flagged to Alchemist Labs. We've made our way down south, and whether this is the most appropriate way to go or if we should have gone north, I don't know, but I do not want to run into some enemy heroes if I don't have to. And so here's where we are at. We have sat here on this Sphinx. I do believe that we just picked up a magic book and a spell scroll. So one thing I still have to find out is whether or not the Sphinx, when it says that I'm going to get 500 extra gold per day, I still need to find out whether or not that is accurate, or if the Sphinx is over-delivering on its promises. And so with that being said, I think we're at the end of this turn. I don't think that we have any purchases to make here in our main castle. We're looking pretty okay. I am going to upgrade the graveyard right now, though. It can't possibly hurt to have mutant zombies instead of zombies. No other real purchases to make until we get to this upgraded mausoleum. Maybe the shrine could be useful, but worth noting that Zam, our main hero, does not have the necromancy in this playthrough. We deliberated whether or not that would be a good decision, and I hate to say it, but on the rewatch, I feel like I missed the opportunity to go for Necromancy. I know that we labored over that. We took it on the first playthrough. Here on the second playthrough, we went in the opposite direction, and I am regretting that just a little bit. So the shrine may not be the best thing for us, but we will find out what to do in the future. Vamy says, how'd you pick up an extra spellbook? It was this Sphinx. Apparently the Sphinx can grant you a spellbook if you do not have a spellbook, and so now I have 2 spellbooks. And unfortunately, I don't know if you can trade a magic book. I think that Zam from here on out just has 2 spellbooks. So what to do, time will tell. For now, it's time for us to go on to a new day. By the way, not only do we have to pick up 1 million gold, we have to do this within 1 year. It's month 2, week 4, day 7, and I believe that we are about to owe 10,000 gold to the loan sharks. We better spend as much of this gold as possible on anything we can possibly spend it on. So Troyanne is going through these liths. She is trying to find some new stuff for us. And so I don't know how many other places these liths go. This is now her job to try and see where else she can go. Note that we cannot just simply hit spacebar a million times. That is a FHeroes2 edition. And so we're going to need to do a little bit more in order to jump on and off of liths to do some more scouting. So Vamy says it'd be very interesting to know how the FHeroes2 engine would deal with that. I think that the FHeroes2 engine has proven that it will completely break this map, and so how it would do with hopping on and off of liths, I do not know. I cannot say, but I don't want to wait and find out. I truly do not. An abandoned mine guarded by horde of ghosts. I don't know if I really want to go through that either at this point. I do see some signs up here. I see some roads. I wonder if going north would be the best thing. Oh, the second spellbook. I think that you could probably trade the second spellbook, don't you think? I think that you can trade... I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I misunderstood you, Vamy. Vamy is saying, well, you can usually trade artifacts with no problems, but you cannot trade spellbooks. Could you trade the magic book, knowing that it's generally coded in the game as something you cannot trade? I don't know. Even if it's FHeroes2, they might have not been able to allow us to trade that. Winnymaru with the sub. Winnymaru, thank you so much for the 3 months. I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome so much. Winnymaru says, if the map is too difficult, you can always call Baby Fox for the rescue. Yes, I can. In the 7 Deserts playthrough, I did have my son help me out just a tiny bit when I was using Winnymaru's map. And in the 5th desert, maybe the 6th desert, it was a little too much for me. I needed the extra brain power for my cute little kid. He is shaping up to be quite the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 player. So thank you for being here. Appreciate having you. From the observation tower, you were able to see distant lands. And what does this tell us? Oh my goodness, there is an orange barrier. I don't think that we have the orange barrier yet. Maybe we do. Maybe it was right here. So we do have the orange traveler's tent, so we should be able to go into this area. I don't think that there's any reason for us to not go here now. I think that Zam is going to be my primary hero. At this point, he's got level 10 on him, and that's better than even Crag Hack, who we picked up a while ago, level 9. So I think that's going to stay Zam as our primary hero. I might as well give him all of these free things. And as cool as Gold is, I think that I'm going to let him start to pick up some experience. I think so. We will have to wait and see. By the way, if you have not played the 7 Deserts map from Winnymaru, I know that the plan is to make that available to many people in the future. Winnymaru, maybe you can speak to that. Have you posted your 7 Deserts playthrough map to any other place? Is there some other place that you have it available, like on the FHeroes2 Discord, so that others can play it for themselves? Of course, it's a map that you have to download. It's a community-made map. Is there any place that people can go and find that wonderful map? StrawberryJesus 11, thank you so much for being here. Pleasure to have you. There's a rumor that 3 spellbooks assemble into a book with all the spells. Are you serious? I don't think that you're serious. But if that was true, I think that we would immediately recognize that we have a unique opportunity that we ought to take. I would do everything in my power to find a way to get that 3rd spellbook. It's like combining for the Exodia, and it's just an instant win at that point. I know that in Heroes 3, there's an awful lot of those tomes of fire magic, earth magic, air magic, water magic, etc. I could imagine how overpowered that would be here in FHeroes2 or Heroes of Might and Magic 2. That would truly be wonderful. I've made a mistake here, obviously. I needed to have these vampires attack somebody to leech life to get myself back up to 15. I think, unfortunately, these bone dragons are probably going to kill this last war troll. If I back off, will one bone dragon kill one war troll? I'm sure that they will. I'm gonna risk the damage. Unfortunately, the war troll puts another 9 damage onto this vampire lord. Can I get back up to 1 full one? I do not. Unfortunate. Remember, anytime that Phixfox says unfortunate, what I actually mean is unskilled. There's no such thing as luck in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Well, it's not true. There is some amount of luck, but I prefer to do my very best to be effective with what I'm given, and let's not call it luck. Let's just do our best to win no matter what. I'm sure that there's something I can do to make things go my way. Lister of Smeg, nice to see you there. Welcome, welcome. There's also a rumor that 3 hideous masks transform into the BattleGarb of Anduran. Little did we know that Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is chock full of these combinable artifacts that were really so fantastic in Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Good comment, welcome, I appreciate that. Let's see if we can find 3 of those. Hey, those weren't spooks, you shout to no one in particular, just a bunch of ugly trolls. We've had worse for breakfast. At this point, the cook appears with some disturbing news. It seems the supply of eggs hatched overnight, producing not chicks, but dark skeletal creatures that winced against the sun and died. Yep, no spooks to worry about here, you say, but the cook has already left. Very sad indeed. Lots of vampires. I think that we can take this fight, and I think that we should win. Let's hope that we don't have too many losses here. It looks like it's going to be, call it 25, 26 of these vampires. Spells, there is none. As far as spells go, we have none. And so we're just going to stay together. Let's see. Average speed, 4-speed creatures, 4-speed creatures. Maybe we should take the fight to these vampire lords. I would really like to keep my vampire lord stack alive as long as possible. Winnymaru says, I plan to fix a bit of the map with your feedback, but once done, I'll post it on the FHeroes2 Discord. Wonderful. I'm very much looking forward to that. Thank you so very much. Also, folks, we had a follow. Let me just take a quick look here and see who that was. That is StrawberryJesus with the follow. StrawberryJesus, thank you so very much. I am pleased that we get the opportunity to keep you around for as long as we possibly can. Thank you. And thanks for being here. My pleasure. My pleasure. Okay, so I'm gonna again try and keep these vampire lords alive. I think that 150 hit points worth of bone dragons isn't gonna have too much of a problem. And as you can see, the vampire lords are trying their best to bring down my big stack here. And so with that being said, I'm gonna try and take down vampires before they can do damage to my vampire lords. That's another vampire lord down and another. We are down to 12. Once again, Phixfox is not doing a good job with these vampires. I have a lot of things I'm pretty okay at in Heroes of Might and Magic. Keeping vampire lord stacks alive, keeping skeleton snowball stacks alive, not really my speciality. So my hope is that we can continue to do better and better all the time. In this case, we're down to 13 vampire lords, and we'll just have to hope for the best. I think, though, and maybe somebody can speak to this, I think that I was always under the impression that the leech life ability for the vampire lords was strictly a 1-to-1. However much damage you did to an enemy, that's how much life you get back. But I think it was Mushanki Pet in the comment section for the Seven Deserts playthrough actually indicated that it's something different. If anyone knows what the difference is, or if they can speak to that, I would sure appreciate it, because I don't understand it well enough myself to really share that with other people. So if anybody knows how the vampire leech life ability goes, I would appreciate the insights here. We do not lose a single vampire lord. That's wonderful. And that's kind of why we wanted to go with these vampire lords. From week to week, month to month, we're going to get such a big stack of vampire lords. I'm hoping that eventually we can clean out anything on this map without losing too many forces at all. Remember, Craghack is not going to be our primary hero. We're going to have him be a gold getter, and that's going to be 2,000 gold plus the 8 ore, and we're going to push on from there. Any final purchases? I don't think so. The answer is no. Yeah, I don't see any reason to have any defense here. I don't think that we're going to have any enemies, but it's worth noting, actually, as we go to our Thieves Guild here, that we still have plenty of enemies we have to deal with. We're still kind of middle of the pack from what little few things we can see, but we might end up running into a couple of heroes that we could rehire. In the previous playthrough, we saw Count Iblis, the necromancer who we defeated. They were sitting right here, pretty as a picture, and we were able to hire them, so we do have to keep track of whether or not we are allowed any heroes that we defeat in the future. Your banker informs you that your monthly interest payment is due. On your way to the treasury, you pause before a portrait of your elder brother and wonder what a fool he was. Remember, it was our brother who has got us into so much debt, and he has used us as collateral, and if we do not pay back the debt, we lose because we are sold into slavery. Yikes. Not too good of a brother. Astrologers proclaim this to be month of the earthworm, another one of those different creatures that if it's month of or week of the earthworm, I would love to see little creepy crawlies all over the map. I think that would just be hilarious. There's no guarantee that these stone liths do have another place that they will take us. Oh, this is new. I've been using Troyan to try and go to different liths, and I said that there's no guarantee that there's somewhere new to go, but we just found a new place. This is a the stables at the end of this lith, which is very interesting, very interesting. As we approach these stables, the head groom appears leading a fine-looking warhorse. This steed will help speed you in your travels. Alas, his endurance will wane with a lot of heavy riding, and you must return for a fresh mount in a week. We also have many fine war horses, which could benefit mounted soldiers, but you have none. We can help. Understandable. If I ever pick up some cavalries, I will keep that in mind. There is this alchemist tower here. That could be pretty useful to get rid of some tax liens or any other new things that might pop up our way. I don't think we have any cursed artifacts, but yeah, nothing just yet. But maybe if we come upon some real major issues, we're going to have to go back into that direction. Winnymaru says, speaking of the vampire lords, I learnt it recently, but in Heroes 2, you can only get HP back with vampires when you kill a creature, and then you gain the max HP of the creature's X times the number of units you killed. Interesting. So you're telling me, so if we use peasants for an example, in that case, it's however much damage you do, that's how much life you get back, because each peasant is worth 1 HP. But if I am to kill like a Phoenix, for example, with 100 HP, then I get 100 HP back in break points of 100. Interesting, interesting. And all the more reason why you can maybe get some big stacks of creatures, some high HP creatures. You can maybe whittle them down with some of your other forces. So long as you don't deliver the killing blow with anything but the vampire lords, you might be in a good spot. Very interesting, at least how you understand it. Okay, I appreciate that. This is new. I think that this lith has many more secrets to share with us, but we have found a new area here. This is known as New Egypt. I think that if this is going to be lots of desert, then I would actually prefer Crag Hack to get up here. We're going to see how quickly he can, but for now I see no reason why Troyan ought not to do just a little bit of exploring for herself. StrawberryJesus 11 says, how does attack defense skill affect damage done or taken? Excellent question. And it's one of the things that I was very happy to find out when I first started playing Heroes Might and Magic 2, like FHeroes2. So the way that attack skill and defense works is much similar to how you might find in Heroes of Might and Magic 3, Heroes Might and Magic 3, for example. In 3, though, it's just simply halved in effectiveness. They've got bigger numbers, and so the effectiveness is halved. For every point of attack skill an attacking creature has over the defense skill of a defending creature, what you're going to find is that they are going to do 10% bonus damage. So I'm going to give you an example in half of a second as we put in the password of ghost for the orange barrier here. So for example, in this case, I've got my druids say that they have their 10 attack skill modified by the 3 attack skill of Zam the Necromancer. So 10 attack skill versus say the 10 defense of these battle dwarves, it's going to be offsetting damage modification. And so it's simply going to be 4 druids doing 5 to 8 damage apiece, and that's going to be how you get your total damage. There's no bonus damage and there's no reduced damage because the defense skill of the dwarves is equal to the attack skill of the druids. However, if I have these grand elves who have 9 defense and they are attacked by these 10 attack skill druids, the druids are going to do 10% bonus damage on top of their 5 to 8 damage for each of these druids. Does that kind of make sense? Does that answer your question there as far as how damage is calculated in Heroes of Might and Magic 2? Of course, in the base level, it's the number of the creatures in the stack times the damage range, and there's an internal RNG rolling of the dice. Somewhere between 5 to 8 damage is what each of these druids is going to do. And then it is calculated with the modifications. Yes, that does make sense. Okay, perfect. In that case, I will soldier on. In case you don't know this about me, I tend to get a little wordy. I will sometimes have to remind myself to stop, and stop beating a dead horse is the phrase that we use here in English. The horse is already dead. There's no sense in trying to drive that point into the ground any further. And sometimes Phixfox will go a little too far this way, and I'll over-explain things. But thankfully, there's a lot of new people to the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 community, and so it doesn't hurt my feelings too bad to maybe help get everybody caught up to speed as far as my knowledge goes. A gang of rogues is sifting through the possessions of dead warriors. Scaring off the scavengers, you note that the rogues had overlooked a beautiful breastplate. So this is going to increase our defense by +3. And we're going to visit this arena in just one moment. Look, brown traveler's tent and the blue traveler's tent and a gold mine, not to mention this pearl. Wonderful. We still have some artifact slots. I think we're going to take all of this. It's going to be fantastic here. So Zam, I wish that I had the FHeroes2 rebuild, because then I could actually check what Zam's stats were, so that way I could make the best decision about attack, defense, or spell power, but we will figure it out all the same. You enter into the arena and face a pack of vicious lions. You handily defeat them to the wild cheers of the crowd. Impressed by your skill, the aged trainers of gladiators agrees to train you in the skill of your choice. Vamy, how many lions do you think that you could defeat? You let me know. I think I'm actually going to go with defense here. I think I'm going to go with defense. If I'm going to eventually get into this big stack of vampire lords, I want them to stay alive as long as possible. I know that they're currently on Crag Hack, but I'm going to value defense here a little bit more than attack skill. Then again, if I had known, if I'd been able to see that I had 7 defense skill, I probably would have gone for the attack skill had I known. But it's okay. I should have just checked that before I stepped on the arena. My bad. My bad. We got the choice between 2,000 gold and 1,500 experience. We're going to take the 1,500 experience here. We're going to take the pathfinding, especially now that we know that there's a desert somewhere nearby. I am feeling grateful that we have any amount of pathfinding skill. So, good for that. A chill wind blows down this desolate canyon, setting your teeth to chattering as your armor holds the cold. Sire, more vamps ahead, reports Grimtongue, your goblin scout. But past them looks like a jail. You send the goblin for a warm meal and ponder the odds. It might be good to have another hero, perhaps a wizard, but those vampires are up to something, and you wish you knew what. How many vampires is this? Lots of vampire lords? I don't know about that. That might be a little bit more than this army can handle. Crag Hack is, he's a good hero, 6 and 3, but lots? We're talking anywhere between 20 to 50 vampire lords. That could be far more than we want to deal with. Do we roll the dice and hope that it's 20? Or do we be a little more cautious, maybe a little wiser? And do we try and come back with some additional forces? Tough to say. Very, very tough to say, especially knowing that these creatures can regenerate. I think that if they were vampires, we would take this fight. Given that they are vampire lords, I think I shall not. StrawberryJesus got the vision spell. I do have the vision spell, not here on Crag Hack, but I do have it over here. Unfortunately, visions, I think it does have a radius. I think that the radius is tied to the amount of spell power you have. So for example, I think it's like 6 hexes because Zam the Necromancer has 6 hexes worth of spells. Let me just click visions though. I wonder, this is for science, I wonder if it can detect creatures in the fog of war. And I don't know the answer, and I'm willing to spend 6 vision spaces to find out. You must be within 3 spaces of a monster for the visions spell to work. Yet again, I do believe that it is tied to your spell power, but I like that tooltip. That's a healthy tooltip. Crag Hack is not going to get to know, unfortunately. There is the View Heroes spell, and that does have an unlimited radius across the entire map. And so Zam over here could cast View Heroes, and he could see this hero here in the bottom left corner, for example. Lord Shadowing says, "Hey-oh." Hey, Lord Shadowing, nice to have you here. It's a pleasure. At this point, I feel like more heroes is actually kind of useful so I can get people back to the front. Maybe I don't want Crag Hack to have to walk all the way back, so I'm going to hire a new hero. Let's see who we got. Aery's probably going to be pretty good. Better than Ruby the Knight, I would say. Although I did check just to make sure that there was nothing special there. I'm going to leave Centaurs. I'm going to take Vampire Lords. Oops. I don't know if I should take Liches or not. There's 18. Maybe I should upgrade them before we take them. So I'm going to leave the Power Liches for now, or rather the Liches. We're going to sally forth with this army, and we're going to head up north. And we're going to try and meet Mr. Crag Hack. A horde of rogues, tell you what, I think that I can defeat these rogues at this time. I will finally do so. They've just been sitting here, just hanging out, and hanging out no longer, shall they? Ladder 15, hey there, how you doing? Nice to have you back. Appreciate the time. We're having some fun here with Colossal Caverns, and all in all, I think that things are going pretty well. The map is not meant to be, I don't want to say difficult, it's meant to be more of like an RPG map and less of a knock them down and kill everybody sort of a map. And so I really kind of am enjoying the pacing here. I don't feel under a tremendous amount of stress. It feels like we just kind of get to enjoy the scenario as it unfolds. And of course, it is from the master map maker, Charles Watkins. And so there's an awful lot of nice things going on here. Little surprises and such. And as we find more surprises, my enjoyment for the game goes way, way up. All right, so we got about 1,000 gold left. We're going to head north. I wonder who this hero is. Who is this? Gargantua is guarding the town of Mondo. Looks like it's going to be several of the Cyclopes, pack of the Trolls, lots of the Ogres. I think we'd like to take over this town as quickly as possible so that these forces don't get much bigger. Of course, that's going to be probably a job for Craghack. We're going to have to wait and see what he can do. We tentatively approach the burial ground of ancient warriors. Do you want to search the graves? Yes, I do. Oh, and there are going to be some zombies here. So a little bit tougher of a fight than I thought. I thought I was going to maybe walk over this and find no zombies, but if I see a graveyard, I have to fight this fight. It is always a little too much for me to ignore. Rise to Ruin says, morning Fix, excited for your stream. Great challenge map yesterday. Yes, Winnymaru has been in the chat, and he has also let us kind of know some of his plans for releasing that map to the general public in the near future. Wonderful map. Go check it out for everybody. My hat's off to you and to Winnymaru Baba for the amazing job creating this thematically beautiful and mind-bending map. I agree. I could not agree any more with you. It's an excellent map. I think that Winnymaru has shown himself to be an excellent map creator and designer, and for that, I'm very grateful that he shares that with us. So, always my pleasure, my pleasure. I think that we've gotten a nice split here. My goal was to use this terrain, so we had some zombies go to the south and some go to the north. At this point, I feel no shame about heading up north and doing some real damage here. So it looks like, let's see, Bone Dragons are only killing, it looks like 3 mutant zombies at a time. 3, 4, something like that. Because this stack of zombies goes this way, I'm for sure gonna continue on whittling down this little stack. Oh, mutant zombies, you are lost. Oh, they are just lost. Are they focusing in on these royal mummies? I think that they must be, and if that's the case, they are just lost. They have lost their minds, which what more could I expect out of some mutant zombies? I can't say, but that is certainly not the ideal play there. I think that you would have wanted to split maybe a couple zombies here and a couple zombies here. Then again, maybe they're just being really smart, and they're saying to themselves, hey, if we stick together, zombies together are strong. And so if that's the case, so be it. I'm going to send this one Bone Dragon down. These other 2 zombies have already kind of taken their turn. I'm going to let the Royal Mummies step in. They're going to start to mix it up just a tiny bit, as we do lose 1 Royal Mummy there. And I'm going to hope that the rest of the damage is going to go from these mutant zombies onto these Vampire Lords. It looks like my wish was granted, and so we shall continue on. 16 down to 10, and then these 12 and these 1. This is not going to be too big of an issue at all. Of course, this would be one of those times where the ability for the FHeroes2 engine to allow me to simply skip through the battle and hit Q to end the battle, this would be the perfect time to use that. Unfortunately, Heroes 2 Gold, there is no such feature, and that's okay. That just means that we have to prove that we know how to finish these fights, and so prove how to finish these fights we sure shall. We have the choice between logistics and leadership. As big of a map as this is, even though I'd like the leadership, I'm going to take the logistics. This seems like the choice between being much better on the adventure map versus being much better in battle, and I think that there's no question on an XL map which is better. Worth noting though, Craghack picked up +1 knowledge. +1 knowledge. Maybe I should send him back to go get a spellbook then. Maybe. We will see. If he ever picks up wisdom, we're absolutely going to do everything we can to go get a spellbook. But for now, we're going to take the logistics, and we got the best artifact in the game for a landlocked map. The masthead increases your luck and morale by 1 during sea combat. I think that we should maybe pay a visit to the Alchemist Tower and just plead with him and say, hey, can you take this artifact off of our hands? He says, why? It's not cursed. I say, just do it. Just remove this from the game for me. Oh no. Oh no. We went in this sort of back way. We landed on this ship. I don't think I want to deal with a horde of ghosts. I do think I definitely want another week's worth of creatures. I don't know if I want to try and take this fight of Ogregrad. I just don't know how many ogres it is. If it's a couple, we're fine. If it's too many, it's just too many. This could be a disaster. Losing a full 14 vampires and 3 bone dragons. Would this be the best decision? I can't possibly seeing it be the best. Tell you what, we're going to go through the Cyclopes, and that's going to give Aerie more time to head north, and then we will attack Ogregrad after that. The thing is that I don't know if the map designer decided that we need to be punished, and if these towns and castles ought to have so many creatures or not. I just don't know the answer, and so because I don't know the answer, we're just gonna have to wait and find out. Remember, Craghack the Barbarian. No, excuse me, Craghack the Knight. Very interesting. Craghack the Knight has 6 attack, 3 defense, 3 spell power, 3 knowledge. The knowledge and the spell power will availeth us nothing. I'm going to send the royal mummies down here. I think I want the vampire lords to set up camp in this bottom right corner. And the reason is because of something that Vamy kind of shared in their map. And that is that you got a couple of spaces where there's only 2 hexes available to attack you. On the left-hand side, there's 1, 2, 3 hexes that you can attack the attacker creature here with. In the defender side, there's 1, 2. And so I want to really situate the vampire lords right there if I can help it. I think I'm going to try and, well, I mean, maybe I ought to attack right here. Do damage while I can. Tell you what, let's get some damage off while we can. We'll go from there. Ah, maybe a mistake. Maybe a mistake. We will see. Okay, because there's Cyclops here, I'm going to back off with these royal mummies and we're going to wait for the opportune moment. By the way, Winnymaru does say, let's see. Oh, let me pull that back up. Thank you so much. It was hard to create, but a thrill to watch Phixfox playing at the end. And the thrill is mine, and the pleasure is always mine as well. Rice Ruin does respond to Winnymaru and says, always a nice feeling to watch your project being enjoyed by others. I agree. I will say the nifty mechanisms in the challenges and calculations was a real testament to your skill knowledge in the game. I agree, 100%. And the 4 Vampy Bro rule was my favorite. Yes, the mini rules that Vamy had for the scenario really were excellent. And yeah, excellent map, and I appreciated every little bit of it. I think I'm going to attack right over here. I think that that's going to let... Oh, I thought that if I killed 2 Cyclops, that we would be able to actually step up with the Vampire Lords and start doing some damage here. As it stands, let's just eliminate these Cyclops here. Royal Mummies, we lose 3. Ought we to continue with these Royal Mummies? Tell you what, they are in the fight. They are in the fray. Let's hope that we can get a curse off. We do not get a curse off. That's unfortunate. And then because these Cyclops have stepped up in this direction, I'm going to, with my no retaliation, attack this top stack here. And we are, once again, separating these Cyclops back and forth and back and forth. We're trying to prevent massive amounts of damage, and there was a major issue. On the one hand, nice to see that the curse came through. On the other hand, I did let these 3 Cyclops do full damage to the Bone Dragons behind them. 1 Bone Dragon does go down. Ouch. Ouch. At this point, I think that 14 Vampire Lords can actually just defeat all of these Cyclops by themselves. And so if there's no possibility in losing these creatures, I'm just going to continue on. I don't want the Bone Dragons to take all of this heat. We're going to back off. And we're going to just hope that our Vampire Lord stack stays at 14. At this point, I'm not worried any longer. No longer am I worried. And that's going to be the fight. 13 of the Royal Mummies, 1 of the Bone Dragons. Not my best fight ever, but for 1,500 extra experience, we're going to be happy for the 10% bonus movement. And we are back into this area that we can go and get our resupply very quickly. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's see. And now, and then Vamy's got some wonderful, got some really nice looking emotes there. That's one of the things that I want to do a better job of, is for those people that have subscribed, I want to get even better emotes for you. As always, I'm looking for insight and things that you think would be fun. Any kind of emote that you would like to see, as we do see this brown tent being known as Hope as the passcode. If there's any sort of little emote that you'd like to see, just let me know. I'm always looking for a good idea. This leprechaun offers us the Black Pearl for the small price of 3,000 gold and 5 crystal. Do you want to buy the artifact? +2 spell power, +2 knowledge. I absolutely do. That is my pleasure. And we're going to pick up this gold mine for 1,000 gold per day, not to mention another 900 gold here on the ground. And we are going to come upon the blue Keymaster's tent, and that is going to be the passcode of Blacksmith. So, very happy to see that we've gotten these 2 new tents here. The world is our oyster. We do only have 3 slots remaining. Let's make sure that we don't lose any artifacts simply because we were unwise with our packaging of our of our choices. Maybe we need to find a way to get, the Gambler's Lucky Coin and this Everhot Lava Rock. Maybe we need to go find somebody else to give those to. But that was a really nice pickup. It looks like this little area we need to go south through. I don't think that you can pass by these trees. You can skirt by on the sides, but you can't simply go in that direction. Is this... Hello? Oh, there's a way over to this area. If only you will defeat some champions. Remember that we only have the 2 Bone Dragons here for our main army. I think that we ought to avoid that. There's plenty of things that we can find on this adventure map. We'll come back to that later. By the way, I hope everybody's doing very, very well on this Tuesday. It is early in the morning for me, but I know a lot of people that this is kind of their evening time. So hopefully everybody had a really good day. And please, one of my big fears is that someone is going to do me the honor of staying way late into the night with me, 2, 3 in the morning, and then have to get up for work in the morning. As wonderful as Heroes is, don't worry, we do post these videos to YouTube. I don't want you to hate life the next day just because you were staying up and enjoying some wonderful heroes with us. Then again, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. We come upon this mercenary camp practicing their tactics. The mercenaries welcome you and your troops and invite you to train with them. We're going to take the +1 attack skill, and we do see this wagon camp. Do I want to pick up these rogues? Is that going to be enough to defeat lots of griffins? A horde of mummies? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe with the peasants actually though. And maybe that would invite me to actually let go of 9 goblins, so that way our morale isn't the worst thing you ever saw. Tell you what, I think that we are going to see how many rogues this is, and then we're going to see how many peasants we can pick up, and at that point we're going to decide whether or not we are going to try and take on those griffins or not. So, Troyan's going to continue on. Looks like it's going to be 33 rogues. That's not enough. I can tell you right now that's not enough, but we'll see what we have. 58 peasants? Yeah, not enough to deal with griffins. No chance, no way. 25 HP on the griffins, and with their unlimited retaliations, I could see that fight getting out of hand very, very quickly. Much like with the wolf, I feel like the griffin is a little bit of a stat check. Either you can defeat them or you cannot, but in this point in time, I don't feel like I can by any means. Should we go to the right side up in this area, or should we go and continue on south through this little maze here? There looks to be lots of opportunities here to the south. Let's continue on past the Sphinx and go from there. Paglistro. Lots of air elementals, a pack of genies, and lots of cyclopes. That's going to be a foe that we're going to have to deal with maybe in the future. They are guarding this jail. And not to mention traveler's boots, gem mine, interesting. By the way, in case you're wondering, we do have one of each precious resource generating mine, minus sulfur, minus crystal. And so actually if we see crystal, maybe that dictates what our next choice ought to be. There's crystal right here and here. Tell you what, I know that I just came in this opposite direction. I think it's going to be in my best interest to actually go back to this crystal mine. Picking up +1 crystal a day, that might mean that there's mage guilds later on down the road. StrawberryJesus asks, is there any reward to clearing out the ghost mine? Yes, there is. So in Heroes 3, it is some random mine of some kind. You defeat the ghost guardians and then you restore that mine to full production of wood, gems, sulfur, mercury. It's a little, it's dependent on whatever the RNG you get is. Here in Heroes 2, that is always a gold mine. So we need to get a big enough army that we can defeat hordes of ghosts at any given time. Again, remembering that our primary goal in this scenario is to get as much gold as possible. 1 million units of gold. And then we'll soldier on from there. Okay, so good question, excellent question. And that really is an important question because it dictates the strategy that we're going to have moving forward. And hopefully we're going to find that the strategy is going to work very, very well for us. We've already visited the stables. I don't want to fight these griffins. It looks like Troyan is going to continue to go through these lifts and hop back and forth. Zapixo in the chat. Hello, Zapixo. How are you doing? Nice to see you there. Zapixo says, hello, everyone. Hello, my dear Phixfox. Due to intense family obligations, I can only drop by to wish you lots of success and fun with this map, which looks incredible. Have a great evening. Wishing everyone a wonderful night. Fantastic. I love and appreciate that you're doing what's best for you and your family. That's where you ought to be, and that's where I hope you are. Folks, wow, 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 wow. Oh, look at this. Folks, do you see what I am seeing? Beastmaster the Warlock, what level are you? 15. Level 15. Scouting, wisdom, leadership, pathfinding, not to mention summon earth elemental, mass slow, spell scroll, expert wisdom. This hero is a must-have. Oh my goodness, we are picking up Beastmaster today. This hero is better than Crag Hack, and as cool as Crag Hack has been, his whole job has been to be a secondary hero on the map and make lots of nice things happen. Well done. Good job. You know, wish granted. But whenever there's a better hero, we are in the wrong if we get attached to these heroes. We are doing ourselves a disservice if we unfortunately do not trade up heroes when we have the opportunity. Zapixo with the strong arm there, yes, completely agree. Aragon and steroids, absolutely. And so we're gonna pick him up. Airgon is now the Beastmaster, and this Beastmaster who's also a Warlock, which is important because the stats are going to trend more towards Warlock stats instead of Barbarian stats. That's going to mean a big opportunity for us. First and foremost, we have to pick up this spellbook. So we have picked up the spellbook. It's here in our hero, in this weird spot. I wish I could move it. I cannot. And there are no other troops here to purchase. Here in the well, you can see that we're slowly building up these creatures. 7,500 gold. Maybe I could get a couple of the power liches. I'm just going to leave them for now. But it's going to be this big beefy hero is out on the map, and he is ready to do some damage. Oh my goodness. With that being said, then we're going to send all these troops over here to Craghack. I'm going to get this cursed artifact off of me, and then I'm going to split these gargoyles here, and then I'm going to make sure the area is as fast as he can be as he heads up north back into this direction. I think that there's water wheels and such that we still have to find. Very interesting. Craghack, can Craghack be effective in the meantime? I think that he can clear out some of this bottom stuff, and then that'll just help me be more effective with my time. But still, he is no longer the main hero of the show. Yafet SC, heyo, did you play Pyramid map on stream yet? I have not. I played Pyramid on stream. It would have been several months ago, and you can see in my high scores list, we completed it in 22 days with the Barbarians, and so we did do the Pyramid map on stream once. Unfortunately, I did not record that video, and I did not rip it from Twitch so I could put it on YouTube, and so that video is unfortunately lost to us, and so I don't have it. But I do believe that it's been requested recently that I go back and I make that happen, and that we get to do Pyramid on stream yet again. So I am looking forward to doing that. It was kind of it kind of hurt my feelings just a tiny bit that I'd never recorded that video. So I'd like to make things right where I can. So we shall. Looks like we're gonna be able to fight some Ogre Lords here. 2, and these 5 Bone Dragons. On the one hand, I don't want to lose one. On the other hand, I don't think I'm going to lose one if I use their damage to mix it up. Interesting that the Bone Dragons are actually taking the majority of this damage. Now I probably want to back them off. 20 HP remaining. That's what we're going to do. We're going to back them off in just half of a moment. Will they get to... Oh no. Will they get to run in time? They did not. And so the one Ogre Lord here has done his damage, and we are going to unfortunately lose one full Bone Dragon here in this fight. And unfortunately, I'm going to lose one Gargoyle because I wasn't very smart with my turn order. Whoops. But these things do happen. We're going to take our losses, and we're going to soldier on. Ouch, that hurts. It should have just been the Vampire Lords. Vampire Lords would have never lost a single creature. And we are going to take the... Ooh, this is tough. Pathfinding or Estates? It depends on what you think Craghack's ultimate job is going to be moving forward. And I don't know the answer. We're going to have to wait and see. Ladder does say, thanks to Zapixo, you too. And then Zapixo says, see you guys. May the Heroes Might Magic community rule the world. Love you guys. Zapixo, have a wonderful night. Bye-bye, sir. Take very good care. Yeah, I don't really know which is better here. There is desert to the north, but again, I think that that's going to be more of Airgon, aka Beastmaster the Barbarian's job. Let's go with the Estates. We'll go with the Estates. And we're going to be very sad for having lost one Bone Dragon. Very sad. In exchange for his miserable life, Ollie the Ogre tells you that there are many treasures hidden around this cavern. The most famous is the spiked helmet won by the Ogre Chief Orenthal at last year's Grand Melee. All he knows is that it is somewhere close to water. There's a spiked helm somewhere. Didn't we actually pick up a spiked helm? I feel like we did. Is there a spiked helm anywhere? No, I suppose not. Okay, never mind. Well, we're going to figure that out later. Mex Universalis. Hi, Phixfox. Hi, all. Mex, are you also the Heroes player known as Pax Universalis? Or is there some naming nomenclature that I am simply missing out on? If you are the same individual, please let me know. Oh, yes, you are. Okay, wonderful. You see, folks, I do try and keep track of everybody that comes on in because, hey, this stream isn't good if you're not here, so hopefully you feel like you're a good part of the action. So, yep, happy to have you back. It's been a couple of minutes since I saw you. Then again, I was gone most of December, so don't worry, that wasn't you, that was me. If I want to see you here on stream, I should probably stream more often. That just makes sense to me. So, welcome back. Always a pleasure to have you. Folks, look at this. We have found a new area here, and it's actually not too far away from Zam. Very intriguing. So, a gold barrier, an aqua barrier, and a red barrier. I do believe that we have all of these. Red, that's accounted for. Gold is also accounted for. No, that's orange. Brown, blue. Aqua is right here, so we do have the Aqua Traveler's tent. Do we have gold though? Let me just take a quick look at my handy dandy cheat sheet. It will let me know if we have anything else here. Blue, brown. What else do we have? And maybe more importantly, what else are we missing? What else are we missing? We have red for ointment. Aqua is evil. Orange is ghost. Yeah, we do not have the gold barrier yet, so unfortunately we cannot come into this area just yet, and maybe that's good for us. Anytime I go through these barriers, once they go down, you can't bring them back up, and so if there's a very tough enemy out here, I would rather stay safe than have to worry about them charging into us and ruining our day. I'm just going to have Carlon sit here. She's got nothing to do until it's new week. Zam is going to continue on. We had talked about getting this crystal mine there. Apparently this crystal mine is unobtainable. So be it. There's a water wheel, and again, we can go through lots of champions. Do we have the spells to do this? Let's do the visions. 38 champions. I fear these creatures are in a mood for a fight. And what do we have? We do have the Fire Blast with, I think it's 6 spell points, 6 spell power. It's not that much. I don't think that that's enough. 38 champions is a lot of champions. We could do something with some blinds here. I would really love the Mass Haste scroll. That would really be wonderful, actually. Tough to say. Tough to say. I think that we are going to have to be obligated to avoid this fight. I don't think that my attack and defense are high enough. I don't think that my supporting creatures are enough, and I definitely don't think that my spells are going to end this fight for me. So we're going to be happy for our crystal mine, and we're going to head back north, away from these champions. I don't want to head all the way back south because we just went in that direction. I'm going to head back north and see what we can find in this area here. Remember, abandoned ghosts or gold mine, I don't want to deal with that just yet. And let's actually hit V for view map. Oh goodness. Let's actually see, is there anything that you can see? Aha, there's gold scattered all through this little crevasse. All of this is hidden right behind the mountain range, so we can't really see it, but as our horse rears up, it's going to let us know that there's something to be had. Fairy ring, good to know, good to know. But let's do gold here. That's 800 gold. There is, it looks like gold here. Perfect. Gold here. There you go. Every now and again it pays to do as carpenters do and measure twice and cut once. The idea, of course, there being that you don't want to make a mistake by being hasty. It's better to slow down and make sure that you do things correctly the first time. Looks like there's one more bit of gold here. We're going to come back for that in just a moment. But again, Aries is going to go through these water wheels. He's going to go through these windmills, and then he's probably going to head north. His one single gargoyle, making him very, very speedy. Okay. All right. By the way, is everybody having the best day of their life? Tell you, I met a person, and if you ever meet me in real life, and if I ever say I'm having the best day of my life, just know that I am remembering another really wonderful person. Then this person, that was kind of the thing that they would say is, I'm having the best day of my life. And of course, they can't possibly be having the best day of their life every day, but they had survived cancer, and they had gone through chemo, and they'd gone through surgery, and that was who they were as they came out the other side of that. And they would say, yep, it's the best day of my life because I'm here. And so I've never forgotten that person. And so even though it may not be truthful, that this may not be the actual best day of my life, I do appreciate the people that have that level of perspective and just say, yeah, life's pretty good right now. Roger the Rogue insists on an audience. Sire, we rogues are impressed by your leadership qualities and share your ambitions for greater glory, if you know what I mean. If you look in the right places, you'll find plenty more willing to help for a piece of the action and a share of the swag. I'd be willing to lubricate the wheels of diplomacy for a small fee. You see, he has already collected it. Well, do you want to take on our skills and have the diplomacy? Sir, I don't think I have a choice. 1,000 gold it is. I hope that actually helps me out in the future. We will see. We are back, going through these liths, finding new places. And actually, this is kind of interesting. I think that Troyanne, even though she has no pathfinding, I think we're going to send her in this direction. because there's something over here I'd like to find out. I didn't want to come back here with my other hero because I was worried that maybe we would wander into somebody big and bad and evil over there. I don't think that we're gonna have to worry so much about that, and so we're gonna continue on. The water wheel gives us 1,000 gold. I think for the first time the green traveler's tent, which is pretty interesting. We're gonna step on the magic well. Oh, and I'm so glad I did. Look at this. So not only do we have full spell points, 110 now, but also look at this. We see just the eastern half of this wizard castle. That is pretty intriguing. That might be some indication of where I would be best suited in going. So we're going to keep that in mind. More information is always good information. The soldiers here teach us a few new defensive tricks, +1 defense, and we do finally get a stable for our primary hero Zam. I do see this ore mine. I might as well pick all of this up. This is going to be a very long scenario, and even though ore does not convert into gold at a very good rate until you have several marketplaces, that could still be pretty darn useful for us. So we're going to keep that in mind. Here's the question then: do I go through this blue barrier area? Are these the forces that can do this for me? Am I setting myself up for failure if somebody else were to come through? I do not know. I cannot say. So we're going to wait on that decision. We're going to just think about that, mull it over, and then tomorrow we're going to decide where we go with our main hero. Meanwhile, by the way, just in case you're kind of hopping into the stream midway through, we are playing here on Heroes 2 Gold and not here on the FHeroes2 version. And the reason why is because this map is a little bit broken if we're not using the Heroes 2 Gold. And so what are some of the unique differences? Number one, I get the opportunity to listen to every single different sound effect. You have to let the sound effects play out before you can move on to the next thing, which is kind of intriguing. And I think I'm starting to enjoy that because I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'm not clicking too fast or too far. I kind of enjoy this, where I'm forced, if you will, to listen to everything. That doesn't hurt my feelings nearly so bad as I thought that it might. So overall, it's going pretty good, but it is a major difference. Some other major differences here, of course, I don't have a space bar, so I have to step off of objects and then step back on to re-engage with them. And then the AI is playing very differently than I'm used to, and that's not bad. That's just kind of the reality of the situation. And what are we to do with that? I think that our whole goal at this point is to enjoy the experience for what it is and not really compare FHeroes2 to Heroes 2 Gold. Generally in my streams, generally in my videos, you'll hear me compare an awful lot. Heroes 2 Gold to the FHeroes2. I'm going to do my best in this scenario to not compare anymore. I just don't think that that's going to be worthwhile. Okay, this may be a bad decision, but I am going to go through the blue barrier. It seems like I'm very, very far away from the next possible thing, and who knows when I'm going to come back to this area. So let me at least get a little bit of exploring down. Let's go to the blue barrier. Let's read the passcode, and let's see what's next from here. It is blacksmith. Blacksmith is the code. From here on out, I'm going to ask you, the viewer, I'm going to see if chat can remind me without me having to look it up, just what the passcodes are from here on out. So, fair warning, I'm going to ask you all in the future, and so I'm just going to let you know what they are. Red is ointment, aqua is evil, orange is ghost, brown is hope, and blue is blacksmith. So, if I ask you in the future, hopefully first one to get it wins my undying respect. More than that, I don't have much to offer you, but at least I can offer you that. I do have the Fire Blast spell. I'm just going to cast one Fire Blast spell, and we're going to call it a day. 186 experience. That was probably a little bit of overkill, but overkill we do very, very well. This sign says to the west is the Temple Complex, to the north, Castle of the Mountain King, and then south is the arena. So we've just come from the arena, but there's a castle to the north, and the west is the Temple Complex. Very interesting. Very interesting. Vamy says, I've been having you on in the background while doing a bit of debugging on the Colossal Caverns map on FHeroes2 in the background. Really? So if I'm to understand you, you are bringing it into accordance with what we might expect from the game in the year 2025. You've loaded it up into the FHeroes2 map editor, and you're trying to get rid of some of the bugs, Vamy? It sounds like that's what you're saying. Just want to make sure that I'm understanding you very clear on that. This green tent, we still need it, right? I think we still need it. And so we're going to go through these magi. It's going to be a little bit of a ugly fight, but we have the spell power for it. We just have to survive, and then we'll see if there's something up here to the north that we ought to go through. So, on to a new day. Peasant growth is up by 5, week of the peasant. Thankfully, there's not peasants everywhere on the map, although if we had necromancy, that would be us having a real good time. It really would be. We're going to stay in the desert here, or rather the dirt, not desert. We're going to go through the dirt here and see how far this road goes for Troyan. Carlon, she is ready to try and send troops to the front. It's going to be 3 bone dragons. It's going to be, it's going to be all of these vampire lords. I'm just going to have her keep 1 stack of rogues. Since they're 5-speed creatures, she's going to be faster later. So, water wheel, windmills, so on and so forth. Vamy says, no, I'm trying to play your map through FHeroes2. And trying to see where the FHeroes2 engine and AI goes awry and breaks the map. You can't open Heroes Might and Magic 2 Gold in the FHeroes2. I need to remind you, FHeroes2 editor, I mean, you're completely right. You're completely right. So if you're ever wondering, for example, I've been trying to get Broken Alliance into the FHeroes2 map editor, so that way people can maybe use it as a template and they can adjust it to their own specifications, maybe for a tournament, maybe for, I don't know, there's lots of different things you can do if you have access to a map editor like that. But I'm doing my best, but it's a little bit of slow going, as it were. It's not the easiest thing to manage. Getting a direct one-to-one is sometimes impossible because the original Heroes of Might and Magic 2 map editor actually has some differences, believe it or not. There's some things that you just can't recreate in the FHeroes2 map editor because the FHeroes2 map editor obeys its own logic. It sounds weird when you say that, but it's the reality is that some things just don't work because you can't put pyramids onto the water in the FHeroes2 map editor like you can in Heroes 2 Gold. Does that make sense? So yeah, I hear you, Vamy. If you were to actually try and debug this map, you would have to recreate it on a 1-to-1 scale, and then you'd have to adjust it in order to get rid of, quote unquote, get rid of any kind of bugs. So yep, Vamy is correct, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, let me know where you find the issues. I know that I had an issue with a hero known as Nocturna. Who this hero is and how they got to me, I do not know. I cannot say, but I hope that you do not find Nocturna anytime soon. By the way, the green keyword is the word rogue. It's a good thing we spent 1,000 gold to get the rogues on our side. There's the Switch Doctor's hut. I see no reason why I ought not to learn how to decipher stones and read portents and get my hands dirty with some chicken entrails. Seems like a good time to me. From here on out, Zam is actually going to take gold instead of experience because I think that he's not nearly so good at level 11. I don't think he's as good as my new Beastmaster hero, who's level 15. I think the Beastmaster, I'm going to try and re-roll some of these secondary skills, and maybe I'm even going to find a Witch Doctor's hut that has Necromancy. And if I find that, I'm having a real good time. Having a real good time. All right. Vamy says, have you not found Nocturna on this playthrough yet? No, I have not. I have not. So if you have found her, I seem to recall that she has something like 750 skeletons, tons and tons of vampires and vampire lords. I think that she is probably hidden in an area of the map where maybe you have to path through a magic well or an idol in order to get free. And the Heroes 2 Gold does not do that. And so I think that that's what happened. I don't know though. I can't guarantee you how she got through, but she ruined my playthrough and I felt like there was nothing I could do to kind of continue. So maybe there's a certain degree of luck. Who knows? I do not know. I cannot say. 7 attack, 4 defense, 4 power, 6 knowledge. We do have a couple of spells, including Summon Earth Elemental. I think that that is going to be the very best thing for me. Remember that ghosts do have a 5-speed flying type of disposition. But we have at our disposal with these 60 spell points a Mass Slow. What I think is going to happen is that we're going to cast Mass Slow and we're going to really keep this fight in a good way. We're going to let the ghosts chew on some earth elementals. Otherwise, we're going to demolish them, I think. You come upon an abandoned gold mine. The mine appears to be haunted. Do you wish to enter? I sure do. No problems here. Vamy says, as much as I love the FHeroes2 team, they sure made a frustrating AI. Frustrating is the correct word for it. I do agree. But in case you're wondering, if you're the kind of person that says, oh, I don't want to play an AI that's just too difficult for me, then do be aware that the FHeroes2 AI also does have the easy, medium, and hard difficulties, and I do believe that they are accurately so named. So it's not fun if you can't win. Like I think everybody wants to play a game that they can win, and if you can't win, there's no point in playing, right? I think we all agree with that. But I truly do believe that the FHeroes2 AI with the easy and medium modes, I think that those are accurately described. So just in case anybody's saying, oh boy, this looks hard, I don't want to do that, I hear you loud and clear, and so I am grateful that the easy and medium works quite well. Folks, we picked up a gold mine, so this is now going to be an additional 1,000 gold per day. We're getting 4,100 gold per day. Let me just do something real quick. Let me pull up my handy dandy calculator, which of course our phones have everything these days, and let me put in 1 million. Let's see, hundreds, thousands, million divided by 4,100. Oh boy. At this current juncture, if we did nothing, if we just hit end turn again and again and again and again, it would take us 244 days in order to get the gold necessary to win the scenario. I think that we're too far into the scenario to make that happen. We are currently month 3, day 2. Yeah, so maybe it's right about there, but we're not going to simply sit on our heels. Let's find a couple more gold mines. For every extra gold mine we get, it's more likely that we're going to be able to win the scenario faster. And so even though there's a time limit, I think that we are going for a high score here more than anything. And also we're here for the adventure. Ooh, we got a few paladins guarding this graveyard. Interesting. There's an obelisk. Interesting. And lighthouses in the middle of nowhere. I'm sure that we're going to enjoy that if we are to set sail at any point. Vamy says, do you mean the AI skills scale with difficulty? Is that, what did I say? I think that that's what I mean. I'm not sure what I said, but the AI gets better appropriately from hard to medium to easy. That's kind of where I was going with that. Hopefully that makes sense. It's appropriately so named in its difficulty. I don't know if I want to go here or here, but I do see these shrines in the first circle. I want to continue on this little path here. I'm just a little scared. I do have the 6-speed Grand Elf. I'm going to get some nice damage off onto these Greater Druids. Especially with the Fire Blast. Let's do it. We're going to get the first bite at the apple. That's going to help. Jeez, that's a lot of Druids, though. Am I actually better off casting a haste onto one of my Bone Dragons, though? Which is better, the damage from the Fire Blast or hasting a Bone Dragon so he can eliminate 2 of these stacks? I think I'm actually better off with the Fire Blast. We're just going to take a ton of damage. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, we're just going to take a ton of damage. Once again, Phixfox is totally underestimating the Greater Druids. They are kind of a big deal. But after round 1, then I'm able to stick Bone Dragons into these slots, and that's gonna save the fight from here on out for me. These Battle Dwarves, they're gonna walk down the field, but I don't think that they're gonna be useful at all. Very interesting, I just realized, by the way. So the Bone Dragons do have the ability to inspire fear in the enemy, and that brings down their morale by 1. We've seen that a couple of times so far. Maybe I've underestimated how good of a special ability that is for the Bone Dragons. Usually it just brings an enemy from, oh, I don't know, like good morale down to average. But now it feels very, very much like against neutral creatures that it's actually a really big defining feature. There's been a couple of times that some key neutral creatures have lost their turns, and I really like that. I'm really all for that. Vamy says, remember the Heroes Might Magic years have 336 days? Oh, I see. That's actually kind of a big deal. I did not know that. 336 days. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Here I am thinking it's 350 whatever. Oh, well. 75, Nalafalo. Hello and good evening from Berlin. Hello. Very nice to have you here. Of course, I know you from the YouTube chat, from the comment section there. It's a pleasure to have you here as well here on Twitch. I'm glad we could catch you, and hopefully you're having a wonderful evening. Welcome, welcome. Lord Shadowing also says, imagine if the AI was more dynamic and would learn and adapt to players' playstyle. Oh, that would be a little interesting. This is good. I think that this might be better. We're going to take the estates. That might be a bad decision. But so if you play chess at all, chess.com is one of the two websites that usually people play chess on. There's Liches and then there's chess.com. I personally like chess.com, and they have, amongst their different bots that they have, different AIs that you can use. They try and program some bots to play similarly to some famous chess players and streamers and things like that. Sometimes they try and recreate the general style of old grandmasters. For example, Morphy, for example, help me, Kasparov. They try and recreate some of the different play styles of these masters and heroes. It would be very interesting if somebody someday had all the slider bars open and we could make a Winnymaru AI, or we could make a Phixfox AI, or we could make a Vamy AI, we could make a Lord Shadowing AI. That'd be very fun to try and program some specific play styles into the game. I don't know how successful we would be at it. I think you'd have to be very smart and have to really study the strategies that a person would use. In chess, it's a little bit easier to do because you're able to, see their games played and simply say, well, here's their tendencies. They usually open with E4, E5 kind of a deal. And you can just define the strategy in that way. Heroes has such a wide variety of different things you can do in a game that it would be very difficult, I think, to really nail down somebody's tendencies and preferred play styles. I'm just saying, but that would be very interesting. If you want to play chess against me, just send me an invite, LOL. Do you want to share your user handle? You can share it with me privately, or you can share it with me here. Your choice. You might get tons of people wanting to play you in chess. All of a sudden, all you do all day is handle chess challenges. If you'd like to, you can send it to me. Otherwise, you can send it to me privately. Your choice. Okay. We're wandering through these trolls. They don't seem particularly difficult. But they're... This would be a time where I would really appreciate the FHeroes2 auto battler ability. Yeah, it just costs us time, but time we have. We're here for the relaxing experience. You can't hurry up your meditation. You can't have a 30-minute meditation session and then just hit fast forward ×2. It just doesn't work. So we're not going to try and do that. We finally gotten up to Power Liches. They're an excellent unit. I think that our next hero that comes forth with troops, they're going to bring those with them. So very excited to see that. Rise to Ruin says, fix dad AI, step out of the way strat challenge. All your resources are belong to us. Yes. My dad, I think he appreciates that very much, by the way, that is the reputation that he has gotten from my streams and from my playthroughs, that he's like, yes, I pick up every resource possible. I pick up every single mine. And guess what? He's very successful with what he does. And so even though it sometimes seems a little odd to me, I cannot argue with his results. And so, Dad, I appreciate you. Thank you for teaching me Heroes, Might, and Magic 2. It's been a pleasure. I've always enjoyed it, and I appreciate being able to have this time in this parasocial way with you. Okay. StrawberryJesus 11 says, is FHeroes2 like a fan-made quality of life mod? Great question, and I'll answer that in just half of a second. Having mastered the first 3 levels of magic, you begin to yearn for the higher path. But if it took this much effort of both might and magic to reach this level, you wonder if you have the wisdom to see you through the tests you must face to reach the top. I'm guessing that through this pack of green dragons, first circle, second circle, third circle is down here, I'm sure. I'm guessing that there's like pyramids up in here. And if there's pyramids, I don't really want those to go on to Zam the Necromancer. I want to save those for my Warlock friend here. Remember, Beastmaster is a Warlock. He just happens to be okay at attack skill and defense skill. So FHeroes2, so FHeroes2 is not a modification. I try to be pretty precise with my language when it comes to that, because it's not a modification. It is a rebuild from the ground up. They have taken the assets that are open sourced and they have rewritten the code from the ground up. And along with doing that, the developers for FHeroes2 have made something pretty unique. They've made something pretty wonderful. How do I best describe it? It's allowed them to put quality of life buffs in. That's absolutely true. But it has also allowed them to potentially, without copyright issue, make their own Heroes of Might and Magic 2 campaign. It is going to allow them to do things like put Heroes of Might and Magic 2 online in an online sort of lobby, like Horn of the Abyss has done for Heroes of Might and Magic 3, because they have built it from the ground up, there's no copyright issues that would prevent them from doing things like that. So there is a lot of quality of life additions to it, but it's so much more than that. And it's a small group of dedicated individuals. I am very grateful for the work that they're doing. I could not imagine trying to do what they do. I'm very impressed with what they do. So yeah, go check it out. You can find it on GitHub I think in the description of all my YouTube videos, it's in there. And I think it's also in the description of this video as well. Go check it out. I don't know if we should fight this fight, folks. These are 6-speed Arc Magi. We do have the one 6-speed Grand Elf, thankfully. But they're going to do full damage. These Arc Magi are going to do full damage in melee. There's going to be anywhere between, well, we can find out. There's going to be 29 of them. There's 29. That's just too many. That's just too many. 29 times 35. That's how much HP we have to chew through. That's just too much. We're going to have to come back another day, another time. And especially it's nice because we know that we want to go up here through these dragons later. So we know we're going to come back anyway. Let's carry on. Let's not waste ourselves. If we lose all of the forces and we just barely win that fight, it doesn't help us later because it can stop us from taking some other nice things. So we're going to continue on. And I'm going to take Crag Hack. Let's see, Dwarf Cottage, Goblins. I don't want to pick up any creatures that are slower than 4 speed. So for now, he's just going to grab some stuff here. Like so. Vamy says, well, I forgot my login. I'm so sorry. That's frustrating. We were talking in the last stream about passwords and whether or not you use the same password for everything or not. Don't tell me what your password is. And don't tell me if you... don't tell me if you have one password for everything or not. It's not that I don't care. It's that I don't want it to get out. Okay, this is a neat little group of opportunities here. Again, for Beastmaster. I think that we are going to immediately take this tree. Oh no. I walked by these 2 trees of knowledge already. Oh no, I should have gotten those immediately. My mistake. My mistake. But we're going to pick up experience here. Gold here. I just realized we're about to level up with this tree, so gold is better. A mere 10 gems. You're correct. That is simply a mere 10 gems. +1 on the knowledge. And I think we're going to go with the mysticism. I think we're going to have enough high quality troops that the castle walls are not really going to bother us. Yeah, let's go with the mysticism here. Who knows how often we're going to need to fight castles. And then we're going to clear out all this before we head on north. Okay. Soul Invictus. Afternoon, Fix. Hello, Soul Invictus. Nice to have you there. I was watching your part 1 on YouTube last night. Very cool map. I agree. And one of the maps that comes with the original Heroes of Might and Magic. So an excellent map, and I'm loving this very much. Happy to be here for part 2. Also, Soul Invictus says to Winnymaru, I believe you made this map as well. Very good job. I don't think that Winnymaru made this map. I think Winnymaru made the 7 Deserts map. But this map is by Charles Watkins. I do know that. I can tell you that. So, yeah. Good maps though, and I would like to say that Mushan Kipet and Mr. Winnymaru, they have done an excellent job in putting themselves up into that sort of echelon tier of map makers. They've acquitted themselves quite nicely. I think that they ought to be very happy with the job that they've done. They've acquitted themselves quite nicely, and so I'm happy to include them amongst the list of other great map makers that you can find in the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 space. A few paladins guards this graveyard. And we've seen this a couple of different times. I guess it's a few paladins guard this graveyard as well, and maybe 1 or 2 other times we've seen this. There's this sign out here. I seem to recall that this sign and these paladins are important. More than that, I cannot say. I think I need to remember just a little bit more. So we're going to have to check out this and just see what's going on here. This pyramid is a one-time use. I don't want to put a 5th level spell here on Zam. We're going to wait for another time. And Soul Invictus says, oops, it is 7 Deserts. That was the one I was watching. Yep, there you go. We got it. Vamy says, I defeated the goblins and got into the ore mine without Nocturna rearing her head in my territory. So far, so good. StrawberryJesus says, is that a portal? Let me just take a quick look at this. Let me take a picture of this because I seem to remember that this is also important, and then I'll come back later and we'll see what the portal is. This indicates that the legends of the Templar grave. Upon arrival in the Holy Land, the Templars were assigned the duty of guarding the holy precincts from bandits. Their protectorate included Mount Moriah, where Solomon's temple had stood. seeking to improve the plumbing. They dug into the ancient tunnels. No outsider knows what they found there, but it is said to be of unimaginable value. That sounds like exactly what we need. And P equals S. Okay, good to know. So let's see, which portal? Are we talking this right here? Oh, yeah, StrawberryJesus. Yeah, this air summoning altar. Excellent. Yeah, there we go. Rise to Ruin answered that question. I think that's the water elemental summoning altar. Yeah, you can summon the air elementals, and that just allows those guys to join your army. We're going to come back and grab those in a little bit, but yeah, we're going to grab those soon. In fact, I think I ought to grab those now, I just realized, because if we're going to be fighting zombies in the graveyard, I'm going to want whatever forces I can possibly take. So let's step on this now and go from there. White stone pillars support a roof that rises up to the sky. As you enter the structure, the dead air of the outside gives way to a whirling gust that almost pushes you back out. The air current materializes into a barely visible form. The creature asks in what can only be described as a loud whisper, "Why have you come? Are you here to call upon the forces of air?" I sure am, but I just realized that I can't actually purchase these creatures because I do not have the slots in my army. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, step off and step back on, because as I move these creatures right here, I cannot simply hit spacebar. I got to step off and step back on. So be it. Let it be written. Let it be done. Okay. But by the way, it is nice to hear that Vamy is continuing on in their playthrough. Hopefully you never see Nocturna ever. Maybe I just got unlucky. Who can say? And I just realized, folks, I never came through this red barrier. We've got the tent for dungeon level 2. I think that we might have bypassed this dungeon by going into this area. Maybe we should just continue on into the dungeon here. Now, folks, remember, I asked you to recall what the tents were. Who can remember what the red barrier password is? I don't have to look it up. I remember, so I'll let you know if you're wrong. But I'll give you a moment to see if you can recall. Hey, Vamy coming in the clutch. It is, in fact, ointment. Rise to Ruin, very close. Blacksmith is a random guess, but that is going to be the correct answer for the blue tent and for the blue barriers. So, good guess. Excellent guess. Remember that for later. It will come up again, I am sure. We're going to go through this area, and it looks like for some reason it's going to be Area the Warlock with his 98 orcs that are exploring this area. I did not anticipate this happening, but hey, at this point I just kind of want to get out onto the adventure map and see what else we can find. We're going to step on this oracle, and we're going to see if there's anything interesting that we need to know about. Nestled among the trees sits a blind seer. After you explain the intent of your journey, the seer activates his crystal ball, allowing you to see the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. So, we are at least up into the area where we have comparable forces. I love that immediately it is Beastmaster that is our best hero. The AI agrees with me, or rather the computer agrees with me, that this is the best force we have. We, as the blue player, are last in total army strength, but we have the most artifacts, which is good. Income is pretty low, but remember, we're here to get 1 million gold pieces, so income doesn't really matter. Total army strength doesn't really matter, but it is going to be important to know that we don't really want to fight any of these primary heroes if we can help it. Obelisks found. Somehow red has more obelisks than we do. If they dig up the ultimate artifact, I'm going to be pretty sad. Cannot lie. And then we are last in precious resources. Number of heroes, though, we are first. And therefore, we are exerting our force on this adventure map. These heroes are good, but not great. We learned a lot there. We learned an awful lot. Okay, you know what else we've learned what to do? We have learned how to dismantle these enemies here. Actually, hold on. Lots of greater druids. Geez, we're gonna get thwacked here. Vampire lords are 5-speed creatures. Bone dragons are 4-speed creatures. Greater druids are 6-speed creatures. We're gonna take a full salvo from each of these enemies before we are able to continue on. My word. I think that this is why we have these forces. I'm anticipating losing 1 or 2 bone dragons. Hopefully no vampires, but this is going to hurt a lot. Let's make it happen all the same. Chris is in the chat. Hi, chat. Hi, Real Phixfox. Long time no see. Chris, it has been my pleasure to be a father. It's been absolutely wonderful. I say that, but as recently as last night, my poor dear sweet wife had to suffer with me as her partner and trying to make sure that our kiddos are doing great. Geez. After 2 hours of sleep and then the kid waking you up, It's a bit of a struggle. I was not ready to parent anything at, you know, it was midnight at that point. I collapsed at about 10 o'clock. And then, yeah, I just wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. So it's going great, but I could totally use some sleep, or I need some more caffeine. One way or the other, we'll figure this out. But Chris, it's a pleasure seeing you. Yes, I haven't seen you really since December. I had to take a little bit of a hiatus from streaming, and so I am grateful to get the chance to be back with you here today. It is a pleasure. Welcome, welcome, and happy to have you here. One bone dragon did go down. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would have been, but we made it. Rise to Ruin also welcomes in Chris. Love that, love that. And Soul Invictus says 2 hours. Oof, glad to see that you're still functioning. Functioning is a very interesting word, Soul Invictus. Am I functioning? Tell you what, for every mistake I make, just know that a wiser, more sleep saturated human being, they would probably make less mistakes than I am here. I think that's all I can say on the matter. Let's hope that it won't be the downfall of me. We will see. Bone Dragons, War Trolls. Wow, we've lost a bunch of these Vampire Lords. Do we get them all back? I think we just got them all back. Yeah, we got them all back. That was close, though. Man, this is kind of my question here. How many Vampire Lords do you need to really just clear a map? Of course, the more Vampire Lords you get, the more that they are going to be able to replenish lost forces. But what's the number? Is the number 20? Is the number 25? Is the number 30 Vampire Lords that you need in order to just clear a map with no losses? I don't know, but I feel like we're getting very close to that number where we're going to be able to fight these fights without fear of any losses. Closer, but maybe not all the way there. We do pick up this obelisk. You come upon an obelisk made from a type of stone you have never seen before. Staring at it intensely, the smooth surface suddenly changes to an inscription. The inscription is a piece of a lost ancient map. Quickly you copy down the piece, and the inscription vanishes as abruptly as it had appeared. This is intriguing. This is intriguing. We're looking for pyramids, and we are looking for shrines of the third circle with a barrier here. And maybe it looks like just the bottom tip of a mine. And this looks to be the desert wasteland terrain. Very, very interesting. Huh, there's an awful lot going on here. If we can find an ultimate artifact, I'm going to be feeling pretty good. What if we found the golden goose? That would just be game over, wouldn't it? Let's see if we can find the golden goose. If we're successful, wonderful. If we're unsuccessful, that's okay. Worse things have happened. We didn't really talk about it, but we did see Wormanth here. Pack of black dragons, that's more than I want to deal with. Not to mention Wormingham has so many wormy type of creatures. I think that we're going to go south because I don't know how much of a radius this hero can move out and attack us. So we're going to head south. We're going to keep Troyan alive. An alive hero is always better than a dead hero. So off we go from here. Chris says, when my daughter was born, I used white noise where she slept. I used to run a recording of rain on a tent. It could be coincidental, but she remained asleep longer for doing that. Just a little tip from one father to another. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I think that at this point, I need every little bit of help I can get. My dear sweet wife is an absolute trooper, and let's be clear, she is doing the heavy lifting when it comes to raising our kids at the moment, and I can't possibly help but be appreciative for her. So my hope is that she does as well as she can, holding up under the stress, and my hope is I can support her as much as possible. Those little tips and tricks, they add up. Every little inch, every little bit, that's the difference between winning and losing. So I need more of that in my life. I will take that under advisement. Maybe make sure that we have a sound machine in 24/7. But very interesting that you used rain on a tent. I wonder if your kids like going camping more now than they otherwise would have, simply because you played rain on a tent for them when they were young. Could be, who knows? We tentatively approach the burial ground of these ancient warriors. Do we want to search the grave? You better believe I do. And the reason I do is because I'm hoping that we get lucky and we get the BattleGarb of Anduran. It's possible. It's possible. There's no guarantees, but it's possible. So we're going to keep trying. And Chris does say that they do love camping. There you go. Perfect. And then, so let's see. Nalawful says, or put the kid in the car, drive around 5 minutes, it'll sleep. Yeah. And so I wonder if in the same way that Chris's kids like going camping. I wonder if you put kids in the car to help them sleep, maybe they like road trips more than they otherwise would have. Who knows? Who knows? Time will tell. Looks like I've made a mistake here. I really want these air elementals to do damage, but I don't want them to get hit too bad. I'm just gonna back off. The terrain made it so I wasn't able to really split my forces here too well. I'm gonna send the Bone Dragon back. Battle Dwarves are gonna take a pretty big hit. They're gonna take a huge hit now. Oh goodness. Ouch. I did not, I wanted to pull them back, but the bad morale actually really harmed them in a major way. By the way, worth noting that air elementals do a great job in an undead army because they are unaffected by morale. So air elementals, they're a really nice unit for what we got going on here. Also worth noting, air elementals are one of the best creatures to bless. At worst, they're going to do 2 damage a creature. At best, they're going to do 8. And the bless spell, of course, will make sure that you do max damage every single time. So it's quite a big difference going between 72 damage at the low end up to 240, 270. Yeah, 72 versus nearly 300 points of damage. That's a pretty big split. So it's in our best interest to try and bless these guys whenever we have a chance. I don't think I've actually cast a spell recently. Don't ask me why. I guess I'm just making this hard on myself. Let's cast the bless moving forward. It sounds like a good idea, so let's actually keep the good idea rolling. I'm going to let the elves deal with this gentleman there. Bone Dragons are going to go south. Maybe the Battle Dwarves are not going to take as much heat as they have to this point. Then again, that is their job, lest we forget. Oh, Druid goes down. Very sad. Very sad. And Chris says she's 20 this April. Aw, you won't believe how fast they grow. I agree with you. I can't believe that my one kid is as old as he is. And it's amazing where the years go. Truly it is. So I'm glad that fatherhood has treated you well, and I know that you're in this aspect where your kids are going out and they're into the world, and my fear is that someday my kids are going to need me less and less and less, but until that day, I'm happy for what I have. So hopefully your kids still make an effort to come around and spend the time with you. Hopefully we all remember to go and spend time with the people that raised us. So I think that this weekend is actually going to be a time where I'm going to get to go home, see my folks, see my family, and they're going to get to see the grandbabies more so than they have recently. It's going to be pretty good. Keon says, hey, this is the same map as the last stream, right? Yes, this is, as we find this Evercold Icicle. So the last stream is Colossal Caverns. This stream is also Colossal Cavern, and it's a good scenario, and it's huge, so we're gonna have an awful lot of work to do. So Keon, pleasure having you here. Welcome. Always a pleasure. Welcome to the Court of the Mountain King. Good to know. And then Vamy says, 1 Cyclope for 1,500 gold. I did do that in the previous playthrough. I did. And I liked it. I thought that actually was a good decision, all things considered. You could argue that that's overspending, but high tier quality troops, the value is sometimes more than just gold. So I liked it. I did it. Maybe you make that choice or maybe you don't. I'm not too sure. Vamy says that was your choice on your playthrough. Yeah, I had the same choice and that's what I did. I accepted that. Let's see, experience. No, let's take the gold. Take the gold. And visions. Ooh, that's actually a really good spell to pick up. What a good spell. We have visions in a spell scroll for another hero, but now having visions here is going to help me make the most use out of my vampire lords and my bone dragons. So that is really nice. Very happy to see that. By the way, we do have reinforcements coming in not too long. Carlon is going to drop these gentlemen off. She can make it up to right about here. And so I think that we're just going to do a little bit of a swap right about there in a turn or two. And on to a new day. Chris says, oh, believe me, they always need you. Don't worry about that. Good. I'm very happy to hear that. Remember, we're heading south here with Carlon. No, excuse me, Troyan. We're heading south with Troyan because we don't want to get too close to the big bad evil guy. We are going to continue north here for Zam. Pathfinding expert, that's lovely. And then Hall of the Mountain King to the north. Oh, picking up gems and gold. There's the opportunity to defeat Hydras on either side. Lots and lots. Archers, dwarves, okay, what else is here? And then signs. 3 villas. And then there's, I guess this is a pick your poison sort of a deal. Do you want to go through genies or vampire lords or liches? I think that there's no question. Zounds of battle dwarves. Maybe I don't want to go through Zounds. Lots of Medusa. Tell you what, I will fight lots of Medusa. I think I can handle lots of Medusa. If for no other reason, I do have my It's my spells. 668 battle dwarves. Let's not fight them. No. Let's not fight them. But maybe we can go into Dwarfburg. How many dwarves is it? If this is 778, how many dwarves is right here? Oh my gosh. That's scary. Maybe I don't want to fight this fight. Lots of the Medusa. Let's continue to explore, and then we're going to make a decision. We'll come back. What's the rush, friends? What's the rush? In fact, I find that the slower I play, the better my decision making is. So let's just slow things down and let's just be smart about that. There's plenty of other things to do. We're going to find a way forward. Here is Snowmane, by the way, several of the bone dragons. That's a little scary. We're going to hope that we avoid them for the foreseeable future. Also, Keon says, Olden Era just announced the new faction, Hive. Yep, I did see that. And that looks like it's going to be that whole Olden Era, like the way that they've released the information has been pretty smart. I thought that they've done a good job in building excitement without just dumping everything all at once. I've seen some game developers do that, and they're like, well, here's everything we have fun. It's not the ideal way of doing it. And so I'm happy to see that Olden Era is doing a good job. What are your thoughts on Hive? So you've seen it. You've seen the teaser trailer for it. What do you think of Hive? And I'm interested to know. And maybe what do you think about the rest of the Olden Era opportunities out there? Oof, Cavalries, Phoenix. Archer City, Ghoul Town. 3 villas. Okay, well, here's my 3 villas. I need to know. Oh, I need one more Thieves Guild. I need to find a town or a castle. I need a Thieves Guild so that way I can know how many defenders are in here. Archer City's actually got quite a bit. Maybe I should go through Ghosts. I don't want to go through Ghosts. I really don't. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Should I go through Hydras? Is there more to be done over here? I suppose I could grab some dwarves and then they could help me fight these other Hydras. Tell you what, let's do this. We've still got spells. Let's fight lots of Hydras. Let's win. And then let's take the dwarves and let's use the dwarves against our enemies in the future. Let's do that. Keon says, I'm not really sure. Open for surprises. I can't see the troops yet, but it's bugs with Inferno Twist or something. Yeah. I haven't really quite been able to determine what the... Oh, I don't know. What am I trying to say? What the flavor is of the scenario? Is it more mythical? Is it more steampunk? Is it more, what is the general art direction and thematic styling? And Heroes 3, Heroes 2, it's been very much kind of medieval sort of creatures and such, but there was a time when Heroes 3 was going to be more of this, angels versus devils, cybernetic sort of bad guys deal. Like, I think that we've all kind of heard about that. I did not mean to cast Mass Bless, by the way, but I did. But, I mean, what is going to be the big takeaway? I can't quite say, but I'm excited to find out and get some more information over time. We'll see. We'll see. By the way, Hydras are doing about 20 damage to the Bone Dragons. Air Elementals are standing strong. We're going to kill one stack here. We're going to wait on these Bone Dragons. We're going to break the blind in just half a second, and we're going to continue from there. So, Blessed Air Elementals. Always a good time. Always a good time. And the Hydras just retaliated at half damage, which is ideal. But yeah, I don't know. We were talking a little bit with some other folks. We were discussing whether or not Olden Era is going to be the kind of game that we take a week off for to play and just enjoy. I haven't decided yet. I don't know. But we did talk about the possibility of, for everyone that is able to get their hands on a copy of Olden Era, maybe we get on the Phixfox Discord, maybe we sign up, and maybe we all play online LAN sort of map together. And that way we all get to explore the game together as our own factions, and we make some decisions, and maybe we don't go for the throat and try and kill everybody. Maybe we say, okay, everybody has a month or two that they can play without fear of aggression from other enemies, from players. And I think that that'd be really fun. If anybody's interested in doing something like that and exploring the game together with me, the pleasure would be mine. I think that that is something that I've decided that I am going to set up. So in the future, if they have online competitive play ready to go from the beginning, that is something that you can plan on, and I'm going to look very, very much forward to it. Lord Shadowing, by the way, says lunch today. 2 grilled chicken and Swiss sandwiches. Swiss for grilled chicken is actually delicious. I love that idea. That is an excellent decision. I'm going to cast Steelskin on my big stack of Vampire Lords. We're going to put these guys to the test. Let's see how much damage they can mitigate. Oh my gosh. How dare you do 20 damage to my Bone Dragons? My word. The Vampire Lords are going to hold steady. I'm just going to let them fight this fight. Down to 23. 6 ogres perish. I think I can actually kill the rest of these ogres. And then from here, the fight should be won pretty easily. Chris says, I'm just concerned with the specs required for Olden Era. I have not checked into that. I do not know what the specs are. Hopefully it's fairly reasonable. Yes. I only have my laptop. I mean, I can run No Man's Sky on it, so it should be good, but I do so cautiously, yes. And I hope that, I mean, let's be real. Part of the joy with Heroes of Might and Magic 1 through 3 was that it could run on any computer, like pretty much any computer. And so now if you don't listen to the fandom and say, hey, whatever old PC you have running Windows 95, if it can't play Olden Era, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. I really do believe. Folks, Rise Truant says the Neurolock dream be real. We mentioned earlier that I was really sad that I did not go for the Necromancy. In fact, I think it was Finn Glorfin had a nice comment, and he had talked about the value that he thought that there was for Necromancy. I explained my reasoning for wanting to do it in the first playthrough of Colossal Cavern. I think that I looked back and I said to myself, Necromancy, I wish I had taken it in the second playthrough, this playthrough that we're currently on. And because Beastmaster is my new hero, and because Necromancy is here, and because it looks like the vampires and the bone dragons are going to be around for a while, tell you what, I think we're going to take Necromancy. And we're going to continue on as best as we possibly can. Is there a Thieves Guild in here? Folks, we got what we needed. What was I just saying? I said I needed a Thieves Guild so that way I could see what these 3 villas have for us. A throng, okay. A horde. And then a horde of archers with some supporting troops. I really needed that information to decide whether or not it was going to be worth going into Dwarfburg. So can you defeat a throng of dwarves kind of in that 100 to 250 range after you defeat some Medusas? At least now I know it's not going to be a swarm or Zounds, for example. So that was actually a huge pickup. Getting this additional town is a big deal. There are 31 ogres available. I don't think that we're going to take those with us on the road just yet. I don't think I've seen a hill fort where I can get them upgraded, but we'll see what we can find in the near future. By the way, they say that there are genie lamps all over Coconut Beach. You just have to know where to look for them. Oh no, we might have missed out on some interesting storytelling by not checking the taverns every single week. I think that Charles Watkins is the type that always has something nifty for you in the tavern. I will do a better job of looking in the tavern every single week. Also worth noting that we do now have our second marketplace. That could be pretty useful. If we know that we're going to come up to the end of a new month, we might just turn all of our resources into something else. Maybe 10,000 gold worth. It's probably not going to be the best trading opportunity, but at least it's a strategy that's available now. And picking up some other free resources, that could be useful. Oh, there's visions again. I think we ought to stop in with our main hero, Beastmaster, my newly crowned necromancer friend, and we shall continue on. By the way, what is this pendant of life? Yeah, so our troops are immune to all death spells. Do we have Death Ripple? We don't have Death Ripple, but if we get Death Ripple or Death Wave, we'll be having a nice time. Okay, is this enough? Can we defeat a horde of ghosts? I think so. I think so. So we're going to continue on. We're going to go in this direction. Okay. Lord Shadowing subscribed to tier 1. Lord Shadowing, thank you so very much. I appreciate that. I do enjoy, and I enjoy having you here. Thank you so very kindly. Always a pleasure. The pleasure is always mine. So thank you. I'm so glad that we get to keep you for as long as we possibly can. Welcome and thank you. We've decided, I think, that we also need to go through these vampires. So we got to go in both of these directions. Let's see what's behind this jail, and then we're going to continue on from there. Rise to Ruin says Dragon Slayer will be useful against the green dragons guarding the maybe pyramids. Good point. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. By the way, uranium sulfide mine. I think that we do need sulfur still. Yeah, we still need sulfur. I think that we have to fight this horde of mutant zombies with 98 of these orcs. I think we can actually fight this fight. Blind isn't going to help. Cold Ray's not really going to help. less is actually going to be pretty stupendous. And these are mutant zombies. It's going to take them 2-3 turns to get down the battlefield. I think that we can defeat them. I think that we shall. We're going to do that in just one moment. Lord Shadowwing says, told you I would once I got some income. I appreciate it. And please, at no point should anyone feel obligated. Your presence here is fantastic. I sincerely appreciate the financial support as well. Sincerely, I do. Thank you very, very kindly, but never feel obligated. And I'm happy to hear that you are in a time and space where you feel good enough with your finances where you can send a little bit my way. So thank you very kindly. The pleasure is mine. Recall that there is this area up here, and there is a red hero, and they've got some forces. This, of course, is Crag Hack. I want to keep him alive. 20 goblins, 6 of the centaurs. Let's not lose him. How about that? Let's not lose him. Also, by the way, Lord Shadowwing, I really appreciate the Phixfox head via Winnymaru. Wonderful. Your scout, Millhouse, reports back. Sire, there's a brute of a barbarian up ahead. A few dozen ogres, some war trolls, and a few cyclops. I could see. What else there might be, I can't say. There are a couple more ogre villages up there too. He might be gathering his forces from there. Unless I'm missing something, there's no other way in or out. Worth noting, we do have, I don't know how many movement points we have left, but we're going to go here, grab the ore mine, and we're going to scoot away, hoping that he cannot reach us. Gargantua. If Gargantua can reach us, I'm going to be feeling really bad. If that's the case, though, I better split these troops, just so that way I have a chance to run. That would be absolute devastation if we lost Crag Hack over something as silly as 2 ore per day. All right. I don't know what to do with Carlon. I guess she's just going to go back. Going to go back. Have a real chill time. Oh, no. Folks, so we're going to get the opportunity to look at Gargantua here. And you should never avoid an opportunity when it comes your way. 8 attack, 3 defense, 2 spell power, 3 knowledge, good morale, Irish luck, 27 spell points left. We did see the haste come on out. There's no reason for us to stick around. We cannot fight this fight in any way, shape, or form. We will simply run away. 75 wolves is actually a pretty hefty amount of wolves, but I know for sure that our Beastmaster friend can defeat this foe. So we're going to head north into these ogres as quickly as possible. Astrologers proclaim this to be month of the Condor. And whereas before we went here to the west, this time we're going to go to the east. I wonder if there's anything hidden in here. Take a quick peek. Nothing shows up on the mini map. And so we're going to head north, or south rather. Wait a second, did we just lose Crag Hack because it was day 7? Nope, there he is. Whew. Whew. I wasn't scared, but I was terrified, for what it's worth. Oof. Less than ideal. Less than ideal. Chris says, I just wishlisted Olden Era on Steam. Looking at the screenshots, I don't see any reason why I can't run it. It just seems like a major upgrade of the graphics of the older games. Well, here's to hoping. And so let me ask you about that. What do you folks want? What do you people want in a Heroes of Might and Magic game released in 2025? I think it's a pretty good question, because there's some people that every opportunity that they get to play another Heroes game, they say it's good, except it doesn't have this thing. And they basically just want a one-to-one clone from Heroes 3 to whatever new kind of version they have. Do we want new graphics? Do we want new mechanics? Do we want it to play very, very similarly to Heroes 3? Will we prefer it to play closer to Heroes 4 or 2 or 5? What are you guys hoping for with the new Heroes of Might and Magic coming out? I'm very interested to know what you guys are looking for. Classic gameplay and not overly vibrant graphics for the sake of it. So compare it to, because I always consider Heroes 2 graphics to be pretty vibrant, more or less than Heroes 2. Is Heroes 2 fun for you to look at because of how colorful the palette is? Do you prefer Heroes 3 because it's less colorful of a palette? I'm interested to know kind of what your thoughts are on that. Okay, let's fight this horde of mutant zombies. Oof, this is a lot. Yeah, this is a lot more than I wanted to deal with. We're gonna survive, but it's gonna be close. Let's see if we can actually get some of these zombies. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if we can get them to come straight forward and maybe not go straight for the orcs. Oh, I suppose that this terrain is gonna force these gentlemen down anyway. But I have noticed, and it is my opinion, that Heroes 3 doesn't have nearly such... Vibrant is probably the right word, but the graphics don't look nearly as... extra. It's a different art style. And I had a really good conversation with somebody, and I can't find that conversation. I just don't know where it's at. But I had a really nice conversation with someone once who is a graphical artist, and they mentioned their thoughts and their feelings on the art. And they mentioned that they thought it was mostly more about stylistic choices for Heroes 3 more than anything, and so they didn't mind that the graphics changed over time from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, so on and so forth. Okay, we're going to have to cold ray this gentleman down here, but we're going to get one more good shot off with our forces, and then cold ray, damage, and then when it's the gargoyle's turn again, then we're going to steel skin these orcs, and we're just going to start to brawl with these gentlemen. So, Heroes 3 is my preference, if I'm honest. Yeah, no, yeah, and you're not going to find me having any grief about that. I think that there's an awful lot to be said about the different versions and the value of the different versions. So, really, the best thing I can say about any Heroes entry into the franchise is that I actually really love that they all play and act differently. I do. I think that that's maybe one of the features and not the bugs of the franchise. It feels really quality to me that the game is different. And so that way, sometimes I'm feeling Heroes 2, sometimes I'm feeling Heroes 3, and because they play different, it actually matters which one I pick up. So, gameplay, graphics, all that goes into it. Okay, that fight went pretty well. 22 orcs, we were able to shoot down the majority of our enemies. We did lose all of our spell points. For that reason, what's the likelihood I pick up a 5th level spell? It's probably high enough. And the estate's always nice, but most importantly, folks, we are going to pick up a soul for mine. So now we do have one of each precious resource generating mine. So even though Ari took a couple of losses, this was truly the best thing that we could ask for him, from him at this time. Nothing here, nothing there, skeletons and wagons. Somebody was telling me, and I forget who it was, but it was a YouTube comment. They mentioned that they found a BattleGarb of Anduran in a skeleton. I don't know how likely that is, but from here on out, I'm going to put a lot higher of a priority on these skeletons than I was before. Gold Traveler's Tent. We remember that we need the Gold Traveler's Tent still. Maybe this is the only one on the map, so we're going to have to find our way into that direction sooner or later. And we are up to 118 dwarves, 158. That feels pretty okay to me. Did we pick up this dwarven already? We did not. 1,000 gold. And we're going to explore in this other area. I want to keep these 6-speed Grand Elves because this is actually kind of a big deal to have a 6-speed creature. Oh wait, no. Very fast? Oh, we have the Air Elementals now who are going to actually replace the Grand Elves. It looks like we're going to end up taking a couple of archers or maybe some other creatures into our army in just a moment. So if we have to let somebody go, it will be the Grand Elves. I really wanted that 6-speed creature still, but if we have another one that's a good quality replacement, I'm fine with that. Okay. Let me hit end turn and go on to a new day. Gargantua is just laughing at us. The silly person there. And then Rise to Ruin says, 2 changes I'd like to see, at least for Heroes Might and Magic 2. Swap Liches and Vampire Tears. I have to think about that. Swap the vampires and the Liches. Let me think about that. The underlying premise of that statement, I think you need to flesh it out a little bit more for me. But I think, as I try and move chat into a place where I can actually read it a little bit there, but I think that as we're talking about this, what I'm picking up from you, Rise, is that you think that vampires are more valuable than the Liches. That's kind of what I'm picking up there. It's weird for the Necromancers because you have the skeletons, you have the zombies, and then you have the mummies. Those are all ground-based creatures. You could really use a flyer, and you could really use a ranged creature in the first 3 tiers. That's going to be pretty valuable for you. I guess it just depends on how valuable you think vampires are versus Liches. Tell me more. I think Vampire Lords are easily stronger than upgraded Liches. Also, to fix the Knights, make the Peasants upgradable to Militia. I like that idea. Having an upgrade for the Peasants, I think that'd be really, really cool. Interesting thoughts. Okay. Also, Chris says, that said, Heroes of Might and Magic 5 has just released an update to it in the form of Heroes of Might and Magic 5.5. It's really cool what those guys have done with modded Heroes of Might and Magic 5. Well worth a look. I got my Heroes of Might and Magic 5 from Good Old Games. I have that too. And in fact, I'm looking very much forward. That's going to be one of the first games that we play. In fact, if we finish this scenario, Colossal Caverns here today, I may load up Heroes 5 and play it for the first time. I've been saving it. I haven't looked at it at all. You'll be looking at me like a brand new baby deer on my spindly little legs trying to play this great game. But I haven't played Heroes of Might and Magic 4 ever in my life. If there's time, we may load it up just so I can get my first taste of Heroes of Might and Magic 5. It will not be 5.5, but I'll take a look. Maybe today is going to be the time. Also, Vamy says, not sure about Might and Magic Heroes 6, but 7 has vampires over liches. Okay. Albeit vampires are a lot stronger while liches are quite similar. Rise to Ruin continues their thought though. Vampires are relatively cheap compared to the power spike that they have. Liches are expensive to build and recruit, and the AoE damage is often more damaging than useful. Yeah, and so I think that you're making the appropriate comparisons, the appropriate argument for why you think that one is better than the other. That makes perfect sense to me. That really does. I do want to just kind of follow back for Vamy though, albeit vampires are a lot stronger while liches are quite similar. I think that that's very true. I really truly do. Man, there's a lot going on here. And I love that we're going to get the opportunity to have modding support for FHeroes2 so we can kind of try to parse out some of these different possibilities. Until that time, it's all theory crafting to me, baby. It's all theory crafting. You never played Heroes of Might and Magic 5? You're in for a treat. Lord Buraz77, nice to have you back here. Always a pleasure seeing you. So yeah, I never have just yet. So I'm looking very much forward to it. And Chris agrees. Okay, back to the action. Yeah, I am very much looking forward to it. It's become very, very, very highly recommended, of course. And it has been told to me to play the 5.5 mod. At first, I am going to try and just use the normal Heroes 5 just because I want to see how it plays. And then we'll get into the modding scene just a tiny bit more later. But we're going to make that happen. Looking forward to it. And part of the reason why we've waited so long to play it is strictly because I just didn't have a computer good enough to play it. I've mentioned this on stream before, but that is a pretty big reason for me. So we're going to just have to wait and see how it plays, and I'm excited to find out more about it. Oh no. Yeah, maybe letting go of the Grand Elf is good just for the morale, actually, now that I mention it, now that I think about it. We're not going to cast Mass Bless on everybody. We're just going to cast this Bless here. It's going to last for 9 turns. I don't think I'm going to need to waste another blind. I think I can defeat these Hydras. It depends on how excitable these dwarves are. If they are going to be inclined to actually set forth, then I think I can do some nice stuff. 1, 2, 1, 2. If I attack from the north here, I'm not going to kill this full stack, and these Hydras aren't going to get around me. So I'm going to do it just like this. It seems fine to me. Didn't kill nearly as many as I thought I would. My word. I didn't kill nearly as many as I thought I would. Maybe another blind actually is the play. Let's do it like that. Let's do another blind. And then we're just going to crowd around on these Hydras. Not with the Bone Dragons, probably with the Dwarves. Not the Battle Dwarves, but these other Dwarves. Yeah, Hydras aren't doing a lot of damage, but they're doing enough. Just be smart about this. I think that the Dwarves, I'm interested to see how much damage they end up doing, by the way. 6 Hydras, 473 damage. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Let's do that. I'm going to attack here just because the double hex attack isn't going to hurt my feelings too bad. The blind, of course, halves the damage that a creature will retaliate for. And these Hydras have now lost their turn. 7 Hydras are going down at a time. We're skipping. We're skipping. Dwarves are going up. They're getting ready, And there we go. A couple of Hydras goes down there. We're going to call this a day in just half of a moment. Although Hydras are going to get one more shot off here right now. Okay. So we went through many more Hydras this time than we did before. 5 of the Air Elementals, 6 of the Dwarves. I don't love that fight. I feel like I should have or could have fought that fight better. We did the best we could. And there are archers everywhere. It is going to be time for me to let go of these 2 Grand Elves. They did a great job, but we're going to let them go. And we're going to start getting our forces up to scratch here and now. Okay. Rice Ruin says, did 8 Hydras only kill 1 dwarf? Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of fun. I'm having a little bit of fun with it. I really am. Blind is so fun. And I really like the interplay. I think that Heroes 2, okay, this might be a controversial opinion, folks. Controversial opinion incoming. I think that Heroes 2 had the interplay between might and magic at the very peak that it's ever been in any iteration of Heroes of Might and Magic. Now, worth noting, I have not played every iteration of Heroes of Might and Magic, but I think that they got it the most correct here. The interplay between, wins and losses and victories and not, the balance between might and magic, I feel like it's the very best that you're going to find anywhere here in Heroes of Might and Magic 5. Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Ugh. Jeez. Even when I'm trying to make a good point, I can't stop myself from walking over myself with my own words. No, in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, I think that this is the very, very best that they have. I truly do. I could be wrong. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, but that's my opinion. Oh no. Stack of Medusa goes down immediately. We're just gonna go do damage. One bless. We're down to, I think it's 8 spell points left. The Bone Dragons are going to go support these creatures unless they get petrified. In which case, it's going to be the archers that support the Medusa. Never mind. Whatever. Without turn order, I feel like I'm blind. I truly do. But we come upon this wagon left by a trader who didn't quite make it to safe terrain. Unfortunately, others have found it first, and the wagon is empty. That is unfortunate. 2 wood here. A couple of archers. We are up to 99 archers. Another archer's house up to 152. And then there's going to be 2 more archers' houses we're going to pick up in just half of a second. Meanwhile, Airy is going to continue on his way. Skeleton, nothing found. Can't get around. Pouch of sulfur. That's a good artifact. A horde of mutant zombies. Do we want to fight that fight again? Do we have the spell power for it? The spell points? No, we need more spell points, but then we're going to have to go from there. Total4HU, hey Fix, hi chat, I'm just saying hello. We are having a D&D session at the moment, so I can't watch. Have a good stream. Thank you so very much for taking the time to pop in. It's always a pleasure to see you there, Tobal. We'll catch you later on the YouTube or in a future stream. Whenever I get to see you, it's always my pleasure. Thanks so much, and actually, before you go, if you haven't gone already, what are you playing as? Who is your class that you like to play as in Dungeons & Dragons? I know it's different from Dungeons & Dragons like 3 or 5 or whichever version you're using, but who are you playing as so I know who to root for? Okay, time for these lots of Vampire Lords. Yeah, this is a lot of Vampire Lords. Probably this is the best chance for me to use this mass slow, so that way I don't have to defeat all these enemies all at once. Let's just take damage from a couple of vampires at a time. Down to 3 here. Do I want to take the damage onto these Bone Dragons? I don't think so. I'm just going to skip. Let the Vampire Lords do what they do best. Now the vampires are going to get into the battle, or rather now the Bone Dragons are going to get into it, but let's see how it goes. No retaliations. Bone Dragons are staying alive, 102 HP. Let's kill this big stack of 8. Bone Dragons are going to work on this stack of 8 here. And so note that the 6 Bone Dragons are doing more damage overall, but the Vampire Lords at this point I think are the superior fighting stack, simply because of their ability to avoid losses. So, 4 skeletons. Hey! Necromancy's paying off. 4 skeletons. Nice. This is actually maybe important. Do you want the skeletons to go before the Bone Dragons or the Bone Dragons to go before the skeletons? I think I'm going to want this like this. 1 big stack of Bone Dragons, and then the skeletons will be closer to the bottom, just in case something crazy happens. Anyway, on to a new thing. In a dazzling display of daring, you break into the local jail and free the hero imprisoned there, who in return pledges loyalty to your cause. And who did we pick up? This is going to be Mother Astor the Wizard. That's going to be 80 peasants. Nice. And 5 of these veteran pikemen. They are level 8. Let's see if they've got some nice spells. Stone Skin, so nothing really special. They are simply an extra hero to have. I suppose you could switch to this hero if you really needed to, but I don't think it's that important. We found her. This Nocturna hero is the bane of my existence. For some reason in FHeroes2, Nocturna got loose. They picked up Mother Astor and they headed south and they wreaked havoc through this whole area. They eventually got down into this kind of sort of section, and I was unable to win because they had way too many forces way too quickly. With just a few ghosts, they were able to get those stacks of creatures up to massive forces, and I am scared to see this hero. I'm kind of tripping over myself. I want this gold mine. I want to take this fight here with Beastmaster, but Mother Astor is kind of in the way. Rise to Ruin says expert estates at least. I completely agree. I mean, that's 500 gold per day. So this is essentially a walking, talking gold mine. Okay, half of a walking, talking gold mine, but this really narrow sort of avenue here. Unfortunately, I have to walk all the way out in order to get my heroes situated correctly. Yeah, so we're going to come back for Nocturna because that gold here at the end is going to be too good to have. Plus this trunk of gold, we're going to go buy Gargantua in a moment. It's really nice that my main hero is doing so much while my other heroes are still being effective out on the battle map. By the way, Craghack is now bringing forth these reinforcements. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to send him to right here. Right here. And that way I'm just going to have to hit go every time it's his turn. Ah. Nocturna wanted me too bad. Very interesting that Nocturna did not take the prison to pick up Mother Astor herself. I wonder if maybe Purple lost a hero in our playthrough of FHeroes2. Maybe they have 8 heroes. And once you defeat one purple hero, maybe then they go through the prison and they cause havoc. I think it's safe to say that Nocturna was always locked away, but that balance gets thrown out the window when there's other issues, when other heroes go down. So interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. By the way, wolves. I thought that this was more wolves. I guess I was wrong. Mother Astor is just going to have to die. There's no redeemable qualities to her. There's nothing to do here other than run. We're going to let it go. Let it go. Yes, and Rice Ruin says, so glad the ghosts didn't eat those peasants. 1000%. Could not agree more with you. Absolutely. Huge plus. Huge plus. Lord Buraz also says, by the way, is there a more notorious heroes in the Heroes of Might and Magic series than our boy Craghack? I submit to you that as far as I am concerned, I don't think so. I think that he is the man, the myth, the legend. He's probably my favorite. Oh, geez. Is he my favorite? Tough to say. Craghack is way, way up there. I think I also have a lot of love in my heart for Sandro, that scheming sort of gentleman with the skelly face. Let's be clear. Sandro maybe has the coolest portrait in the world. Craghack, though, is just this rough and tumble adventurer who does whatever he wants to do. So the lore for Craghack is stupendous. It's stupendous. Yeah. I can't really give you a great answer here, but I'm a big fan. Okay, now that we know what these forces are, we need to continue on. We need to take at least one of these towns, if not all of them. I think that we're going to do it like this. Bone Dragons at the bottom because they fly. Air Elementals in the middle because they can respond to the north and to the south. We have awful morale. Some undead in the group and troops of 2 alignments. We really need the advanced leadership as soon as possible. We truly do. So, genies, I don't really want Ghoul Town. I don't know. Do you want Dwarfburg? I think Dwarfburg is the easiest fight against a horde of Medusas. Let's fight that fight, and then we'll go through this throng of dwarves, and then we'll go from there. Maybe there's going to be the opportunity to upgrade dwarves into battle dwarves. That would be wonderful. We'll see. Rice to Ruin, talking to Lord Buraz, says, coming in second to Craghack, the new guy on the block. Lord Phixfox. Yeah, Oof. Tell you what, actually, that would be interesting. That would be amazing if in some way, shape, or form, I was allowed to have my own hero in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Once modding gets up off the ground, maybe that'll be a possibility. But yeah, that would be dream come true sort of a deal. But let's be clear, just because I love the series so much, that doesn't make me any better than anybody else. Tons of people love the series. They adore the series, and they should. It's an adorable series. But, you know. That doesn't mean I need anything special. It doesn't mean I deserve anything special. How about that? Okay, I think that we've determined to fight this fight. I don't want her to get out and get these ghosts to be in really crazy, crazy numbers. I almost wonder if I should delete the skeletons. I think that the ghosts are going to attack these skeletons first off. So how about I do this? Let's do it like this. Let's just do single stacks. So if the ghosts want to feed off these guys, they're going to have a real bad time. And let's have some single stacks and let's fight this fight. Okay. So it's going to go my vampire lords, then their ghosts. Oh, never mind. 6-speed wolves. Oh, well, that changes everything, doesn't it? And so now here's the question. Bone dragons are going to be able to go and support these vampire lords. Do I just need to focus on these vampire lords? I think I ought to. 32 spell points left. I could do a mass slow. And then this terrain, I could actually pick off some forces. But will Nocturna the Necromancer, with her 6 attack, 1 defense, 6 spell power, and 8 knowledge, we've already seen the haste, will she then haste one of her forces next turn and then throw that turn order off? Do I need to hit hard and hit fast, or do I need to do some other choice? That is truly the question. Chris says, has anyone tried Civ 7 yet? I've heard many terrible things, many terrible things. I have heard similarly terrible things. I truly have. I don't know. I liked I liked Civ 6, but I wasn't able to get too far into it. I have heard that the general way that civilization games go is that they go, I don't know. It sounds like you have the release, and the release is okay, but buggy, and then over time they fix the game and it gets better. I anticipate that that's what they're planning on doing here as well. It sounds like it's par for the course. That's really what I'm trying to say here, is it sounds like that's kind of what you can expect out of these guys. The developers for that game, that's just what they do. I don't know. I don't really know what else to say about it. I'll have to get into it a little bit more, but I've seen some of the different bugs and things that have caused people some grief, and I think that people have a legitimate complaint for the series as a whole. Well, not the series as a whole, but this new iteration, definitely at least. We're going to cast Steelskin. Maybe we can prevent these vampires from doing full damage. 38 damage. We're going to have 11 HP left. That's close. That should be enough. Never mind. Unfortunately, one more bone dragon is going to go down. We're down to 4 bone dragons. Again, we're trying to let these vampire lords really deal this damage as best as they can. Let's peel back. Killing these big stacks where we can. I'm going to have the bone dragons stomp on these vampire lords. Boof. 512 damage. Get out of my sight. And then the rest of these creatures are going to skip. This is a vampire on vampire violence sort of a battle. Sort of a day. And the enemy's going to flee. I didn't even think about that. I did not even consider that the enemy might flee. Oh no. I wonder if Nocturna had a really nice artifact that I just missed out on. I might have missed out on a really nice artifact simply because I wasn't careful enough. I mean, I could have done lots of things. I could have slowed the enemy. I could have adjusted the stacks. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Huh. I was not anticipating that the enemy would run, and clearly that is my error. And I hope it doesn't cost me too bad. Steeson does say, get those skellies off my screen. No, my skeletons. And I'm going to keep them. And they're going to do a great job for me. And they're going to grow in power. They're going to get better and better all the time. So, nope, Steeson, these are mine. Thanks. Also, Rice to Ruin followed up and said, wolves might be a good stack to use as a health bank. Thankfully, it didn't really come down to that. It could have, and if it had, we would have been in real trouble. And then Chris also followed up talking about, I like Civ 4 and 5 equally as the best. I'm not sure what YMMV means, though. Your move, my van. I don't know. Help me with that one. I don't know that one. Yeah, I've heard that. I mean, let's be clear. You can buy Civ 4 if you don't have it. You can buy Civ 4 for probably like $10 right now, and it's one of the best entries into the series. So you got your choices. You got your choices. Oh, your mileage may vary. Thank you. I appreciate that. Meaning that you might enjoy it more or less. It just depends on you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to steal that, but I worry that I'm gonna have to tell people what that one means. It's not a particularly common acronym, so I'm gonna have to think on that one. Okay, Horde of Medusa. This shouldn't be too big of a problem. I say that, and then immediately I'm anticipating that we're gonna have major problems with my creatures being forgotten. They're going to have some big issues with their morale. Let's see about it. Steeson says, hey, you provide me exactly what I want. If not, hand me my pacifier so I can cry in the corner. Steeson, my friend, no, sir. Nope, I think that I'm happy to... I mentioned a while ago that I was going to plan on doing a sorceress playthrough. If you had been there, something about Steeson just makes me want to accommodate the things that Steeson wants. Something about your personality just generally makes me try and give you what you want. So it's a superpower. Please use it for good and not for evil. Ooh, the enemy's got bad morale. Wonderful. So we're going to back off. Stay here. I might end up hasting these dwarves. So long as the archers just continue to do tons of damage, I don't think I need to worry too bad. One big stack of Medusa there. Going to try and save these air elementals. And these dwarves are going to have a field day in just a moment. Bone dragons, I feel like they might as well get into the fray. We're not going to lose one bone dragon here on this retaliation. Another instance of bad morale. Good for me. Petrify comes out. Not great, not great. And I'm going to hope that these dwarves don't lose their turn. They do not. Which, let's be clear, with awful morale, it's always a concern. And now from here, the Medusa shouldn't have too much of a fighting chance. And that'll be that. Perfect. Okay, 1900 experience, and I think that the diplomacy makes a lot of sense. With the archery, with these 244 archers, this is a secondary hero, but maybe as bad as my morale is right now, I do have the leadership. If I get that up to expert leadership, I might be able to do something nifty. Let's take the diplomacy. Good choice, bad choice? Good choice. I think that's a good choice. And what we're going to do is we're going to leave these 11 battle dwarves here in Dwarfburg after all is said and done. And then I'll have a little bit of room in my army to maybe entice unicorns or dwarves or somebody into the fray. For now, let's go to Dwarfburg. Rise to Ruin says, imagine if Zounds of Dwarves join you. Oh my gosh, I would love that. Oh, and Steeson says, haha, it's okay, bro. My wishes are niche in the light of your entire audience. Gotta tell you, Never planned on having much of an audience. I remember I did my very first video, and the whole point was just to have fun. And I wanted to explore the FHeroes2 project, and that very first video is the very first video on YouTube. And I'm very happy for the way that things have gone. Didn't plan on being here, but tell you what, if you're hanging around really fun, really high quality people like I get to do, it's worth every moment. By the way, did you notice the 244 archers just killed about 60 dwarves? That's a lot. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see that again for a moment. Maybe for the whole rest of this battle. Nope. Let's see. How much damage? 1,000 damage to these dwarves. That's really a matter of attack skill versus defense skill. 9 attack versus 5 defense. We're doing 40 bonus damage with these archers. Yeah. I think we do have archery, but I think it's advanced archery. We're doing a lot of bonus damage, and that feels great. So we do take Dwarfburg. Are we going to be able to upgrade these dwarves? We do not get to upgrade them. Can we upgrade this town to a castle? We cannot. There's a captain's quarters. There's a statue. And it's a villa. It's a beautiful place. It's beautiful. What more can I say than that? Chris says, why is the morale so bad? Well, so we've got creatures of 3 alignments. 4 alignments. Knights, sorceresses, neutral, and then the undead. So that's -2 to our morale. And then we also have some undead in the group, which is another -1 there. But to counteract that, we do have the basic leadership. So if we can get up to advanced leadership or expert leadership, this might not be nearly so bad. But for now, the Bone Dragons are a really quality unit. I do want to keep them in the army. I think I do. I don't know. Are 2 Bone Dragons worth it? They've got to be worth it. They have to be worth it. They have to be. Tell you what, let's hope that these dwarves and these archers are enough to maybe get some unicorns to join us. Is there somebody else that might want to join us, though? Do we have enough gold to let people join us? We got 34,000. If they want to join us with this expert diplomacy, they might be inclined. Let's give it a shot. Ah, rats. I was hoping for a really cool moment there. It didn't happen, but at least we set ourselves up for a possible bit of success. Oh well. Oh well. I do want to cast a couple of slows, perhaps. Maybe blinds. Give the unicorns a taste of their own medicine. Maybe just the Mass Bless. Let's do that. Let's just do the Mass Bless. And then I'm going to have these creatures guard the archers. It's their job. It's their whole point and purpose in life. So our morale is still bad. Losing either of these creatures' turns would be horrendous. Let's move the Bone Dragons into this position here and hope for the best. We do get the archers' turns. That's great. and the dwarves are going to be able to step up and cause some grief to the enemies. Let's stay in a defensive position. Let's maybe do a blind though. I'd like to do a steel skin on these dwarves to keep them healthy and alive. They've already got 16 defense. These unicorns are going to do reduced damage anyway. Let's just take out the damage from one full unicorn. Blind, skip. Yep, and now the dwarves are going to take tons of damage. 3 dwarves goes down. Oh, that's it? That's not nearly as bad as I thought it was. And then this group is blinded. Okay, with good luck, archers do 1,800 damage. That feels okay. Feels okay. And now I think that my best attacking force is archers and dwarves. And so 3 dwarves is the cost. Not so bad. Not so bad. Because that battle just went the way it did, I think I'm going to wait on these zounds of battle dwarves. I don't think that I can guarantee that they're going to want to join me. Although, we're going to have to go through either them or cavalries in order to get back into this area. I think I'd rather defeat liches and cavalries than dwarves and vampires. So we're gonna carry on. We're gonna go in the other way. Lots of genies. Ouch. Oh, visions. I do have the vision spell. So 763 battle dwarves. They do want to fight. So that's what a good StrawberryJesus. Thank you. What a good use of this vision spell. 42 vampire lords. StrawberryJesus, you're my favorite person in the world right now. Oh my gosh, you're a genius. Look at that. Chris says, be right back. Windows update wants to restart. Okay, we'll catch you when you get back. 42 vampire lords want to join us, folks. It's going to cost us a lot of gold, but this is going to help the stack of creatures stay big and strong. I think we're going to go for it. Rise to Ruin says game changer. Yeah, it's going to be expensive, but boy, I think it's going to be worth it. So let's see. Lots of genies. I don't want to fight these genies if I don't have to, but you got to get to these vampire lords. I think if I step here, I don't know which I'm going to attack first. I seem to recall in Heroes 3 that if you step into this square that's occupied by multiple creatures, that it goes in this kind of grid where it's like 9 squares around this square. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that you fight creatures in order of top to bottom, left to right. So I think it should go vampire lords first and then genies. And so then I may not actually have to fight the genies first. I seem to recall that. We'll wait and find out. Maybe need to leave the big stacks in town. Lots of genies. Yeah, if I fight the genies and I lose half my stack of archers, I'm going to be so devastated. But I don't think I can defeat genies with just air elementals. Lots of genies. Let's see if we can cast the visions one more time. 32 genies. That's so many genies. Oh, that's so many genies. Like I need the creatures to beat them. You know what we can do though? This might be a bad decision on my part, but tell you what, let's leave the archers at home. I think that you're right. And then what we'll do is we will split the stacks of dwarves. So that way, if you do end up being on the wrong end of a genie's half stack attack, then you can only lose half of a third of your forces. So if that makes any sense, I think that leaving them at home is a big deal. And then the split is going to prevent major issues just in case something bad happens. So good idea. Way to go. I'm impressed with you. Well done. Well done. Will the vampire lords still join you if your army is at home? I don't think that they will. And so what we're going to do is we're not going to attack right here in this area. We're going to clear out the genies and then we're going to go back, pick up these forces and then come back. That's what we're going to do. So it's going to be a little convoluted. Before we go for the vampire lords again, I'm going to make sure that they're still going to want to join us. We're going to use that vision spell again. But if for some reason they don't want to join us, we're going to know that they're very close to wanting to join us. We'll go pick up some other troops, and we're going to hope that that's going to be enough to sway them to see things our way. So, chat is coming in clutch. Way to go, guys. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ah, man. I'll tell you this though. I think that we're gonna need to take a break in one turn. We're gonna go through one more turn, and then I'm gonna need to take just a 5-minute break. I'm gonna throw up the streaming sign. I'm gonna hit the timer, and then that's gonna give me the chance to go stretch my legs and then come back. So, back in the day, I could play for 4 hours straight. I am no longer that person. I'm gonna need a 5-minute break in about one more second. So we're gonna get through the end of this turn, and then that'll give everybody else a chance to go stretch their legs, take some time, and then we'll get right back at it. So, one more turn to go, and then we'll carry on. Bone Dragons are not too far away. It's day 5. Carlon's gonna sit. We're gonna drop off all of these archers, and we're gonna now split these dwarves into 3 stacks. So that's gonna be 50 and 50. How's that for quick math? It's not that good, but it's the best I've got. And I am gonna put the dwarves into the center of the battlefield here, and I think I'm even gonna do closed formation. Maybe I should do it like this then if it's closed formation. Then the dwarves are for sure going to get the most damage off wherever they're sitting. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I like that. And then Rice says, oh no, Steeson's going to cry again, Fix. That's okay. We like Steeson. It's always the pleasure to have him. So, no, Steeson's the man, the myth, the legend. And he's still the guy that I still need to do the rest of the spell tier ranking list with. Steeson, I have not forgotten. You and I as fathers, though, we're a little bit busy at the moment. We will manage that when we possibly can. Okay, lots of genies. Let's go, folks. It's go time. 3 stacks of 11 or 10. 3 stacks of 11 or 10. That's a lot. And because we are 5 speed and they're 5 speed, the air elementals are kind of going to lose their first shot. Maybe it's worth it actually to slow one of these stacks. Maybe blind. Let's just do the blind. Let's go down to only 2 stacks. Let's hope that we stay alive for as long as we can. Let's skip. And 142 damage from the genies. 1 bone dragon goes down. This might be the best thing. We're going to lose the bone dragons in this fight. We're going to lose the bone dragons in this fight, which is sad. But it's good because then we're not going to have the morale issues that have been plaguing us so far. So I'm going to let the bone dragon go down. I don't think that they would have survived any longer anyway. And then let's just do damage where we can. 9, 6, 1 element where 1 air elemental goes down. 3 genies, 1 air elemental. Good. We haven't lost any stacks. I'm going to start walking in this direction. I'm going to let these dwarves be the ones to do the damage here, and I'm going to make sure that the air elementals don't take any damage. I'm going to potentially risk losing 25 dwarves, but we're going to crowd around. We're not going to be shy, and then we're going to continue on our way. Steeson, by the way, says, man, I've never seen such a huge stack of archers in a human army before. Never? Never ever? I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of archers, but man, I've seen some stuff, man. You've seen some stuff. Surprised that that's the most you've ever seen. Also, Steeson says, while you were gone, consider this question. What does ranger mean to you in your language? That's a good, okay, I will consider that. And then just remind me, just in case I forget, remind me to give you my thoughts on it. I'll start thinking about it, but it's a noun, you know, kind of like the word tree. Like, it's a tree. Like, what is it? I don't know. It's a tree. So I'll have to think more on that just to add some stuff. Oh, the genies are awake. Kill them. Oh no, and the genies did half that stack of troops. Very sad. I should have attacked when I could have. Rise to Ruin, although immediately says Aragorn, son of Arathorn, which is absolutely the correct answer. Whenever I think of Ranger, if you ask me to say the next thing that comes to my mind, you better believe that the answer is always going to be Aragorn, son of Arathorn. Folks, we're going to pick up 2,000 gold. We're going to pick up another 1,000. We're going to go grab this, and then we'll come back for these vampire lords in just half of a moment. Carlon staying put. Uh-oh. I saw the magic well, and I did not realize that there were enemies guarding it. I'm a little concerned here. I think you have to bless. Which is better, steel skin or bless? How long is it going to last? 4 turns? You can't do both. Which is better? I think that the steel skin actually kind of matters here. 5 attack versus 4 defense. The steel skin is going to make me much better. Or blind. Blinding 1 stack of creatures, I don't know if that's going to be the most helpful thing. I like where your head's at. I just don't know if that's the best thing for me. Tell you what. If I step here, boars are going to come down. I'm going to see how many boars I can kill with these orcs. And my hope is that I can kill most of them. And then when they attack, I will kill the rest of the stack on the retaliation. I think it's got to be the steel skin. I think it's got to be the steel skin. Rise says, wait 1 turn, then steel skin. Yeah, that's basically what we ended up doing. Cast Asterix and the Obelix spell. Of course, I'm not sure what spell that is, but I know Asterix and Obelix. I know them from the cartoons. Let's do this. Okay, we killed most of the boars, and we're going to be killing 6 boars at a time with these orcs. And now I think that we do want to do the steel skin. I think so. We are out of spell points. It's just going to be a brawl. But thankfully, we're only going to have to kill... We're going to have to deal with the damage from 2 boars at a time. That's not so bad. Okay. Ugh, this is not good. Phixfox made a mistake. This is not good. Steel skin, let's see how long it lasts. Oh no, this is not going to be it, folks. This is not going to be it. I don't think that 39, 38 orcs, I don't think that that's going to kill these boars. Maybe these guys can't reach? No, they can reach. They can totally reach. Ugh. I would love to cast more spells, but unfortunately I am completely out of spell points because Phixfox was going to the well. We are out of steel skin. We are taking full damage. I think that Ari is going to have to quit the battlefield. I'm going to let him kill as many boars as possible, but in just a moment, he is going to go down. Uh-oh. Now is my last chance. I think I have to run, and so I feel obligated to retreat, losing 60 orcs. Wow, what an error. What an error. My mistake. Rise to Ruin says cast run away, and so we shall. And then StrawberryJesus says, does steel skin stack with iron skin or whatever the unimproved version is called? What a great question. What a wonderful question. And the answer is no, but that's very unintuitive in the game. It's very unintuitive that stone skin and steel skin, you know, does it stack or does it not? They replace each other. And so if you have stone skin on, you will replace your stone skin with the steel skin if you are to do that. So excellent question. And I think that your instincts are right on to even know to ask that question or not. Some people aren't even going to know to ask that question. So I appreciate very, very much that inquisitive mind there. Thank you. Mother Astor, we're going to pick her up. We just lost Ari, I know, but she's got the expert estates. She's going to be the better hero over Ari, even with this masthead. Goodness gracious. Although, let's see, Dimitri the Knight, he's a nobody. We're going to let him go. And then we're just going to finish up the rest of this turn. Crag hack, again, if you recall, trying to get forces to the front. And maybe with these 26 power liches, maybe we're going to have a new wrinkle in our fight moving forward. I don't recall if I got crag hack a spellbook or not. I did not. That was an error. Should have done that. And then we're not going to have to fight ghosts just yet. I think I already fought this graveyard, but morale doesn't really matter to me, because I'm the undead. So we defeat the zombies, we lose the morale. Who cares? It's not going to matter for this upcoming fight. And then Mother Astor, she's just going to stay put for this time being. Steeson says, tell Phixfox wife to go get some spell points for you at the mall. You think I can tell my wife to do anything? I can't. I can't tell her how to do anything. But she's a smart lady and she works really, really well. For and with me, we work well together. And she's a hard worker. So it'll work out. It'll work out. Chris asks, are we at the library? We are. We are at the library. So I'm going to have to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to walk through the different shelves of books. I'm going to look if there's anything that tickles my fancy. And I'm just going to stretch my legs for about 5 minutes. So folks, with that being said, let me put this on the timer and I will see you in about 5 more minutes. Be right back. Okay, folks, we are back. So, it looks like there's been a little bit of chat that I'm going to get caught up on, and then we will go from there. Steeson says, well said. I suppose that was about the question for the Rangers. Additional thoughts on the Rangers, though. When I think about the Rangers, I do think about, I don't know, people that really travel a long distance in my neck of the woods. We talk about the range is kind of where the cattle might go on the range, home on the range sort of a deal. And so there's a lot of different thoughts there. I do really think of somebody who is in the wild, able to travel amongst the trees, regardless of the terrain, and just go forth shadowy, silently. That is the connotation for me. I believe that that's what I think of. Maybe you think of something different, but really, truly, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, is the guy that I think of when I think of a ranger. 100%. Vamy says, Steelskin replacing Stoneskin may be unintuitive. However, do remember in Heroes of Might and Magic 1, one unit could only have one active spell effect at a time, which meant any positive spell could override any negative spell. You have a paralyzed unit? Just cast haste and you're all good. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, only being able to be affected by one spell at a time, that really begs the question, is it better to go first or is it better to go last? Turn order does matter when spells fight each other back and forth so very much. Rise to Ruin mentioned, didn't know that, never played Heroes of Might and Magic 1, but it sounds broken, haha. Just like Stone or Steelskin would be, I guess, with 9 defense. I agree. Having an additional 9 defense would be pretty fantastic for, I don't know, Vampire Lords or something. Steeson says, creatures can be blind and paralyzed at the same time, though. When hit, the creature will strike back like it was only blinded, as far as I know. That is interesting. We need to do some more science to figure out what happens if you blind and paralyze a creature. Because, of course, if you're blinded, you retaliate with half of the damage that you otherwise would have. If you're paralyzed, you hit back with no counter strike at all. You just lose that retaliation. So very interesting there that you think that if paralyzed and blinded, that you simply get half damage return. Interesting, very interesting. We gotta do some science there. Rise also then says, with Paralyze, it's supposed to be no retaliation, right? Then Chris says, I'm just popping out to the shops. I fancy some sweets or candy, as you Americans like to call it. If you finish before I get back, I'll catch you in the next stream. Otherwise, we'll see you in a bit. Chris, I appreciate it. If you're still here, go have tons of fun with that. Thank you so much for the time. Always a pleasure. Rise to Ruin does say, still mind blown about Rangers being a girl. Shout out to Phix for that video. Yeah, I really do enjoy the sprites video that I did. It was one of my more favorite videos because I really got to look down at some of the individual models, and if you see these things from afar, you might not notice that, yes, in fact, the Rangers are female and not male. So I hear that loud and clear. Also, Rise to Ruin says, I always thought it was a girly sounding guy with the when they stab or be stabbed with their tiny dagger. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me too. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting things when we kind of slow it down. It's always fun to see what's out there, and I'm sure that there's tons of things that I have not yet discovered with the sprites and with this game. The fun thing is that somehow I'm still playing Heroes of Might and Magic to this day, and I'm still finding new things all the time. By the way, was it a good decision for us to split the dwarves into 3 stacks? We did lose 25 dwarves on that one retaliation. I'm very glad that we did not lose any more, so I'm very happy for the way things went there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. I think that we're gonna view the vampires. Okay, they are now in the mood for a fight. We do need some tougher creatures. Tell you what, let's go attack Ghoul Town and see if maybe we can find some other forces. But we're gonna come back. We will come back for those vampire lords later, just not right now. Oh, look at that. Who could have predicted this? Somehow Phixfox forgot to turn off closed formation. Weird. Who could have predicted that? Some things never change, and some things always do. So with that being said, we'll figure out what things are what, and we'll just go from there. Spread formation, we only have 1 artifact slot. We need to be pretty careful. I think that we're going to need to bring, who is this hero, Troyan? We might want to send her north just to go to the villas, simply so that she can make sure that we don't lose any artifacts in the near future. Okay, Horde of Ghosts. Once again, I'm going to split these skeletons into multiple stacks. It's going to be 3, and it's going to be 4. Just so that way, if the ghosts attack the skeletons, they're not going to get a big enough chunk of damage off. I don't think we're going to have any problems with this, but we're going to have to wait and find out. Rise to Ruin says, I wonder if having bone dragons had an effect on vampire lords wanting to join because of alignment. I think that that is actually completely and utterly correct. I do know that if you have like creatures in the army, that does help influence the decision of the creatures wanting to potentially join you. And so maybe those bone dragons were more important than I gave them credit for. I do not know, I cannot say, but I think that you're definitely on to something there. Worth noting, 100%. These vampire lords are having an absolute field day. These ghosts are, once again, they're lost. They're hoping that they can become 25 ghosts in just a second. Buddy, I don't think it's going to happen. Let me just put your hopes for conquest down while I destroy the rest of your forces. But yeah, I think I've mentioned a couple of times on stream, and it's always worth repeating. As far as I'm concerned, it bears repeating. Maybe you're tired of hearing it from me, but the general format for creatures joining you or not, it does have an awful lot to do with whether or not you have creatures of the same alignment type, whether or not you have diplomacy, and then also just your general hero stats and total army strength. Those things all do matter in the grand scheme of things. And so, yeah, I think that it's quite probable that the bone dragons being of a like type, necromancy with necromancy, that would encourage some troops to want to join them. So I think that you're correct on that. I do. Okay, there's a horde of ghosts here. I would really like to fight these gentlemen with 15 spell points. I think that slow just really helps out a lot. And so for that reason, I think I'm actually going to go and defeat orc chiefs. Lots of orc chiefs. I think so. We're going to wait and find out. StrawberryJesus says, so if you bring one vamp there, that might do the trick. I think so. I think that really might do the trick. So I think we're going to have to plan on that being a strategy that we give it a shot for. There's no guarantees. I can't guarantee anything, but that is part of the general formula. And it's kind of one of those hidden mechanics that if you don't know about it, or if you don't read about it, I don't know when you're ever going to discover that, except through trial and error, where perhaps you say to yourself, hey, I've noticed that this is more likely than not the way that this works, or the way that this works. So yeah, a lot of interesting little tidbits that we always find in Heroes Might and Magic. Rise to Run says, hopefully the next villa will have some undead creatures then. Well, I mean, we do have potentially some mutant zombies here. We haven't been able to step in just yet. There is another Thieves Guild, another unupgraded castle, but there's a shrine here. You know what I haven't done? Oh no. You didn't see anything. But now we've got 10% additional necromancy skill, an additional 20% necromancy skill, and so that means that not Zam, but Beastmaster now has essentially 30% of all battlefield creatures that will be returned to him as skeletons. Maybe I should wait on these orc chiefs, actually. Maybe they're better off to me as skeletons. Tell you what, let's head north. Maybe there's going to be a mage guild in one of these towns. And then I'll feel better about defeating ghosts later. Let's do that. Let's do that. Decent says, Crag Hack equals Phixfox, but with a red beard. Huh. Yeah, you know, my kids actually are probably more likely than not to be redheaded themselves. My dear sweet wife is a fiery tempered redheaded lady, and yeah, so my kids are most likely to be Crag Hack. I am glad to be the father of the eventual Crag Hack, but one of my children, I'm sure, is going to grow up to be very ferocious indeed. We will wait, but we will wait and find out. We'll see how it goes. Let's see, I want to save my spell points here, but I'm going to wait for the new week. It's day 7. We're going to sit here overnight. We're going to pick up a mutant zombie. We're going to see if that affects whether or not these creatures join us or not. We will wait and see. And then Crag Hack is probably just going to stay here with this water wheel. He's going to grab all this before he heads out. And that's going to be another day. It's month 3, week 3, on to day 4. Oh, you want to fight me? No way. Did you see this? StrawberryJesus says, I wonder if Liches might join as well. Maybe. If you get the Vampire Lords to join you, I think it's more likely that the Power Liches will join. Very interesting thought. I can't believe that this guy wants to fight me. Do you know who I am? 8 attack, 3 defense, 2 spell power, 3 knowledge, normal morale, Irish luck. But I have 7 attack, 4 defense, and I think that my force is just... I think I just straight up beat you. I don't think you have any chance here. I really don't. I don't have the mass slow, which doesn't feel great. I think I'm obligated to decide, do you want to kill trolls or do you want to kill these wolves? I think that my vampire lords are going to attack the wolf, and then the bone dragons will on the other side. So tell you what, let's just use the liches to attack these trolls. We bring them down to only a stack of 1, and then watch this. Let's go actually away. I don't want the ogres to step up this direction. Let's attack here. Oh, ooh, good luck. Get out of here with that. I'm not scared of you. I'm a little scared, but 7 bone dragons with 18 attack against the 5 defense of the wolves. We're gonna do so much bonus damage. Let's see how much bonus damage it is. Oh, and good luck, you're gone. You're dead. Get out of here. 62 wolves gone. So without the good luck, we were gonna do about 615 damage. With the good luck, you do double damage. Yeah, we brought this stack of wolves down tremendously so. And the ogres have actually put themselves in a spot where these 15 skeletons are gonna do a great job for me. They're gonna do a great job in staying in between us and them. Rice Ruin does say, uh-oh, Cyclopes are going to get the double stack. They had the chance. They chose not to. I don't like that decision on their part. They went for the high defense skill Power Lich. Funny enough, I think that, yeah, Power Liches have the most defense out of any of my creatures, so that couldn't have gone any better for me. But so be it. So be it. And I think that we're even going to just duke it out with these Cyclopes. I'm not going to avoid the fight. I'm going to go right into them. I lose 1 more Power Lich, but I kill 2 of the Cyclopes. Not a problem. Not a problem. And then I do feel like the Vampire Lords, it's their time to go down here, start working on these Ogres. The Bone Dragons are going to peel off. They're going to start working on these Cyclopes. And the Skeletons are going to head north, maybe to counteract the value of these Wolves. And folks, yet again, the enemy has fled. It did cost us 1 Bone Dragon, which I'm very sad for, but we were able to defeat this hero. Once again, we're going to have to look in the tavern and see if we can find something nifty. Maybe we can find one of these heroes that has been set out to pasture, as it were. The Beastmaster has gained +1 defense, and between navigation and diplomacy, I'm absolutely going to take the diplomacy. If for no other reason than as another sort of hidden mechanic, as it's month of the boar or week of the boar, if for no other reason, then it's going to be nice to be able to retreat at the reduced cost. Now, worth noting, if you right click here, unlike in FHeroes2, basic diplomacy, it does not indicate in the tooltip that you can retreat for a reduced cost depending on what level of diplomacy you have. But we know that that is true. That is an example of another hidden mechanic that until you know about it, you're not going to know about it. 15 spell points left. We should be able to fight all of these fights. Hordes, throngs, this is not going to be too big of an issue at all. Steeson says, Phixfox wife is Troyan from the Sorceresses, huh? I will let her know that's how you think of her. I'm sure she's going to be appreciative of that. The red-headed sorceresses, you know. Yeah, she is something of a witchy woman, as it were. I'm a big fan of my wife. She's a really sweet lady. If you don't know my wife, she's a sweet lady. If you don't know my wife, that's also probably because I don't put her on camera. I haven't really asked her if she wants to be put on camera. Yeah, I have. And in general, it's just, I'm happy to be a face here, but other than my youngest kid, who at this point, I feel like babies are it's kind of hard to distinguish them one from the other. I just don't put my family on here. I worry about their privacy and I worry about their safety. I don't think that it's ever going to really be an issue, but it's more the principle of the matter. As a father, it's my job to make sure that they are fine and that they are safe. And so one of the ways I can keep them safe is I can keep them off of camera. That's the way I feel about it. Okay, 2 speed here, 1, 2. We're gonna wait 1 more turn. And now the vampires are gonna get into the fight and do so much damage, as will these bone dragons. Yeah, these power liches ended up being a huge force for good for us. And kind of weird that the ogres were going for the power liches. I get it, but kind of weird. Rise to Ruin does say better safe than sorry. Thank you, I appreciate that. I don't want people to think that I'm being obstinate or I'm being overbearing in the way that I try and conduct that piece of business, but it's the way it's going to be. So I appreciate that very much. Rather safe than sorry is absolutely the most correct way of dealing with it, I think. So thank you for that. Thank you. Let's see. Zam. All right, so right now, lots of vampires don't want to join me. What about if we have 6 mutant zombies in the fight? Is that going to be enough? Let's see, I don't want to be here. I want to be probably right about here, so that way my vision spell reads these guys instead of these guys. Let's just give this a quick check. They're in the mood for a fight. What about over here? Power Liches are also in the mood for a fight. Maybe the Bone Dragons were much more valuable than I thought that they were. Could be. Could be. Okay. And then Steeson says Phixfox's wife could be a wizard. Myra, of course, she looks very upset. Yeah, my wife is not upset. She's a nice lady. And then Lord Borysser says, I just scouted the FHeroes2 Discord server, and this sentence makes me hyped, whatever it is. As we look into the future, we are laying the groundwork for a major expansion. Yes, Lord Borysser, absolutely. They are planning on doing major things, including new campaigns, and I think that they are in the process potentially of, well, I don't know if they're working on that right now or if they are focusing all of their efforts on the map editor. I think that their efforts are on the map editor at the current juncture. And if the map editor is good and better, that's going to make making a quality campaign even better. More things to follow. Support your local FHeroes2 team member, please. Reisterwood says, not a suggestion, but the idea of Fix wife putting on a Troyan mask just came to mind. Yeah, I don't think she doesn't play much Heroes 2 herself, and so I don't think that she's going to even know who that is or what that's about. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what to do here. I want to go through these creatures. I truly do. Oh, I truly do. I think I just need more forces. I'll tell you what, let's go back. Let's pick up everybody we can here. Dwarves and Rangers and Elves and all of this, and even some more air elementals, and maybe that's going to be enough to get the forces of evil to want to join me back up. We'll see. Phixfox's wife does say that she is a wizard. That is her preferred her preferred class. My dear sweet wife is a wizard, more so than a sorceress. Hello, dear sweet wife. Nice to see you there. Phixfox's wife in the chat. By the way, stay out. No storing of illegal goods here. Signed, the underboss. That just makes me think that there are illegal goods here that I need to go and find. Like this. What's this? Animate Dead. Ooh, what a good spell. Animate Dead. Just in case I accidentally lose some Vampire Lords, Animate Dead could be big. Could be huge. So let's try and get our heroes to this Animate Dead shrine. Also, Rise to Ruin says, or excuse me, Steeson says, I know a bit or two about future plans, but I'm not going to tell you anything. Steeson, I completely support that. I'm not here to say that I am untrustworthy as a person with knowledge. I'd like to think that I'm pretty trustworthy. But I want to make sure that the FHeroes2 team has a very small amount of people that know everything that there is to know about the project. I think that the less people that know stuff, the better. So I am okay to be outside of that circle, because then as they release information, then I don't feel bad about having to ask the question, now, did they want me to share this with other people or not? So that being said, keep your secrets, my friend. Keep your secrets. By the way, my wife says that she also identifies as a murder hobo. If you're unfamiliar, murder hobo is the term that we use in my household when we're playing Dungeons and Dragons. That's the type of Dungeons and Dragons player that just kills every NPC that they come across. The kind of person that doesn't really care if they ruffle any feathers or hurt people's feelings. No. My wife is absolutely a murder hobo, and she's happy to play in character when she plays Dungeons and Dragons, but she also plays it very loose and fast, as it were. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Rice Ruin does say to Phixfox's wife, howdy, murder hobo. Hope the kiddos are doing well. My cat also enjoys the title of murder hobo, Lord of Making Biscuits. Those are two very conflicting titles there, Rise to Ruin. On the one hand, you have Murder Hobo, which I'm sure means that all manner of lizards and mice and whatever other small creatures are completely unsafe in the presence of your cat. But then on the other hand, it displays a much softer side. It displays the side of this cat who just likes to make biscuits, you know, just kneading away, just purring contentedly. I guess that just proves the point that there are many sides to many of us, and it's okay to be a little bit of whatever at any given juncture. So I'm glad that your murder kitty is doing great. Thrilled to hear it. Steeson does say, I knew it, Phixfox's wife, so you must be using that Hut of the Magi to keep an eye on Phixfox to ensure that he keeps that Twitch streaming going. My dear sweet wife has done me a big honor today by allowing me to play. If at any point, by the way, my wife says, hey, I'm really having a tough day, I would really prefer it if you stayed home from streaming, she gets what she wants. So today, it seems like it's not too big of an issue. If in the future, I'm just saying, hey, I would prefer to be with my kids, or I got other places to be, things to do, just know that that she is my voice of reason. Otherwise, I may never go to work again, and I may only play Heroes of Might and Magic on camera, and that wouldn't really be good for anybody. So with that being said, I appreciate my wife being the voice of reason as we try and have fun, but also be wise about the things that we do. These orcs are going down. Let's not blast our own vampire lords with our power liches. And we're going to take this other town, 146 orcs, and maybe more importantly, 15 skeletons. Wonderful. Borysser says, wow, Phixfox is a D&D player. The day couldn't get any better. While I don't play D&D, I love TTRPG. Warhammer Fantasy is my favorite. You know what? I play a little bit. In the same way that I speak a little bit of French, not a lot, I dabble. I have an approximate knowledge of many things. If there is a better, wiser Dungeons and Dragons master out there who can be the DM, yes, I'm happy to play Dungeons and Dragons whenever I can. So, with that being said, yeah, I like Dungeons and Dragons. It's fun. It's fun. Really, it depends on the group you have. If you've got a good group of people, it's wonderful. If you don't have a good group of people, it's kind of whatever. They say that there was a big brouhaha at the last Magician's Conclave. Several powerful heroes left their masters in protest and now walk the lands seeking employment. The wise leader would look to recruit them, as they say. Interesting. So, once again, that's another opportunity for us to look at our heroes as we pick up this chunk of gold. That's an opportunity for us to look into the tavern and see who is out there. Let's see if we can find somebody even better. Gwyneth the Knight is kind of a nobody. And then Luna the Sorceress, kind of a nobody. Yeah, look at that tavern font glitch. Steeson says, yeah, there's just too much that Charles Watkins was trying to put in there. I don't blame him, though. He's got a bit of an eye and an ear for storytelling, and so I'm grateful that he's a good storyteller. I value good storytellers wherever they may be, near and far. Uh-oh. What are you doing? You need to go north, my friend. Your job is not to collect resources. Your job is to bring troops to the front. Okay. On Troyan goes. 1,000 gold. There's a new town here. Hobbiton. Hey, Hobbiton. If you run with normal resolution, does it look all right then? I don't know. This is... I mean, Steeson, this is Heroes of Might and Magic 2 Gold. This is not FHeroes2 that we're playing on at the moment. I'm guessing that this is just normal resolution. This is just what you can expect. So yeah, no, I don't know if it gets better or worse. Currently we're playing on, let's see, where are we at? Oh, you can't even adjust the resolution. Yeah, this is 800 by 600. So I don't know if it gets better or worse over time. Just depends, I suppose. Oh, look at this, another gold mine. And we're going to steal it from these ghosts. They're not even going to see that happening. Whoa, a legion of halflings. A legion of halflings. Let's see if we can get them to join us. Vamy says, I also started playing D&D several, 5 to 9. Several. 5 to 9 months ago. We are quite a big group and didn't want to split, so we're running a 7-player campaign, which is a bit chaotic at times. I believe that. I believe it's very chaotic and very difficult to get everybody on the same page. Like, hey everybody, we're going to play on this day at this time, and then it takes 1 or 2 people to say, hey, by the way, I can't make it. I've got this or I've got that going on. Yeah, makes for a little bit of an issue, doesn't it? And Steeson says, normal, original Heroes of Might and Magic 2, mind blown. Yep, we're on actually the original Heroes of Might and Magic 2 right now because I was having some major issues with the AI being too good for FHeroes2 for this map. As I've mentioned in the Ghost Planet playthrough, Steeson, I think that Charles Watkins made sure that this map was very carefully attuned to exactly the specifications that he knew would deliver a great gaming experience. And because that gaming experience has been modified by the FHeroes2 AI, I think that this is actually the best way of playing this particular scenario. And so this is the way that I'm going to play the rest of Colossal Caverns. I love FHeroes2. I'm looking forward to returning to FHeroes2, but for now, this is what we got, and this is what we're working with. So let's see. Vamy says, we did also start a shorter campaign with 4 to 5 people, which is more manageable. That's a good idea. Good idea, so that we always have something to do, just in case people have to drop out. And then Borysser says, I'm normally GMing for 6 people parties. So yes, I'm master of chaos. Are you the kind of DM or GM that likes to punish players for being too sneaky? I love whenever you hear people doing something fantastic, like, oh, if you're a halfling under a certain weight, say, 3 to 12 pounds or something like that, and you cast magic hand on yourself, you can like make yourself fly. Are you the kind of DM that would then say, okay, congratulations, you just flew into the stratosphere, and then when you dropped to your death, you had one final thought of, hey, this is totally not good? Are you the kind of DM that punishes players for metagaming and doing things that they ought not to do? I'm very interested to know. Vamy says, oh, we've had people not being able to join on multiple occasions. Party members pop in and out of existence quite literally. Hopefully it's not your healer. You need your cleric to make sure that everybody's staying alive. If the cleric is not there, or if the cleric is not happy, nobody's happy. Rise to Ruin says, my D&D character is a knight's suit of armor with a very tiny stone golem hidden inside, puppeteering it. You can riddle the armor with arrows or rip it limb from limb, but your actions are futile. Mwahahaha. You see, that seems like the kind of thing that a DM might try and punish you for, being like, oh yeah, you think you're so clever? Let's see about this. That is also, by the way, the type of class. I don't know how I'm supposed to score that. Like, what kind of class are you? Do you get knight class statistics, like as a knight or a paladin? Do you get like golem stats? I don't even know. I'm very interested. And then Steeson says, anyway, what does ranger mean to you? If I look it up on the internet, ranger does not equal a person looking like Robin Hood from a beloved Disney movie. Yeah, ranger, I just think of somebody that is going over a large range of terrain, often difficult terrain, and they are walking, running, sprinting, and doing a great job in traversing the terrain in a very nice way. That's what I think of anyway. Rise to Ruin says, yes to the chaos at Borysser. Wonderful. Borysser does say, no, my first rule, my rule of cool, is that if they have something interesting in plan, I definitely let the dice decide. I love that. Way to make sure that you take yourself out of the situation. You as the DM are not meant to stop people from having fun. You're facilitating a fun experience. I love that mindset. I love that thought process. And if it works, wonderful. And if it does not, so be it. But punishing creativity never seems like a good decision. I appreciate that mindset that you have. Well done, my dear sir as a DM. Vamy says, we have a lot of new players in the larger campaign, myself included, so the DM didn't make the fights too difficult, so we can take most of them with half of the party. That's a really good idea. Again, smart DMing all around. I think that people are doing a good job of being smart about the way that they deal with the inevitable issues that will arise. So good stuff there. I'm definitely for that. And then Steeson says, there is no Danish equivalent to Ranger. Well, that just means that you need to make one. You just need to make one. So yeah, I'm not gonna be able to help you with that, Steeson, but I'm sure that you're gonna find something wonderful. Mayor Milo scurries up and offers you a key to the city. Just a few pests to exterminate, you understand. He points out the passage to the haunted cavern and asks if you are up to fighting ghosts and undead dragons. If not, we'll find someone else, I'm sure. Oh, did I mention that there's a reward, 500 gold. So it looks like we got to go through these creatures in order to get tons and tons of these halfling holes. We're already up to about 216 halflings though, my word. That's pretty good. Not nearly enough to deal with these legions of halflings, but we'll come upon them when we can. Looks like there's a path here. Throng of boars. I think we better defeat this throng of boars while we can. Let's make sure that our troops are situated correctly. Let's put peasants near the top. Let's put dwarves near the top. And let's make sure we keep Troyan the sorceress alive. 1,000 extra gold a day goes a pretty long way. And now Carlon is going to sit and wait per her usual job, duties, and title. I'm going to go back and just make sure that these vampires don't want to join us. Yeah, I'm sad. Darn. Well, don't say I didn't give them the chance. We'll come back. Ooh, there's a Sphinx. We've got to pick up that. We have to pick that up. And then this is, again, our primary hero here. We're going to go pick up another gold mine. Actually, we're doing okay on gold. How much gold do we have? 75,000. We got quite a bit more of a ways to go, but hey, we're going to eventually get to 1 million. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Let's see, a couple more resources here and beyond. One sec, I'm gonna adjust my chat screen so I can actually do both at the same time. I'm struggling. You guys are giving me so many wonderful things to talk about that I'm struggling to play and read at the same time, but let me do a better job. Vamy says, our DM makes us roll a D100 if we want to do something out of whack. If you roll 100, congrats, wish granted. However, if you do not, there's all kinds of good or bad consequences that occur. Really fun around. Yes, I do love that very, very much. I think it's wise to be able to allow things to happen. And even if it's a very small chance, just having a chance is worthwhile. I think that that's very useful. So again, good DMing as far as I'm concerned. And then Rise to Ruin says, those hidden boars again. Yes, they are absolutely these hidden boars causing me all this kinds of grief. I might as well get the damage off with the rogues. I really hope that, oh geez, I hope that at least peasants get to go for this upcoming turn. We do have the haste, we got the bless. Oh, let's see, 216 halflings. Tell you what, if I bless, then I can almost guarantee a full stack of boars dead. Let's do that. Yeah, it's gonna be a full stack, 616 damage. The bless was actually necessary if you didn't just notice. That actually was pretty important. I think I ought to step up with the peasants and up with the dwarves. Yes, yes, perfect. Okay. Steeson says, already did. I did the Danish FHeroes2 translation, you know. Yes, I do know. So I wasn't sure if you just didn't have one ready for us or not, but I'm very glad that you got that, and thank you again for your efforts. Well done. Oh, well, with tremendous help from the Norwegian player Zens. Yes, I do like Zens very much, by the way. If you're not familiar with Zens, he's just one of my favorite people. Quality individual, loves Heroes of Might and Magic in all of its many forms. Yes, yes, Zens is a friend to anybody that likes to play Heroes of Might and Magic. Uh-oh. That's not good. We're gonna have to step up with this one dwarf to right here. Uh-oh. Thankfully, a bunch of halflings are still gonna do tons of damage, but this was less than ideal. I wonder how many boars I can kill here. Most of them. Oh no, my little halflings, they ought to just kill 4 boars. No, my halflings are gonna kill like 23, if given the chance. 36 halflings goes down. The peasants, all of them gone. That's actually fine for me. The morale is gonna be much better moving forward. And I think we're gonna take the diplomacy. I think so. Hopefully we don't run into anything too bad. A horde of zombies. Can we defeat a horde of zombies with these halflings? I think so. We've got plenty of spell points for the bless. We just have to keep these guys alive. And then Borysser says, though many times excellent, creative plans were spoiled by rolling 100. It's the Warhammer equivalent to Dungeons and Dragons Nat 1. Yeah, you don't plan on it happening, but it really adds to the tension just in case something crazy does happen. And so I really do like that. I really do like that. RNG in some games is great, and RNG in some other games, not so great. It really does depend on the game, in my opinion. Uh-oh, like that. That's actually good. Even though I just lost my turn, I think that occasionally having some bad luck does suit me well. I think I do appreciate that. So, it just depends on the game. Chess, for example, it's a game of skill, less than a game of chance. Games of skill, I would prefer less luck involved. Other games, luck is kind of the formative way that you deal with this. By the way, archery plus 10%, great pickup. Wonderful, wonderful pickup. So yeah, just depends. We cannot defeat the 4-speed mutant zombies, so we're not going to try, but we're going to come back later and see what we can do. Legend of the Templar. It is often claimed that the Templar treasure was taken from the vaults of Solomon, but where Solomon acquired the treasure is the subject of other tales. The legendary lost mines may account for the gold, but what of other wonders, magical items, and documents from before the time of kings? I am yet again going to take a picture of this because at the bottom, A equals M. I think I remember that this is going to be very important later on. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled for other opportunities and see where this takes us. +1 defense, windmill, horde of zombies. Let's fight this fight as well. Steeson says, the closest we get to a word for ranger is from a title that the Lord of the Rings character Aragorn has before his real name is revealed. Strider? Strider is what he's known as beforehand. I don't know what it is in Danish, but I really do. I mean, I always knew him as Strider. It was always funny as a kid. I got so attached to him being known as Strider that I thought it was like an insult somehow that we used his real name. So I assume that Strider is the name that you're discussing. I don't know what it translates to in English, but It makes sense to me. Folks, we just became much tougher with these halflings. We can take tons of fights that we were unable to do so. Troyan is doing a great job for us. Well done, Troyan. Also, Steeson says, wow, the boars hate you on this map. Yeah, they do. But don't worry, I hate them just as equally. So, are we equally enemies? Yes. At least one of us doesn't pretend to like the other. Folks, this is very important. We have to get this correct. I have a riddle for you. The Sphinx says, Rise to Ruin says save first. Save first. We're going to save first. I don't usually save, but we're going to save first today. We're going to accept this challenge in just a second, but we are going to save because this is more of an RPG map. We can't lose. We can't lose this hero. That'd be too much. Otherwise, I would generally just ignore this Sphinx entirely. So, all right, Rise to Ruin, you got it. We have saved. But here's the riddle. Do we accept the challenge? We do. Rise to Ruin does say the last one was A and P at the Paladins in front of the graveyard. Curious of what it will lead to. And then Steeson does say, yes, it is Strider. So perfect. Okay, here is the Sphinx riddle, folks. Now I am living, but once I was dead. Like St. John the Baptist, I must surely have bled. I've followed to the temple wherever it's led, and its chivalrous order I now proudly head. Who am I? Who am I? Now I am living, but once I was dead. Like St. John the Baptist, I must surely have bled. I've followed the temple wherever it's led, and now its chivalrous order I now proudly head. Who am I? So I know that we've come across several signs that talk about the Knights Templar. I know that paladins have been guarding the graveyards outside of the signs that talk about the Knights Templar. I wonder if Crusaders lead the chivalrous order, but now I am living, but once I was dead. I can't think of a creature in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 that would really fit the bill for that. Unless Crusaders are somehow resurrected beings in like Heroes of Might and Magic 2 lore. That would be very interesting if that was interesting lore. Was there an undead hero in a temple or castle town? I don't think so. I remember Count Iblis. Steeson says Lord Hart. Yeah, Lord Hart would fit the bill. Very interesting. Very interesting. I am hoping, but not for the Heroes of Might and Magic 3 story, you're correct. I'm hoping that this is a situation where the answer should be here somewhere, but maybe we've missed it. Vamy says maybe they weren't literally dead, but spiritually. Tell you what we're going to do. Because we've saved, we're going to try 3 guesses, okay? We're going to try 3 different answers, and if we get it right, wonderful. And if we don't, we're going to leave the Sphinx alone, and we'll stop guessing and such. Because I think that we have a couple of different possibilities here. And I want you all to decide amongst yourselves which answers, what 3 guesses we should make. And we'll just see if any of those 3 guesses are correct. Rice Druin says to Vamy, you just described most of the human population. I'm spiritually dead inside. Season says, yeah, an angel of some sort. Like St. John the Baptist, I must surely have bled. Followed the temple wherever it's led. I think that speaking of the temple, there's been a couple of references to King Solomon's temple, which makes me think of like the Templar Knights. We've seen paladins guarding the graveyards. Crusaders kind of would lead the head of the order. I've heard answers that people have wondered, things like Lord Hart. We've not seen another hero that was leading knight faction troops. We could, of course, say something like the Archangel Gabriel, right? An angel of some sort, maybe. I'm going to use one of our guesses, right? We'll have 2 guesses after this, but I'm going to just say Templar Knights. Oh, too much. I'm wondering if just Templar is the right answer here. That's going to be my first guess, and then we'll see what you guys think about the other 2 guesses. And then Vamy says, any other biblical characters that engage in resurrection? Lazarus. Lazarus was raised by the Christ. That could be a real possibility there. Season says, I'm thinking about Roman emperors, though. They undergo an apotheosis where they get immortalized after death. Interesting. Vamy says, that's the only other thing I can think of for now. I was living, but once I was dead. Maybe Lazarus. Tell you what, let's do that. Let's do that. Lazarus. We've guessed incorrectly, but I like that guess. That's a good guess to have there. Keelan says, I think it should be easier than we make it out to be. You're probably right. We're probably making this a little too tough, but let's see what we got. Okay. So I do want to try Templar. I feel like that might be the possibility. That's a no. And now we're just going to do the shotgun approach where we just make tons and tons of guesses and hope we can get it right. Anybody have any other things that they want to guess though? Paladin. Nope. Put your guesses in the chat and then I'll put it in. What have we done so far? Templar, Paladin, Lazarus, Crusader. Nope. If I misspell something, by the way, of course, that will impact whether or not we are able to move on. One person's put Christ. Okay. We put Crusader down. Spirit, Solomon. Solomon's a good one. I like that one. Let's try Solomon. Nope. Alrighty, folks. Tell you what, I think that the answer to the Sphinx might have to just be somewhere else. I'll try the last one here that Season put down for Spirit, and then we're just gonna call this one a day. We're gonna walk away. The Sphinx is not gonna get their chance to eat us, and we're not gonna get the chance to take their prize. So with that being said, that is our last guess, and we're gonna come back to this another time. I hope very, very much so that the guess is somewhere else. Patro, hey Patro, nice to see you there. Appreciate you chiming in. Knights Templar, I tried Templar Knights and there's not enough space. So I think we tried just Templar. Did we try just Templar? Didn't I try that? No, it's not Templar, but that's one of the guesses I would have thought. So yeah, I like that. So, and we did try it. Rise to Ruin says, okay. So we're just gonna have to leave this one alone, but I like that guess a lot. And we're just gonna have to hope that we can come back later. No harm, no foul. Maybe, hey, you see? Paladin's right here. Maybe we need to come back. Maybe we gotta find this sign and that sign will tell us more. Okay, back to the action. We did try Christ, maybe Jesus? Maybe. We'll come back. There's gotta be a clue later on. We come to an abandoned gold mine. The mine appears to be haunted. Do you wish to enter? Yes, I do. And, oh, let's see how this fight goes. We do still have a slow. I do want to use the mass slow. We're going to find a magic well somewhere else later. I just don't want these ghosts to get into these skeletons and cause me so much grief. Keon says, by the way, these streams are in the best time, at least in the EU. When I'm done for the day, I can chill and watch this. I'm so glad to hear that because, yeah, I think it's pretty clear to me that the European audience, you folks really enjoy Heroes of Might and Magic so very much, and I really enjoy it so very, very much. Canadians, people from Europe, oh, there's a couple of other places, Philippines, and Australia. I think that those are like my top 4 places where a lot of watch time, at least on the YouTube videos, comes from. So I appreciate being able to have the European audience here. It's definitely a pleasure. I know that for the US type folks, this might not be the ideal time, but because I stream at the library, by the time that it's 7 or 8 o'clock when people might settle down to watch anyway, by that time the library is generally closed. So this seems to be the best time that I can reach the most people, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm glad that this works very, very well for you, sir. StrawberryJesus says, can ghosts be joined somehow, like near the villas? That's such a good question, and the answer is no. They are hard-coded as the only unit in the game that cannot be encouraged to join. Diplomatically, they won't join. You can't find a way to join them except for one adventure map obstacle, that being the Pharaoh Mound, but they will not diplomatically join you. That's just something that we've learned from other stuff. Yeah, very sad, very sad. And you would think with expert diplomacy that you would really like to make that happen, but unfortunately not. Lord Shadowing says, FYI, Restream has a free version, so you can stream to Twitch and YouTube simultaneously, but it adds a watermark. Yeah, I just upload the videos later anyway, and it works out fine for me. I don't like the quality when I do a restreaming or like a mirroring. The quality is not as good, and I'm a little bit particular about that, so I appreciate that. But yeah, I'll just upload it later. No worries. A magic woodchuck appears in a camp this morning and asks for something to eat. After stuffing himself on pistachios, he reports that the hobbits have put out word that they are seeking a champion to rid them of a pack of boars that have been ravaging the area near Hobbiton. I'm pretty sure that we've dealt with these boars, don't you? Which lies in the mines below Coconut Beach. Then he smiles and floats away in a blue bubble. You decide to lay off the grog. I'm pretty sure that whatever that creature was, that was not a chipmunk. No, it was not. Maybe there are some more boars over here. Horde of boars there. We're going to have to go through these wolves at some point. They're going to be just as tough to deal with as the boars are. But let's pick up +1 defense, plus on the gems, and then we're going to continue on from there. +1 defense at the fort. Oh, lots of cyclopes. That's more than I want to deal with. And then let's soldier on. Heading south. Oh, we can reach this tree of knowledge. Shall we visit it? Tell you what, let's get one more level through experience, and then we'll carry on from there. Interesting that this is lots of paladins. Other stacks of creatures, like up here, it was one single paladin guarding that area. This being lots of paladins, this might even mean that there's a stack of crusaders. We've got the spell points. I think that we can deal with these forces, but yeah, this is a bit more than the other stacks have been. So we're gonna keep track of that. Steeson does say we got to find Asterix and Obelix. Yeah, we'll keep track of them eventually. What's this? That's a flashbang right to the face. And my poor friends, this stack of Crusaders, they just have to suffer. We're probably going to do another blind right here. We're going to move these creatures up. We're going to take out this top stack of Paladins. Dwarves go up, and we're going to use our speed advantage to do one more blind here. And then hopefully this group of paladins cannot reach the dwarves. If they can, we'll just kill them on the retaliation. We sure do. At the cost of only 3 dwarves, that's not nearly so bad as it could have been. So dwarves, they can take out one full stack. I don't think the elementals can. But archers and dwarves, that's how we're going to win these fights from here on out. 3 dwarves goes down, glorious victory, no problems. And let's see if we can get something nice in the graveyard. Uh-oh. We've only got 1 slot left. I'm going to risk it. I am going to risk it. But another sign, interesting. Legend of the Templar Grave. Treasure seekers throughout the dungeon have sometimes desecrated Templar graves in their greed for the legendary Templar treasure. Oh, I feel attacked. However, the Spirit Knights protect the souls of their fallen brothers and often call up dark forces to impose their revenge on looters. I think that's me. I think that they're talking about me right now. Oops. So be it. Well, we're gonna fight in this order. We're gonna go in this direction, and then we're gonna slide back through the graveyard just in case I find some random treasure. Steeson says, miss the paladins from Heroes 1. They were wonderful troops. Seriously. Those guys look mean and serious, and when they strike holy moly, you can feel that swing and hit. It might be the very best art style. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of different thought processes there. Which is the best Crusader sort of sprite model, as it were? I think that the Heroes 1 Crusader is really pretty good. I'm also very partial to the Heroes 3 Crusader as well, by the way. Heroes 2 is so classic, though. So good. So good. And then Vandelf89, finally I get here. Vandelf, welcome to the chat. It's a pleasure having you here. Thank you so very much for your time. I know that that not always are we able to meet each other and cross paths, but it's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome. Nice to have you in the chat. Borysser says the answer for the Sphinx could be ciphered. We have letters in these texts. That's true. And that's part of the reason I'm taking the picture, so that way we don't have to go back to these different signs in order to pick up those missed question points. So, by the way, a group of orc chiefs want to join us. Are we going to let them? Yes, we shall. Maybe the rest of these orcs are going to want to join. Well, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Folks, we've got 255 orc chieftains. They all just joined us for free, and now these 31 out of these 124 want to join us for a huge cost. I don't think that we're going to let them join. I think that we are happy with our 255. What is 31 additional orc chiefs at this point? I think that we're going to just have to fight this fight, and we will eliminate them. They should have joined us for free when they had the chance. You got greedy, kid. Kid, that's all it came down to. You just got greedy. How could you? I'm going to haste my stack of orc chiefs, so that way they get to go before everybody else does. I'm going to attack top to bottom, and let's see, top to bottom here. Oh gosh, that's embarrassing. Ah. And then from here on out, bone dragons and vampire lords should finish this fight off with no issues. Wonderful. Rice to Ruin says, by the way, my favorite are the Teutonic Knights from AoE 2. I have a tattoo inspired by their capes. That's so cool. That is so cool. Yeah, I tell you what, I kind of missed out on the boat for Age of Empires 2. I've played tons and tons of Age of Empires 1. I never did get into Age of Empires 2. I think it was a matter of not having the computer specs for it, but the Teutonic Knights, the different factions, I love that. I love that, and I'm glad that you found something that was very intriguing that you could make a cool design off of, so I love that. I'll have to go check it out so that way I can see. Actually, hold on. Let me just do that real quick. AoE to Teutonic Knights. You know what's good when, as you Google it, one of the very first things is, how do you counter the Teutonic Knight? That's how you know it's a very powerful infantry unit. Oh yeah, that's a really cool looking cape. I like that. Oh, with the cross on the front and on the helmet. That's a cool looking unit. I like that. Yeah, I'm sure you can make a really cool tattoo out of that. That's awesome. And then Keelan says Crusader and Heroes 2 wins, but the one from Heroes 4 follows closely. Heroes 4. I can't remember that one. That one escapes me. I'm going to have to look that one up soon as well. Chris is back. Evening all. Back from the shops with your sweets and candies. Good. I'm glad. I'm hoping that you're very happy with it. Oh, few paladins. We're going to go right through you. He wants to join. We're not going to let him. 600 gold. That just seems like a lot. Yeah, for this army, that seems like a lot. And then Steeson says, you can see the heaviness and weight of his sword as the sword falls to the ground and hits creatures in the foot as soon as the sword leaves his shoulders. Yeah, just the big claymore, and you just have to do a big thwack. It's very nice to feel the weight in that sort of way. So I do like that. I think that we mentioned that the graveyard's a little too tough for us to deal with. I think that that was before I picked up the 25% bonus damage from the archery. If I do single stacks of peasants, I might be fine. I might be fine. Let's fight this graveyard. We might as well. We approach this burial ground for ancient warriors. Are we going to search the graves? You better believe it. And we're going to hope for the best. Okay, and Steeson says, oh yes, the heaviness of the sword. Borysser says, that's a Sauron welcoming gift in your party. In relation to what? Help me out there a little bit. I forget where I'm at. Unfortunately, when I get behind on chat, I miss things in real time. Vandel says, at the real Phixfox, I watch your videos and live records on YouTube. You are amazing and so positive. Also, I salute your skills. I appreciate that. Very, very kind words. I really appreciate being positive. I think that that's one of the best things I've got going for me, is that not only do we get to enjoy a wonderful, positive game, but then also we get to spend quality time with really wonderful, positive people. So I appreciate you being here. Thank you so very, very much for adding your presence to this wonderful group. Thank you. Steeson says, I wonder though, how can paladins be so fast in a suit of brass armor when farmers with no armor are so slow? The peasants are so slow, but the heavy armored creature. Hey, if you are big and buff, if you are Conan the Barbarian, you don't actually need to worry about your armor. You'll just carry 60 pounds of armor. No big deal, whatever. Rise to Ruin says, I'll post a pic of it to Discord if I can. Wonderful, please do. Thank you very much. Keelan says, it's not the highest level unit in Heroes 4, but they have cool silver armor and are pretty powerful. Okay, yeah, I've played Heroes 4, but it just escapes me. I just can't recall what they look like. I'm gonna have to look into that. And then Vamy says, I beat Nocturna in FHeroes2. I found her to be the most random spot imaginable. We found her outside of that gold mine, on the other side of that one hero, Lady Astora, Mother Astora, Aurora. She was in the prison. So maybe if that's where you found her, that would be the random spot. Chris does say, I bought Age of Empires 2 HD Edition on Steam. It's the RTS sale. I have yet to play it, but I'm told it's really good. Hey, if there's a sale for Steam, I hate to say it, but Gaben steals all my money simply because he puts sales out there and then I buy games that I have no business playing. So good on him. I'm glad that their business model indicates that they're going to be very successful for years and years to come. Steeson says, Heroes 4 Crusaders have stiff movement. It looks weird, but the idle stand with the light from heaven hitting his sword in face every now and then looks awesome. I like the sound of that. That sounds really cool. I like that a lot. I'm going to move this peasant right to here in just a second. I'm still going to attack this closest gentleman here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I might have made a mistake. Mutant zombies, we're going to have to try and kill them in a second, but this stack is going to get into the halflings. I can't stop it. That feels really bad. Hopefully the halflings can kill most of them. The majority of my damage is in the archery and the full damage here from the halflings. That's not good. We're going to kill these groups. Oh no. Oh no. Not good at all. Let's haste the halflings so they get the next chance at doing damage. We're going to move the halflings all the way to here. Should we just run? We're fast. You're average. Tell you what, we're just going to run. We're going to lose you in all this terrain. I'm going to lose all the peasants. So be it. And I'm going to bring you down with my rocks. Not the flying wizard 4th level creatures, with my stones that I cast at you as we pick up the expert wisdom. Sure, why not? And a lucky rabbit's foot, 1,000 gold. Not the best haul I've ever seen, but not too bad either. Legend of the Templar Grave. Throughout the dungeon, small graves mark the resting places of Knights Templar. It is said that great treasure, perhaps the gold of Solomon, has been hidden near one of these. To safeguard their dead, and perhaps something more, the Templars have posted spirit knights to test those who seek their secrets. Okay, that sounds much better than them trying to send the forces of evil against me or desecrating their graves. I appreciate that they're just trying to make sure that I'm worthy of their secrets. That I can handle. Other stuff, less so. Less so. Alrighty, back to chat. Let's see, and then Borysser says, in relation to the Orc Chiefs, oh yes, that's a Sauron welcoming gift in your party related to the Orc Chiefs. Gotcha, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for getting me caught up on that. And Vamy says, oh yeah, she was there. She did free Lady Astora though. Ah, she did free her. Interesting. Okay, so she did get free, but you were still able to defeat her in the FHeroes2 playthrough that you're doing of Colossal Caverns. Interesting. Nice to know it can be done. I love that very, very much. Rice Druid says to Chris, the HD mod for AoE2 is equivalent in a lot of ways to FHeroes2. Lots of improvements, quality of life, new factions, amazing graphics, better UI. You won't regret it if your computer can run it. That's always the question. On my computer, Chris says, it will run. I'll give it a whirl this weekend. Let us know how you like it. Arbiter Dan, nice to see you there. Arbiter Dan says the Teutonic Knights were not only big dudes, but they were drilled every single day to wear that armor with ease. They were actual killing machines. A 10-to-1 ratio on the battlefield was considered easy mode for them. Arbiter Dan, by the way, I appreciate always having you in the chat. Last time I heard from you, I think might have been when we did our Heroes 4 playthrough. We will plan on getting more back into Heroes 4 in the future, but thank you very much for being here. Always a pleasure. And then Arbiter Dan continues, each of them would kill around 30 men per battle. That's a bunch. That's a bunch. It reminds me of the Kensai or the Sword Saints that you find in Shogun 1. And you would stick one single Sword Saint in the middle of a bridge, and they would just not be defeated. Rows of Ashigaru and Samurai and Najinata would try and defeat this one Sword Saint, and they would have no success. So I love the idea of that one guy that's just absolutely badass. There's no better way of putting it. That's just the way it is. Steeson says, here's my Magic 3 Archangels have the most heavy-hitting sword swipe out of all the games. The sword literally bursts into flame as he swings. Swam, you are dead, brah. Yeah, if your sword catches on fire because you're swinging it so hard, I believe it. That's pretty tough. Bryce Ruin does say to Chris, check out another YouTube channel for a sneak peek of the HD version. Side note, Fix is going to have a sore throat today. Haha. Hey, we're only 3.5 hours into this. No worries. We're gonna make this happen. And then Chris says, one thing I miss in Heroes 2 is the underground map you get from Heroes 3. H2 would be so great if there were dungeons in it. I could not agree any more with you. I think that actually might actually be a thing in the future. By the way, do we want these? Are these elves or grand elves? Oh, they're grand elves. I'm going to accept them. I'm going to accept these elves into the army. Maybe that means that other forces will join in just a moment or two. But I really love that very, very much, because I think that there might be a possibility that the FHeroes2 team is going to include an underground. Don't quote me on that. I have no reason to believe that. For some reason, it's just stuck in my brain that that might be something that they include in the future. And if I'm wrong, I sincerely apologize. I don't want to overpromise, because I don't speak for the FHeroes2 team, right? I have no say. I have no insider knowledge. I know nothing, right? But for some reason, I seem to believe that I might have heard something like that. If it's the case, it'll be the greatest thing since sliced bread. If it's not the case, I sincerely apologize. But just make sure that you know that that is Phixfox over-delivering, not the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 team. So just keep that in mind, just in case. Just in case I'm wrong. I don't want to get your expectations up and then fail you. Okay, we are out of artifact slots. We need to go south. We need to go back to the safety of our local friends and figure out where to go from here. We could maybe take out these Arc Magi right now. I just don't want to. We'll head south. We'll meet up with this hero that's coming down this way, and then we'll go from there. Actually, was that Troyan? Yeah, never mind. Troyan is just so far in advance. I don't know what to do. I can't catch up to her. Huh. Maybe it's going to be our main hero that actually goes this back way. We went through this red barrier up here. Maybe we're going to send the Beastmaster in that direction. Mother Astor is coming up with some reinforcements. Let's have her do that. Because my choices are this. I can either, as I drop off Bone Dragons and Power Liches and Vampire Lords, I can either go up with the Beastmaster through these lifts and maybe go through this desert area. Do I have pathfinding? I have basic pathfinding. Or I can go in this direction. And because I've only got the basic pathfinding, I think that that actually makes my decision for me. I want to go through a desert if I have advanced or expert pathfinding. Expert would be ideal, of course, but yeah, I think that that actually makes my decision for me. So good on me for that. And then currently, month 3, week 4, day 4, it's going to be a new month here. We're going to lose a lot of gold. It is what it is. Your banker informs you that your monthly interest payments are due. On your way to the treasury, you pause before a portrait of the elder brother and wonder at what a fool he was. Folks, it is month of the wolf. Wolf population doubles. Oh no. Oh no. Well, that's not too good. We're going to have to figure that out, what to do with that in just one moment. Okay. And then let's see. Vamy says, it can be done. Well, I may or may not have seen the Beastmaster get freed from his arena. Oh no, Vamy is having a really tough time with the FHeroes2 playthrough of Colossal Caverns, but I appreciate that for science, you are giving it your best shot. Arbiter Dan does say, yes, greetings, and greetings to you. Yes, absolutely. Chris says, I have heard that they are bringing a multiplayer lobby to FHeroes2. That's absolutely correct. And then Arbiter Dan says, Heroes of Might Magic 2 team. Is there still a Heroes2 team? My apologies. I should say it's the FHeroes2 team, the free Heroes of Might Magic 2 team. A couple of notable people, Dranic, iHub, Zents, and another many quality individuals are working on this project on the rebuild from the ground up. It's in a good spot now and getting better all the time. Vandelf 89 says, at the Real Phixfox, do you have the opportunity to play the campaign on FHeroes2 or the vanilla campaign? I have played the campaigns for FHeroes2. Not the new campaign. There's the new campaign that they are working on. I haven't seen hide or hair of that. I'm sure I'm going to play it at the same time as all of you. But I've played through Heroes of Might and Magic 2, all those campaigns. You can find those on the YouTube. All those playthroughs are out there. Although, I got to tell you, I've gotten better as a Heroes of Might and Magic 2 player over time, and so you're going to be watching Phixfox from about 1.5 years ago, and so my experience level is much lower. I'm doing a lot more learning as I'm playing and getting back up to speed, and the video quality is a little bit less, especially for the first couple of campaigns, but we get better over time. I've gotten better over time, and I really appreciate that. So, Steeson1, by the way, says the archangels are even angels that just grew a beard and transformed their long straight hair into a Greek god's short curly hair. Man, what a transformation. What a transformation, indeed. No issues there. Throng of rogues. I don't want to fight any of these rogues. Rogues against halflings just feels like a bad idea. So we're going to go through here. We're going to grab this obelisk, and after we do so, we're going to head back up north to where we can maybe meet up with Zam. Zam is going to have to travel the long way south, but he's going to find his way eventually. He always finds his way. I say that as if he has proven himself worthy in some way, shape, or form of that. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm sure he's going to acquit himself quite nicely. By the way, we're going to let these dwarves all ferment. We're going to let them get bigger and stronger, and then maybe they're going to join us later. Hopefully at the cost of 0 gold. But for now, we're just going to let them get stronger and hang out, do fun stuff. Plus 5 gems, plus 1,000 gold. We are still treating each of these windmills like they are pure gold because, hey, they might as well be. And I don't mind that at this point in the game, we are still doing our due diligence by going to every windmill and every water wheel. At this point, you generally see Phixfox this far into the scenario. You generally see me doing much less of this sort of practice, not because I don't think it's worthwhile, but because early on in the game, 1,000 gold means an awful lot. This late into the game, it means much less. And so generally, just to save time, you'll find me do an awful lot less of this sort of deal. But for now, we're going to continue on. We're going to continue on, making tons of gold. Arbiter Dan says Boys to Men. I like Boys to Men. Yeah, I like that. I like that musical group. I can't tell you a single one of their hits, but in general, I just like their sound. Yeah. Vandelf does say to the real Phixfox, okay, I think even your old version still has better skill than me. Kind of you to say. I can't possibly say, but I tell you what, I've learned a lot from Heroes of Might and Magic over the years, and I came at it with all the experience I had as a young person, and now I'm back and loving it as an adult. And I think it's great that the game to this point still teaches me an awful lot every single day. And yeah, I think that the more I play it, the more I'm going to learn. And so I'm right there along with you. So we're in this together. Don't you worry about that. I see another abandoned mine. I think at this point I can take that without any issues. I do have tons of really low HP units, but with 11 defense, I think I'm going to be fine to still fight these ghosts for this mine. Let's continue on with our main Beastmaster hero. I do want that gold tent still. Oops, wrong way. And once I get that gold tent, then I think I'm going to have every tent. Maybe not every tent, but I think I'm going to have most tents at that point. Is there any reason for me to go in this direction? I don't think so. I think it's time for Lady Astor to go back through these liths, and maybe she can find something new that we haven't seen before yet. There's an awful lot left to be done. Did we go through this graveyard before? No. Is there more to be done? I think so. We're going to have to wait and find out. Avatar says, wee woo. So Avatar's in the chat. Hello, Avatar. Nice to have you there. And then Steeson says, FHeroes2, online lobby. We will retreat from battle due to Phixfox's overwhelming odds of winning against us. I think that's very kind, Steeson. I think that we're going to find that when it comes to online play, that there's going to be a lot of people that have an awful lot to offer and a lot of strategies that are going to help people be very successful. I got to tell you, I'm very thrilled at the prospect of being, on the forefront of FHeroes2 online and playing against people and having tons of fun with that. I don't know if I'm going to want to necessarily compete in like a ranked lobbies type of situation. I think it would be much better for us if we just play not competitively, but just for fun. That's how I would prefer to play. Yeah, just for fun. And hey, maybe other people teach me new stuff, which is always what I'm looking for as well. We come upon this abandoned gold mine. The mine appears to be haunted. Do you wish to enter? Yes, I do. And then salutations chat says Avatar Hero. Ricerun says we're going to let these dwarves ferment. Sounds like something Sauron's orcs would say. Whose side are you on anyway? If you notice, my border is of the evil variety, and so evil is who I am. Evil is what I'm about. Evil is all I can tell you. I have evil intentions. I have the most evil of intentions. And don't you forget it. Okay. Gandalf at the real Phixfox. Let's be honest, I do not sweet you. I say facts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's wrong of me to say that I'm not confident in my skills because I'm pretty darn confident in my skills. So I appreciate the compliment. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I'm pretty darn good at Heroes of Might and Magic, but I do also have a lot to learn. So it's this weird mix of standing in your own greatness and recognizing that you're really good at something, but also recognizing that there's still more to learn. One of the things I've really enjoyed from people as we pick up +1 level there and get the navigation, one thing I really appreciate from people is the folks that have helped me learn how to have a growth mindset. There are some days I wake up and I don't care what you have to teach me. I'm not in the mindset where I can hear you. And then there's some days where my bowl is right side up. And so whatever I can catch my way, I can use that to my benefit. Unfortunately, when I'm really tired, I have a hard time learning new things. Unfortunately, when I am really stressed, I have a hard time in growing through tough stuff. Ideally, I think that when hard things come our way, we can always say, you know, what can I learn from this? That's the growth mindset. And some days I do better than others. So my hope is I can always work on growing. And this is part of that positive mindset that we talked about earlier, the value of being positive. Everybody likes to spend time with people that are positive. It's just the way it is. And so I hope that you enjoy spending the time with me here, and I hope that that's in part because we're being so positive. Folks, we have a hill fort. It's a long, long way away from these dwarves, but maybe this could be the first step towards getting these battle dwarves to want to join us. And not to mention, this is a big upgrade. 2 speed up to 4 speed. Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. Let's fight this fight. So then Season says, try Civ 6 casual gaming when it's end game time. You'll be dead. I don't have the brains and it will keep focusing on player ultra efficiency for that many hours. Part of the problem I have personally with Civ 6 or any of the Civ games is that each turn can take so very long. And eventually I get to the point where I'm just swamped. I'm not having a good time because of how much brain power it takes to do so very well. Maybe you find that as well. I really enjoy Heroes because it doesn't feel like it takes a lot out of me. I feel like I'm able to be effective with my time. I feel like I'm able to enjoy the game. Not always is this the easiest game to play, but I've played enough that I can kind of both talk and play at the same time a little bit. Not as well as I would like, but Civ feels like it takes all my brain power just to be mediocre. And so we will see how things go in the future. So Civ 6, we will see. Imagine a match against the guys behind the FHeroes2 AI logic. I would love to see that in the future. I would love to see them play because the FHeroes2 team is very, very good at Heroes of Might and Magic 2. You cannot make a smart AI and be a bad Heroes of Might and Magic player. I've said that many times before, and I will continue to say it because I believe it's true. FHeroes2 AI is really good because the FHeroes2 developers are really good players themselves. So I'd love to see that. Chris says co-op multiplayer could be good, I think. That would be excellent. Yeah, co-op multiplayer would be a wonderful thing, Chris. And so, yeah, let's plan on doing something like that. That'd be just a really, really good time. Let's all do that. By the way, Mother Astor is stepping through these liths. I'm just trying to find something nifty. She's gotten to this point. I might actually hang steady because this Gold Traveler's Tent is the only thing stopping me from having Mother Astor go in this direction. And so this is kind of like a checkpoint. Once we can get to here, then Zam can offload some artifacts he doesn't like, and then we can continue on. So she's going to stay right here. She's in the right spot, out of movement points, and on to a new day. And then Lord Shadowing, thanks for redeeming that message for the highlight. Well done. Lord Shadowing says, I can almost imagine Heroes of Might and Magic RTS. If you could get the same level of treatment that World of Warcraft had for a Heroes of Might and Magic inspired type of game, I think you'd have a gold mine. I think you'd have an absolute gold mine. I would absolutely pay to see that in action and to play that. I really would. The theming is that good, and I think that there's so much depth of knowledge and lore that you could make something wonderful. I wonder how much of that has already been co-opted or already been done by the folks that play Might and Magic. I think that it's quite possible that a lot of that has already been done. Because I haven't played Might and Magic, I don't really know how much of that has already been done in that genre, but still, I would love to see something like that. Vandelf says, I have to ask, did you play Might and Magic, the RPG series? Oh, Might and Magic, there we go. Might and Magic 6 through 7 through 8, maybe Might and Magic 5. No, I've not played any of the Might and Magics. It's my plan and my hope to play that in the near future. I would like to give it a shot. I don't necessarily think I'm going to complete any of it. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But I'm excited to at least give it a shot. It's part of the Heroes of Might and Magic lore. I think that that'd be wonderful to do. So I'm planning on doing that. Avatar Hero says, by the way, being conscious about one's path towards growth is a good way to get there. I appreciate that. And then Chris saying about Lord Shadowwing's Heroes Hour is kind of the RTS. Okay, that's news to me. Any more information about that would be very, very much welcomed. Avatar Hero does say to Vandelf, I have a lot throughout my life, and that says how much nostalgia I have for them. So Avatar's played lots of Might and Magic, and they love that, so it comes very highly recommended. Keon says, Heroes of Might and Magic RTS, holy crap, that would be crazy. My thoughts exactly. And then Rise to Ruin, how did the mechanics work with creatures joining the army when there's armies like that last fight with the cavalry and the champions? Do only the cavalries join, or do they always choose to fight? That is a wonderful question. Let me continue on there. By the way, does anybody remember what the password is to the red tent? Starts with an O. My understanding is that whatever the main forward-facing unit in that group is, that is going to be all that joins you. And so essentially, in that case, champions are going to be demoted to cavalries, and then you will be able to have the full amount of cavalries join you. That's my understanding of the matter. It's not like you're only going to get 4 full stacks. And so yeah, as far as I'm aware, that is going to be the process there. So good question. And another one of those things that if we don't know, hey man, we just don't really know. Another tent, by the way, that was, I think it was Rise to Ruin that got the red barriers password. Way to go, Rise to Ruin. Who knows or who remembers what the Aqua tent is? And then let's see. Avatar Hero to Vandelf and the Merge mod. I don't know what that is. Vamy says, rolled Hypnotize as my level 5 spell. Permission to reload. I'm sorry that you got Hypnotized. Maybe one of the worst top tier spells in the game. Top tier only being that it is a 5th level spell. That's pretty bad. I'm so sorry. Permission to reload, granted. And then Vandelf talking to Avatar Hero. I love the Might and Magics and World of Zine. You know, I still need to play Clouds of Zine. It's the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 map that they've kind of done as a companion. I don't know if I should play the Might and Magic version first and then play the Heroes 2 map. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing out on some lore if I don't do Might and Magic first. We'll see. Chris says, mind you, you say you need to be a good player to program good AI. The same can't be said of chess AI. That has gone way further than any human player that has programmed it. I could not agree more with you. And I wonder how much that has to do with the value of AI iterating on itself when the person programming it is the AI that is making incremental gains and doing machine learning and brute forcing ideal strategies and paths. I wonder how much that matters. I don't really know. It's a good question. And then Steeson says, you haven't Might and Magic games? No, I have not, sir. I have not. And then the Merge mod, yes. And then Steeson, Phixfox has a lot of gaming in front of him. I do. I have tons of gaming to do. And as always, folks, so many games, so little time. By the way, the password for Aqua Barrier was evil, in case you missed that. And we're going to wait just a little bit. We've gotten 2 of these tents out of the way. Oh, no. There's another Sphinx. We're going to save. We're going to save this Phixfox. East Credit Loans, inquire within. Tell the Sphinx Luigi sent you. I'm hoping that we just have to go to the Sphinx and just type in the words Luigi. Easy Credit Loans, you know the terms. Who sent you? Luigi. And for free, we get 5,000 gold. Kind of interesting. Not really worth saving, but we did it. And there we are. Mario. Rystruan says, no, it wasn't Luigi. It was Mario. It's me, Mario. That is the only time you're ever going to hear me attempt any kind of Italian accent. I don't know if that actually counts as an Italian accent. Perhaps somebody in the chat can let me know what Mario's true accent is. It feels like it's really stretching it to call that Italian. Yeah, feels like a stretch. Okay, on to a new day. I'm hoping I can get this gold barrier now. Let's do that with, not Zam, but with Beastmaster. Stepping up, stepping through. Mutant zombies want to run. I'm just going to... Oh, geez. I want to engage them, but I don't want to spend the time. So we're just going to go through them this way. And folks, I think this might be the final barrier that we have to deal with. And the gold keyword is crest. The gold keyword is crest. And so we're going to immediately use that. I'm going to send Mother Hubbard out in this direction. Crest it is. The barrier goes down, and then she shall go and meet up with Zam. Wonderful. And so now it's time to figure out what we're going to leave behind. Of course, let's keep the boots. No question about that. Can we move the spell book? This item can't be traded. That's simply a dead slot from here on out. So we're going to keep 1 Nomad's boots, 1 Traveler's boots. I like the luck. I'm actually going to keep the luck. We're going to keep Fire Blast. Definitely keep Mass Bless. Vision spell has been critically important. So we're going to keep that, but I'm looking at this saying, I wish things were different. Fire Cloak's got to go. Black Pearl, that's going to stay. Evercold Icicle, that's gone. This is tough. This is a disaster. There's so many good things. Visions, I want to keep. Mass Bless, I want to keep. Fire Blast, I want to keep. It's possible that the Vision spell, that we've picked that up somewhere from a shrine, and I just don't remember. Let me do it like this. Let me move the Vision spell over, and then I'm just going to check. If I can save myself an artifact slot, I'd like to. And then the last 2 things here are from the Lucky Gambler's Coin and the Medal. Folks, Winnymaru is doing us the great honor of raiding with a party of 16. Winnymaru, it was a pleasure having you before you started your stream, and it's a pleasure to have you and the nice folks here as well. Thank you to everybody who is raiding from Winnymaru's party. Of course, Winnymaru is a friend of this channel, and I'm grateful for all the work that he's done in the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 community, especially most recently with his playthrough of 7 Deserts. I've really appreciated that map. So it's a pleasure having him here. It's a pleasure to have everyone here from his stream. Welcome, one and all. And Mushanki Pet says hello there, and Winnymaru says hey. Alrighty, wonderful. Yeah, wonderful to have everybody here. Let me do that quick check I was talking about. And we do have visions without the spell scroll, so we have saved ourselves 1 spot there, which feels fantastic. Okay, Chris does say Mario's accent is thick. Bronx, New York mobster-like accent. Yeah, he's got that mobster kind of accent. Yeah, it's not really Italian. It's like thick. It's like Bronx, right? You know, hey, you want some mustard on that, boss? Yeah, that's him. All right, I'm never gonna do that accent again either. That just offended like tons of people. Let's not do that ever again. And then Steeson does say, Might and Magic Games is some sick science fiction fantasy RPG experience. Man, so freaking cool. Looks awful by today's standards, but it's a game you just got to experience in order to appreciate it. I like that. I'm looking forward to experiencing that as well. And then Avatar Hero talking to Vandelf. From here on out, I've got enough people talking in the chat that if somebody ats somebody else, like if you're having side conversations, I'm not going to read those conversations out loud, just so that way I can play and get through chat at the same time, just as a heads up to everybody. And then speaking of which, other things, hello Raiders, hello everybody. Heart35, appreciate having you here. I assume that you are here from the Raider. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome. Nice to have you here. And then Keon says, you did that accent perfect. I thought you were a mob boss for a second. I'm thrilled that I have fooled you. Ha 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 ha. Every now and again, I will surprise you. That's my favorite thing to do, is just occasionally surprise people. Not always will I surprise you, but occasionally I shall. Folks, I think that we can beat these dragons, but it looks like there is a lack of pathing right there. We are unfortunately not going to be able to defeat this pack of green dragons. There is a mountain range that prevents pathing through. We're going to have to head up in some different directions, but we will hopefully return. I do see this dragon city. That's going to be pretty nifty. If we can get 2 extra dragons a day, I'm going to be feeling wonderful about my chances. There's a boat, another crystal mine. Crystal, good. And then we're just going to soldier on, and thankfully, Mother Astor can help pick up other things as we're going through. By the way, if you're here in the raiding party, this is Colossal Caverns. This is the extra large map by Charles Watkins. We are on day 2 of the playthrough, and we are here on Heroes of Might and Magic 2 Gold Edition as opposed to FHeroes2. Generally, I do play on Heroes of Might and Magic 2 with the FHeroes2 rebuild, but today it is going to be Heroes of Might and Magic 2 Gold, strictly because I need to play this map as it was originally intended, because I'm not good enough to defeat the FHeroes2 AI on this very wonderful and somewhat crowded map. This cave is filled with mushrooms, large and small, of all colors. Several leprechauns are passing the time in the shade of some of the larger specimens. Carved into one large toadstool are the words "Bite Me," which I think is a reference to Alice in Wonderland, but also it's a cruel way of being somewhat crude, but not quite. One of the leprechauns offers you a piece of the mushroom. Insulted, you instruct your armies to harass the leprechauns, and therefore we just take their skull cap, I'm sure. if we run into leprechauns, a la Heroes of Might and Magic 3, The Horn of the Abyss, or Heroes of Might and Magic 4, that would be quite the surprise. But thankfully, I'm not worried about leprechauns because they don't have an actual unit here in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, and so I shall not worry about it. We're doing quite a bit of exploring in this general area with our hero Zam here. I'm going to fight these fights for the experience. In the future, I'm going to kind of skip through these a little bit, but kind of interesting that we're getting to scout the waterways from the land here. And it is my plan to have Mother Astor be the person that's going to move up and deal with the boat trapsizing up and down, left and right. There's going to be an awful lot of ground to cover there. 516 experience, by the way. Maybe we're going to be able to sail right on through here. Then again, I do see just a little bit of reef, and that probably presents some issues. Peasants, I don't need to go through them. Maybe a necromancer can handle them later for me. But until that time, I'm not going to worry too much. Throng of mutant zombies. This is a fight that I'm going to not fight, but I am going to take this, not only for this obelisk, but also for the sulfur that is behind it. So we do come upon this obelisk made from this type of stone that we have never seen before. Staring at it intensely, the smooth surface suddenly changes to an inscription. The inscription is a piece of a lost ancient map. Quickly, you copy down the piece, and the inscription vanishes as abruptly as it had appeared. So this is going to give you a good look at one of the opportunities that we have here. If we see a pyramid, standing stones, looks like Shrine of the Third Circle, one of these barriers, then we're going to know that we're very close, especially if there's this interesting mountain range with the wasteland terrain to the right. So very interesting there. And then, so Avatar Hero is discussing about the graphics and the feeling there. Let's see. Steeson says, artifact management in Heroes 1 and 2. Awesome. So beautifully simple and harsh to deal with. My son needed to learn how to accept the limitations here, but in time, he kind of liked that heroes need to trade and work together as a team. You know, I really like when people mention, hey, I'd love to see a backpack feature in FHeroes2. I don't think it's bad for people to want that and to ask for that, but I also see the simplicity and the beautifulness, the beauty, Steeson, in what you're discussing there, where it's a purposeful limitation that came with the game, and whether it was a design choice or whether it's simply what we are working with here because it's the original game in the series, or one of the original games in the series, it seems worthwhile to keep it the way it was. I really appreciate that the FHeroes2 team is not trying to make sweeping changes. They're trying to preserve the game as it was originally intended, and then after all is said and done, then they shall do their modifications. Then they shall make massive sweeping changes. Until that time, though, very grateful that we do have mechanics like that to play with. Even if they feel harsh, I think that there's some true value in working around that sort of thing. Looks like we want to go through these rocks. Maybe we can get to the Dragon City from here. It's possible. Let's fight this fight and just see what happens. And then Steeson says, no single kid gets to carry all the toys. Yeah, I'm for that. Chris says, my accent is like that of the London gangster Guy Ritchie films. Oh, okay. No joke. I'm genuine Cockney from East London. Hehe. Gotcha. I enjoy a couple of the British comedians. I like Sarah Millican. I like, who's the rude fella? Oh, what's his name? I like his stuff, but it's funny how often they talk about the different accents, and it's like, I'm not a Geordie. I don't know what a Geordie is, but it's always funny to see how different people talk about their countrymen in the different accents from place to place. Let's see if I can find Jimmy Carr. That's who I was thinking of, Jimmy Carr. Of course, there's several great English comedians, but I enjoy catching up on some of their stuff every now and again. Let's see. We're going to go for probably a blind here just to make this fight go a little bit better than it otherwise would. I would like to keep these rangers, or rather these archers, very safe if I can. If I lose some elves, I'm not going to worry about it nearly as much. This big stack of 257 of the elves, or archers, they're going to do tremendous amounts of damage. And in fact, they're about to do a lot of damage when it's their turn. 2 of the elves goes down. And zing, done. Let's call that a day. Pack it up. We're going home, boys. 5 of the archers, 2 of the grand elves. And on we carry on. Okay. Let's see. And then Vandelf 89 to me. I do not know that somebody told me this, but a merge mod is a mod which contains 6, 7, and 8 for the Might and Magics into one games with the add-on story, like World of Zine also. we should beat the Clouds of Zine before the map in Heroes 2. The map is 2. It's got better feelings if we do that. Okay, so do Might and Magic first, and then do Clouds of Zine. Gotcha. And then Steeson is saying that, as Vandelf said, but add this into the mix. We also get to play Might and Magic 6 and 8, all of the enhanced versions with the graphics plus carryover heroes, etc., artifact skills and such as I remember. Okay, good to know. Good to know. There's an artifact here. It's guarded by a green dragon. We're going to absolutely demolish them. They are going to wish that they didn't tangle with us. Salutations and good night. And we're even going to take 1 skeleton for our troubles. So 1 plus sulfur for the endless pouch of sulfur. That is a great pickup for us. I'm very happy for it. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Chris says, Georgie is a person from the city of Newcastle in the north of England below the Scottish border. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, and unfortunately my geography is very, very limited with your area, your neck of the woods, but I'm sure that the accents are very distinctive if you are from there and if you know what you're kind of looking for. And so, having never been there myself, I'm not too sure what accents are what and how it works out too well. I know, of course, a Scottish accent, but more than that, I struggle to really know what's going on. My American education, unfortunately. Astrologers proclaim this to be the week of the Raven. All dwellings increase in population. Folks, we are at month 4, week 2, day 1. So we've got quite a bit of time before we are out of time. Look out for the pit. Yes, there's the pit. But what is this? There's a throng of boars? What in the world? There's a throng of boars hidden in the pit. I don't think I want to fight them. Oh, and there's a throng of halflings. Wow, there's just stuff everywhere. Hold on. There's no artifact, there's no resources, there's just creatures hiding in these caves if you're not careful and if you misclick. So because these halflings are a little fragile, I'm going to want to stay away from this area. We'll come back another time. Oh, Geordie! Sorry for the typo there. Oh, that's Geordie. And I actually thought you spelled Geordie with a J, so G for Geordie. Gotcha. Gotcha. Understandable. Okay, great. I'm learning new things all the time. And then Avatar Hero says, good sir, at the time of your choice, when you feel ready for some RPG Might and Magic gaming, I will take great pleasure in being your guide. I appreciate that you're being willing to take on that role for me. I'm sure that there's tons of things that I need to learn in order to play that game effectively. And I'm sure that everybody would appreciate it if I didn't start from scratch. If you'll have me, so you'll get to experience the game in the fullest with no spoilers. Always appreciated, or help only when you need it. Yeah, that sounds wonderful to me. Let's plan on doing something like that. Steeson, by the way, says, we enjoy looking at a certain American comedian in the Danish news media every day. Quite enjoyable for the last couple of years, but it's getting out of hand. No need to comment here, Phixfox. I think I know what you're referring to, and yeah, no shame, and I appreciate your sensitivity on the matter. I appreciate that very much. I like the way you're thinking. Yes, thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to split off 1 single skeleton here. We're going to move these skeletons back. Vampires, 40 vampire lords. The stack is growing, and the stack, I feel like, is insurmountable to any sort of weak foes that we may come across. This lighthouse, we've already got 2 of them. I don't think we need to land again. Wow, look how far Mother Astor is flying over this area. Crag Hack, with his 1 skeleton, it's just his job to continue on. Dungeon store, no foot stamping allowed. No kidding. No kidding. What's here? Whirlpool rides, 500 gold. Oh dear. Interesting. So we have Manilow with lots of swordsmen, several crusaders, lots of archers. Looks like he is probably going to be stuck in this area, but this trading post is very intriguing. Very intriguing. We have since bypassed the need for a trading post, but early on, before you get a couple of different marketplaces, as we have 3 currently, we can trade just as well as that trading post, and soon, hopefully even better. But these caverns, this trading post, that could be very useful in the early game. We should probably ask our friend Vamy the Vampire just how useful that would be for them at this point. I'm sure that getting up to Titans or Dragons, depending on if you're playing the Wizards or the Warlocks, I'm sure that that could be very, very useful. Okay, back we go. And then let's see, Keon, I work from home and occasionally we have barely anything to do. Today I've played Heroes 3 all day. You know, my brother is in the tech industry and smart as a whip, smart guy, love my brother, wonderful, wonderful human being. And there are times where he with his tech work and programming and such, he says, there's literally nothing for me to do. I've done everything I can do, and I'm waiting for somebody else to get back to me with their piece of the puzzle. And working from home makes that much easier to enjoy that unexpected free time as it may come up. So I appreciate that. And hopefully you have a nice mix of stuff to do and less things to worry about. That's kind of the way I like to do things. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna fight these dragons. Oh no, that's a lot more dragons than I thought. Yikes. That's a lot of dragons. Huh. That's a lot of dragons. I'm gonna have to think about this fight before we move on from here. Okay, and Chris says, LOL Season 1, I understand what you mean. Steeson also says, the Heroes 3 Hoda campaign is brutal. By the way, I recorded the Heroes 3 video, the final scenario in the Sandro campaign. I did that 2 days ago. But I used Dimension Door, and it took me all of 30 minutes. And my usual rule is not to use Dimension Door or Town Gate unless the enemy uses it. I broke that rule, and at the end of the playthrough, that only took 30 minutes, I realized that was a critical error, a huge mistake. The satisfaction for the game goes so far down when you can no-clip across the map. And so, even though I recorded it once, I'm not going to post that video, I'm going to replay it. So if you're here for Heroes of Might and Magic 3, or if that's one of the things that really tickles your fancy, don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I've just been focusing a little bit more on Heroes 2, but we're going to start to branch out and expand and doing some other things in the near future. Brett, not. Okay, other things to do. The haste could be critically important. I can for sure get these 6-speed elves. They're probably going to defeat this red dragon if at all possible. The Mass Bless could be really good. I think that the Mass Bless is actually my best spell. The only other thing that could be useful is this haste. The problem is that I don't want to line myself up for a double hex attack if I can help it, but I could move the dwarves into this area and the air elementals to here. I think I'm just going to try and tank the damage. With 12 defense, I think I'm just going to increase my offensive capabilities, tank the damage, and hope for the best. So, let's see how many of these dragons we can kill. Oh, this is going well. 3 dragons. Pretty good. Archers, when your archers are retaliating and killing 1 full dragon, you know things are going well. If I attack this red dragon, then another stack of dragons is going to get into these archers. I would prefer to not do that. So let's actually separate here. Dragons go down. 10 Grand Elves goes down. And I'm going to send this mutant zombie just... Oh... I'm gonna have the mutant zombie attack. No, let's keep them alive, just in case. And then the dwarves are about to unleash hell upon these dragons. We're not killing as many as I thought we would, but we're doing okay. It's just not as good as I would have hoped. Another red dragon goes down. And these air elementals are out of position. Yes, they're very much out of position. Tell you what though, how about I do this? What if I, let's see, if I haste the battle dwarves, they're gonna get to go next. And then maybe they can take this retaliation from these green dragons. It'll set us up for a double hex attack, and that's gonna suck. But at least then the elves can attack somebody that's not gonna retaliate against them. So let's do this haste right there. Let's defeat this red dragon. Oof. Let's kill this dragon right here. 2 dragons goes down, no retaliation there. And the 4 stack actually steps up. Interesting. Let's have this mutant zombie step down, and we're gonna see where people go. Yeah, and there goes 10 more elves. That is just, I want to call it unfortunate, but as we've said many a time before, it's not about fortunate or not. It's more about, can you outthink the problem? Can you set yourself up for success? In this case, I feel like we have failed. I am going to haste the archers. Maybe they're going to get a chance to do some damage. Maybe they're going to be able to kill this big stack of 4. Unless we get good luck again and again and again. Retaliation, good, and done. Well, that was much more costly than I thought it would be. 27 and 27. 36 of the dwarves, they've done their job, but really this was a fight that we wanted to take so we can, instead of low-level troops, we can get dragons. And so we're going to continue on. We're going to pick up this watering hole again. We're going to have enough movement points, and we're going to soldier on into this final city. Do I want to keep these mutant zombies? I don't think so. We're going to dismiss them. Our morale is going to go up by 2. And then this is also going to give me the chance to split my air elementals into 2 stacks. I do want my ranged creatures to really stay alive and do the brunt of the heavy lifting here. We're going to have black dragons against us. So we might end up hasting these grand... elves. Let's do it like this. 6 speed, then 6 speed, then 6 speed, 4, 4. Yeah, let's do it like this. And then we're going to make this work out pretty well for us. Okay. As you approach the Dragon City, you wonder why the Worms would set up a dwelling underground, where their powers of flight would be limited use. Only the possibility of great wealth or power could motivate them to abandon their domination of the skies for the rigors of the dungeon. But where? But where? But where? Okay, let's see. And then, let's see, Steesen, Vandelf, let's see. How exactly would the Maelstrom work at sea? Is there some rule which commands how many units you lost? Yes. So we've seen, as we've kind of take a quick detour here. Where is it? Where's the whirlpool? There's a whirlpool. I think that we've seen at least one whirlpool so far. Oh, it's this one up here. So is there a way that you can determine how the whirlpool works? Yes. Whatever creature stack is in your first slot, that's going to be the first creature that you can potentially lose half of. And so what you can do, in this case, I could put one single air elemental right here. I can move my other troops to the other side, and then you can protect the bulk of your troops. But there's a 1 in 3 chance that the whirlpool can hurt you. It's a 1 in 3 chance, so it's not a big chance, but it's enough of a chance that knowing that mechanic does really help. So, good question there. Good question. You stand before the Dragon City, a place off limits to mere humans. Do you wish to violate this rule and challenge the dragons to a fight? I sure do. Steesen 1 says, maybe Phixfox's wife will play this as a pirate hero, then Phixfox can eat popcorn while she does her best to best those maps. Possibly. I don't know. Tell you what, my wife is great. She's smart. I don't know if this type of game is really her speed. She's more of like the farming simulator type of lass. And let me just tell you, she's very good at that, by the way. That's really something that she's excellent at. Unfortunately, let's see. I'm going to step right here. And right here. I don't love this, but this is going to keep these archers safe. Dwarves are going to do their damage. Ouch. I kind of wish that this dragon would have survived that. He does not. And then... oh, and the archers do not get blasted through this area. So we're just going to skip here. The archers are hasted for 8 speed? Average speed, 6 speed. Okay. And we will lose these troops on this retaliation here. 12 air elementals not doing a ton of damage. Whatever. All right, we'll lose archers. So be it. 4, 1, and 6. When your prize is the ability to recruit dragons, this is not a problem. Having defeated the dragon champions, the city's leaders agree to supply some dragons to your army for a price. Do you wish to recruit the dragons? I do, but I need to step off so that way I can move back and make some space for these big, winged, leathery brutes, which are going to do so very well in helping us fight these fights moving forward. It's day 2. I should have sent these troops with Carlon up a while ago, but there's no time like the present. Actually, it's kind of getting to be a bit of a chore to move these troops. Should I just wait for another day? I think I will. That's going to be one less hero that I have to deal with. Yeah, we're going to wait for now. We'll come back later. Steesen, let's see, has talked about my dear sweet wife, and then Vamy says, I'm in a bit of a bizarre state where that trading post doesn't exactly concern me currently. Do tell. Oh, by the way, folks, you'll be very interested to know, very happy to know that I have hooked up a controller to this laptop, and I do have the Sega Genesis Classic Games Collection from Steam. It's an excellent collection. I really, really enjoy it. I got it on sale forever ago. And my kid has been playing Sonic the Hedgehog. And you know what? At his age, he's not particularly good at it, but he always asks me to play that. So Heroes of Might and Magic might not be my kid's best game, but he sure enjoys spending some quality time, and that makes me feel pretty happy. Okay, moving on. There's this horde of orc chiefs. Maybe they're going to join me, and if they do, I'm going to be really happy. Group of orc chiefs want to follow. 255 go up to 352. That is excellent. We are doing better than ever. The entrance to the cave is dark, and a foul, sulphurous smell issues forth from the cave's mouth. Will you enter? Yes, I will. You find a powerful and grotesque demon in the cave. Today, it rasps, you will fight and surely die, but I will give you a choice of deaths. You may fight me, or you may fight my servants. Do you prefer to fight my servants? Yes, I do. And we're going to fight this fight. Okay. Let's see. Avatar Hero. Archers are going to cook some dragon steak tonight. You better believe it. And then Vandelf says the dwarves have experience with dragons. Tolkien teaches us that. I love that reference. Absolutely. 100%. Archers. Steesen says archers equal that guy from The Hobbit who shoots a ballista shot through smog. Bjorn? No, Bjorn was somebody else. Oh, I forget who the lake man was that did that. Yeah, but I know who you're talking about. Bard. Yes, his name was Bard the Archer. Absolutely. Vamy says, not first slot, lowest health stack. I don't know. Vamy, we're talking about the Maelstrom. Are we sure it's not in the first slot? You may be right. You may be right. I may be misremembering. My apologies. And the Steeson says, the farming simulator. Oof. Not my cup of tea, but I have friends who love those games. Avatar Hero says, haha, my fiance also loves her mobile building games, tap fish games. Gotcha. Avatar Hero does agree that Sonic is a good thing for my kid to be playing. 1992 Sega Mega Drive. Yeah, and he's having tons of fun with it. He's having so much fun. Steeson does say it's an impossible game without the rewind feature. I don't think that we have the rewind feature. I think right now he's just happy to be playing something that he thinks that his dad loves. That's kind of more what my kid is thinking right now. He's not thinking about beating the game. That's not his level of gaming experience. He's just having fun, and he's just happy to make sure that he can make the Sonic character move and not lose him. So he's doing great, doing great. We're gonna go into this boat here. This might be a mistake. Let me go around this cavern before I make a decision here. There's a Sphinx. There's some signs. Let's see what this is. Sacrifice to the Sphinx for 10 pots of mercury. In a big bag of gold, you'll get a major artifact. Tell the Sphinx you want to party. Okay, I will tell the Sphinx I want to party. Was something here supposed to happen? I don't know. But we're not partying just yet. We're continuing on. We do find this orange traveler's tent. There's this water wheel, and I do want to go up this little river here. I cannot get around though. So we've gone as far as we can. We're going to stay away from the edge just in case there's another hero over there that would do us some harm. And then Avatar Hero does say best childhood for the Fix kid. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you think so. I'd try. If my kids have a good childhood, I'm going to blame their mother more than I'll blame me. Unfortunately, when I'm working 8 hours, 10 hours a day, I'm not as good as I would wish sometimes. So, but gaming in your childhood, I think that there is some serious value in that. So hopefully they just get to enjoy the heck out of themselves. I sure appreciate them very much. We're going to pick up this sulfur, and I don't know if it's going to be worth it to go through this pack of dragons just so we can join up in this cave area. Trayan does have the halflings. They're not going to make it into my army. Oh, but you know what? I would like to take them out just so we can go in this direction if we need to. Let's do this. We shouldn't have terrible losses. It'll be fine. Rise to Ruin says, I wonder if the first Sphinx has a sign close to it that gives a clue like the others. Yes, we were wondering what the issue was, like how, what's the problem? Why can't we figure this out? Yeah, there has to be a clue somewhere. I just don't know what the clue could be. So we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled for that, definitely. And then, our archers are going to take a bit of a beating here. Let's just continue on. Dragons, archers. It's not good. We're just going to take a beating. But when 3 dragons only kill 9 archers at a time, you know your defense is doing pretty good. It's pretty good. 200 hit points, 162. I'm still going to attack this lower stack, just so I take less damage on this retaliation. I do want to haste my dwarves. That's going to put them up to 6 speed. They're going to do even more damage than they were going to do before. I'm going to skip on the rangers. We're going to try and help the elves get free. 118 HP. If the air elementals do max damage, they can actually kill more than just that. As you noticed there was 118 HP left on that dragon. These air elementals did exactly 119. So they did exactly what their job was supposed to be. And then let's have our red dragons start working on this big stack of green dragons. Good. No problems. Good morale. For the first time in forever, we do have an instance of good morale. I kind of want to walk down here. I don't want to take the risk of retaliation. I'll let everybody else do their damage, but we're to the point where these big power stacks of ranged creatures, I'm kind of failing with them. I really needed to do a better job of keeping them alive, but losing 43 at a time, that's just not the play. It's not the play. So I recognize that this is a shortcoming of mine. I don't know how I can change things up. I don't know how to mitigate things. We're gonna sail right to here. I didn't even realize that this was a castle. You're telling me I can't click on that? Wizard Isle, horde of rocks, pack of giants. Guess where we're going? We are coming back. Now that we've eliminated some of those dragons, I think I can defeat that fight with Zam. We've given Troyanne the opportunity to join us if she feels so inclined. We are going to head all the way back up. We're going to steal this boat, and we're going to go. Watering hole not visited. We missed our chance. It's too late. It's too late. Okay. And then let's see. Season 1, the Sphinx answer. Lich, once dead, now living? Questions. That makes a lot of sense to me. Is dead undead? I don't know the answer to that. But that's a good thought. It's a really good thought. Is there a Lich hero name? I don't know. Sandro, perhaps? Maybe. Maybe. There's a lot of questions here. You must be within 3 spaces for this vision spell to work. Let me do this. 270 creatures are willing to join us. I think we're about to pick up so many skeletons. I guess it's this group of skeletons that want to join. It's so much gold. All right, let's do it. There we go. There we go. 333 skeletons, baby. Boom. We are good and getting better. I think we're going to get all these creatures to join us. Maybe even the bone dragons. Maybe even the bone dragons. Vandal says, try 1234 on the Sphinx. It's the code for the president's suitcase. I think that, I forget, 1234 is an actual, I think it's actually a thing, right? I think so. I think that's a code in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I forget what 12345 does. Anyway. And then Avatar Hero, Dragon Meat. Yeah, seriously. Vamy says, spell power artifacts just keep coming the way of my main. Witch's Brooch, Arcane Necklace, and now the Staff of Wizardry. It won't help you with dragons, but it will help you with a lot of other people. So, Vamy, I'm glad that you're continuing on. Rice to Ruin says there's a hero in the castle too, I think. Oh, was there? Oh, that changes things, Rice to Ruin. In the Wizard Castle, there's a hero there. I'll have to double check. And then Mushanki Pet, not every day you see the Vision spell get some action. Yeah, but it's working for us, and we're happy for it. The Heroes2 chat, 32167. Oh, that's the cheat. Oh, gotcha. 32167. I forget what it does. Folks, a fool and his money are soon parted, but the sign says party. So now I don't know what to believe. I want to put parted because that's the correct way that you finish off that saying. But the sign said party. We're going to take it. We're going to take it. And yet again, okay, I'm going to do a print screen here. Let me just print screen this. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Is it possible that this Sphinx can actually give you an extra 5,000 gold per day? I still needed to ask the FHeroes2 team, but yeah, Mushanki Pet, it says 5,000 gold a day? That seems impossible, right? That can't possibly be correct. If I go to my Kingdom tab here, I mean, it says we have 11,000 gold a day now. I don't know. Last I checked, we were at like 4,100 gold a day, and now we're up to 11,000? Is that possible? I don't know. I've never seen anything like that in the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 or FHeroes2 thing. I've never seen that before, but there was another Sphinx over here. Which one was it? There was a Sphinx over in this area where it actually said 500 gold a day. It was this one. This Sphinx right here. It said it would give us 500 gold a day. Okay, so if we check our gold, we are currently at, how much is this? 59,000. 159,000 gold is what we're currently at. So let's see. 159,000 gold. Go to a new day. Let's see where we're at from there. Should be around 170k. Yeah, okay, perfect. We're gonna accept these peasants just because. And then artifacts for sale, right fork, ancient scroll, left fork, magic wand. I'll go get those, but I'm gonna wait a second just so we can do this test. Okay, so about 170k gold. Let's see about this. Was Charles Watkins the map designer? Was he just a wizard? Did he go into the game's code and adjust this? Like, is he just that kind of guy? I don't know. Vandal says that's mean. The Sphinx can work as a mine, but the mine should be capturable. Yeah, it seems impossible. There's no reason to believe that this should work, but as far as I'm aware, we've got the gold, 170k. I don't know what to tell you, folks. Chris is calling it. quits for the night. It's getting pretty late for you. It's actually getting kind of late for me. I've been here for about 4.5 hours. I'm going to stick it out for another half an hour or so, but I can feel it in my bones. I'm starting to get just a little bit punch drunk, a little bit groggy. I'm not as good when I am low quality, and hopefully, Chris, you get some wonderful sleep, and we will catch you when you are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. So thank you for being here, and have a wonderful time. Thanks. Okay, and it was, I think, Rise to Ruin indicated that there is a hero here in the castle. I think that you're correct. There is just the feat of a hero right there. Right there. So that might change things a lot, because here, if it is a pack and a horde, that's doable. We may be setting sail somewhere that we just don't want to go. We'll find out. Okay, there is this Wand of Negation for negative 5,000 gold. We'll take it. It's worth the gold at this point, just to have it, I suppose. A small ogre rushes out and demands to see your credit report. After a couple of calls, he returns with a long cylindrical case. As you marvel at its workmanship, the ogre takes your cash and slams shut the door of the hut. All right, Wand of Negation, no problems. We enter the rickety hut. There's no changes. We've already viewed everything that there is to view. And then over here, a large dwarf scurries out of the hut. He counts your money out loud, complaining about each coin that seems light or debased. Eventually, he seems satisfied and returns with a small leather-wrapped package. You open it and find an ornately illustrated scroll, plus 3 knowledge, 10,000 gold there. So this has cost us quite a bit of gold. Craghack is a spendthrift. Not. And he's got these artifacts. I do want to get those on over to my main hero after he tries to get some other skeletons to join him. 41 of 167. That's not too good. It's not too good. That's a lot of gold for some skeletons. I'm just gonna have to fight that fight. It seems like a bad precedent to set there. Anyway, we'll figure that out. And then let's see, Vandelf. I do not know how it works in the FHeroes2 map editor, but in the Heroes2 gold editor, it lets the creator put an event which adds gold and resources, but it's like a one-time thing, right? It's not like a forever thing. It's like a one-time thing. Long ago, I did this to simulate taxes in the kingdom. Oh, and so you used the daily sort of, how do you put it? You used the daily events section to simulate taxes. And we currently have something like that over here in this playthrough, where at the beginning of every month, it costs us gold for taxes. I think that that's what we're talking about. I could be mistaken. My apologies if I'm not reading that correctly, but it's interesting to imagine that we might have a gold mine. I don't know. There's an awful lot going on here. By the way, Brown Traveler's Tent, we don't actually need to get that because we went to... Where did it go? We went to this Brown Traveler's Tent, so I don't know how worth it is to go south and go through this hero, Snowmane. I don't know. Lots of bone dragons. 38 of them. They want to fight. I'm not going to let them fight me. I choose the weather. I choose what happens here, and I choose not to fight you. So stay there, you big winged brutes. Do what you must. I will leave you alone. We might be getting to the point where we can figure out where this is. We just have to find wasteland terrain like this, but not this. Maybe somewhere else. Maybe in the bottom right corner, maybe somewhere else. Okay. Is there anywhere else I want to go before I set sail? I don't think so. So we're going to try and get into the boat. And then Troyan's going to continue on her way. Or... nothing here that's hidden. Throng of Rogues. I think that I'm going to give one dragon on over to Troyan once it's the new week. And then that one dragon should help her fight these fights moving forward with no issues. So we'll see how that goes. Lord Buraz, when will the Heroes of Might and Magic 5 first look be? Tell you what. So here's what I'm going to do. At 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time on Saturday, I will stream again. I'm not going to be able to stream for a very long time, but this Saturday, which is going to be, what, today is the 11th, so 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, on the 15th, I will stream starting at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I will go until about 12, and at that time, I'll be doing Heroes of Might and Magic 5. So it'll be the very first time that I stream not doing Heroes 2. Well, no, I've done Undertale on stream before, but it's not often that I stream anything other than Heroes 2. But I will commit to doing that on Saturday. That way, if you're looking forward to joining me there, you sure can. And yeah, I think that that's going to be the best thing I can do, because I don't think that I'm going to have my wits about me if I started that up today. I thought maybe I might have enough time. I don't think that we are anywhere close to the completion of this map. I think that Colossal Cavern is going to require a part 3, unfortunately. So we're going to have to figure that out. But you can plan on Saturday. We'll do Heroes Might Magic 5. So good question. Good question. And then Rise to Ruin, kill the wolves first to try and gain the advantage for diplomacy. Let's give that a shot. Oh, in fact, maybe we got closer to that. And then before getting the skeletons, yes, if we can get just advanced diplomacy, we're going to be doing much better than we otherwise were. Because at this point, I just don't want to pay that much gold for all of this. Let's see if we can get lucky. Let's fight these fights. And then Vandelf, it was a long day, or long ago, when I had the vibe to play many different games or different editors to strategy games. I remember I put events every Monday or every first day month to simulate taxes because I was frustrated on the economy of Heroes 2. And sorry, English is not my native language. You're doing great. You're doing fantastic. So thank you. I understand exactly what you're saying, where you're coming from. So please don't stress out about that. Also, stay hydrated. Get yourself something to drink. Yeah. This doesn't count, by the way. This is energy. This is caffeine. And caffeine is a diuretic, and that doesn't actually help me. I do need to drink more water. I can just feel my skin and my flesh melting off of my bones because I'm not hydrated. You think I'm joking, but literally some days I feel myself dying because I'm saying, I should probably drink more water. Self-care is hard. Have you guys noticed? Like, self-care, doing the little things consistently that help you be healthy, that's actually pretty hard. You would think it'd be easy. Like, just, hey man, just take care of yourself. Not that hard. I disagree. It actually ends up feeling pretty difficult at times just to be consistent. Consistency is maybe the worst drawback to being Phixfox. I have said many a time before that I feel like when I'm at my very best, I'm pretty awesome. In a lot of different aspects of my life, when I am tip-top shape, I'm pretty excellent. But the issue is that I am inconsistent enough that some days I'm just not feeling it, and in those days I tend to lag behind, and I fall to definitely a below average. So we all have ups and downs. We all have, every dog has his day sort of a deal. If I could change one thing about myself, it would be that I would be more consistently awesome. But alas, I will be content with whatever I have for me. We never picked up this sign. We need to go do so. My New Year's resolution was going to the pool every day to swim at least 8 lengths. That's a great goal. I think that swimming is one of those all-time great sort of exercises. Yeah, I think that swimming is really, truly an amazing thing. It works every body part. It's low impact, just in case you have issues with your joints. I do. I am far too heavy. I need to lose a significant amount of weight before I can go back to playing basketball. My joints just can't take it. I played collegiate basketball, and I love basketball. I shouldn't play it right now. It's too hard on my joints. I'm likely to get a stress fracture in my foot if I'm not careful. Okay, this is the Shadowcaster. Ooh, Shadowcaster. These forces look tough. A throng of Archmagi? A throng of Archmagi? You're kidding me. A throng of Archmagi. No, no way, no chance. No way, a throng of Archmagi. We could blind them. They could immediately counteract the blind. No, we're not fighting this fight, not just yet. That's a bit too much. Mushanki Pet says, yeah, that's a bit too much, sir. I agree with that, 100%. Avatar says, you're the bomb. Appreciate it, thank you so much. Hopefully somebody tells you on a day-to-day basis that you're also the bomb. If not, let me be the first. You're the bomb. Way to go. Vexen, hey Vexen, nice to have you back in the chat. My body produces too much iron, so I can't swim properly. You're telling me that most people float, but you sink, Vexen, just because of the iron? Yeah, I hear that loud and clear. And Wisham Kipet says, we walked by, we said hello, and we said have a nice day to Shadowcaster before we continued on. I'm sure the Shadowcaster is a nice guy. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's a nice guy. But I don't want to deal with him right now. I really don't. I'm going to fight these Archmagi. I don't think that the losses are going to be too bad. And again, it's more experience. Maybe we get the diplomacy level. We will see. Tons of damage here. We're going to take our damage in just a moment. Ouch. Ooh, negative morale from the Bone Dragons coming in clutch. Always nice to see. That saved a couple of orc chiefs. That was good. I think I'm just gonna skip. I'm just gonna take my retaliations. Yeah, if that's not bad manners to your opponent, I don't know what is. But I'm just gonna kill you with the retaliations. I'm gonna tell you to stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Pretty bad. And then the Vandelf says, swimming is good because I have to not force myself. I just go to the pool and I do not know when that 8 lengths is passed. Yeah, I really like that because it doesn't feel like hard work to you. I think that perceived exertion is a huge thing, and that's why playing games for fun and for exercise is so critically important. Whether you're playing pickleball or tennis or basketball or whatever the case is, if you're playing a game, things don't feel like they're as hard. And that's actually really, really nice. That's really important to help you stay motivated. If you feel like going to the gym is just a burden, you're not going to want to keep going. And so you're not going to keep on going. So swimming for you doesn't feel too bad. And sometimes you even do another 2 lengths. I like that. I love that a lot. I'm glad you found something that works for you. Good. Legend of the Templar Grave. Despite their individual vows of poverty, the Knights Templar hold vast tracts of land. Monty Python reference? In the world outside and serve as bankers and landlords to much of the civilized world. Periodic visits to the dungeon ensure that some order is maintained even here. Their graves portend danger, since it is the practice of those Templars to bury those who perish in combat on the spot where they fall. And I did take another picture, A equals M. I believe that this is going to be a cipher. I think that there's going to be a nonsensical sentence or phrase, and then you have to translate A is M and L is K and O is Y and whatever. I don't know. But I think that we're going to find out that that's pretty important in the future. Okay. But we are going to stop into this graveyard. We've still got slots for different items. We're going to pick that up in just a moment. And Vexen says, nah, when your body produces iron, it makes you heavier in swimming, takes more energy, so you got too much iron. Okay, that makes sense. So it's because it's such a highly exertive sort of exercise that making too much iron is causing you some issues. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. And then Mushanki Pet says, I don't know how the editor put that orange rock in the cemetery. That should not be possible. Yeah, I tell you what, the old Heroes of Might and Magic 2 AI, they broke it several times. Several times. This is just one of those many examples. And then Avatar Hero talking to Vexen. You must rust in water. Imagine that irony. Sorry for the bad pun and joke. It was taken well. It was a happy kind of thing. I think we're gonna have to spend 500 gold right here. We do. This is fun. Then we shall soldier on. We're gonna test to see if in the number 1 slot, if we're gonna lose skeletons or if we're gonna lose some amount of peasants, because I think it's the number 1 slot that matters. I think it's less about your lowest hit point stack, but again, I could be wrong. So let's find out. Hopefully we don't actually find out, but we'll see. To the east is the arena, to the north is the Wizard Castle, yes, south of the mines, and west is Coconut Beach. Yes, we've seen the Coconut Beach a time or two. Good, good. And we're waiting for dragons in 2 days. Wonderful. Mushanki Pet says, it's a truly special map. I did not finish it, but it was fun. And Vandelf then says, important is that you do not track the activities as some sort of chore or something that you must do for a tick out on a list. I completely agree with that. If it becomes a chore, if you're just ticking boxes, it's not going to work well for you. I completely agree. And yeah, Mushanki Pet, I mean, this is a really fun map. Here's my fear, right? Here's my fear. We have to get to 1 million gold. I'm a little bit concerned that at this rate, we're going to hit 1 million gold before we actually finish the map and discover all of the secrets on the map. I know that that's unlikely, but it's possible. And I would hate it if right before I get to the final secret, I accidentally win the game. That'd feel pretty bad. We're going to come to this graveyard. We're going to do so much damage, and then we're going to do some good stuff. I've decided that I am going to end up taking another break at the end of this, probably at the end of the next day. I took a 5-minute break earlier in the playthrough. I'm going to do that again. I'm going to leave you with some nice, chill Heroes of Might and Magic music, and I hope that that will suffice to keep you excited and happy as we pick up this +1 units of gems per day from this endless pouch of gems. And then that's going to give me the chance to really, with all effort, push towards the end, truly drive towards the end of our streaming today. I don't think it's wise for me to do more than 5.5 hours, but it'll give me the chance to catch my breath and make a good decision. Speaking of good decisions, we're going to go through this whirlpool. We're going to pick up another major scroll of knowledge. Very interesting. So Crag Hack somehow has 11 knowledge. It's pretty good. We're going to let him continue to do that. And do we land? I don't think that we ought to land. We could. Gold Traveler's Tent. Yes, yes. Nah, there's no sense. Let's see where else this whirlpool will take us. Maybe this is it. Is this it? Yeah, it looks like this is it. And we haven't lost anyone yet. Oh, we did. We just lost somebody. Look. So we just lost the one skeleton that was in this first position. It does not tell you that you lose a skeleton here in Heroes Might Magic 2 Gold, but we know from FHeroes2 that that does happen. Imagine you as a young person not realizing that you've just found something devastating, and all of a sudden your big army of dragons is no more. That would be just the very, very worst thing in the world. Okay, I think that I might as well land. I will land here. I'll land here and there. Crag Hack is going to do a good job until he comes up to these boars, at which point he will stop and just do nothing. Because you can't do something when there's nothing. Okay, but that's going to be the end of month 4, week 2, day 7. We're going to be on to week 3. I'm going to do one more day, and then I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Dragon City, I didn't even... You have to hit max, and then you have to go. I missed the dragon. Whoops, my bad. I do think that this one dragon, though, makes nomads not even a problem anymore. And I mentioned before that I was going to wait on these heroes to send them up to the front. Now, with 2 weeks worth of growth, I think that that's going to be enough to justify going to the north. I will go the long way with Carlon. She's going to pick up gold and trinkets, whatever she can find. And in case you haven't noticed, we are getting very rich very quickly. Very rich very quickly. Gold, resources. Yeah, this is going quite well, I do believe. Several paladins block the way. They want to scatter. I am going to let them. Let's let them run. We will go into the graveyard. We're going to fight this fight. And I'm going to get caught up on chat. Let's see. Rise to Ruin says, there's a couple of interesting things about this map. I noticed that there was 2 firewoods when approaching the villas, which had desert terrain under them that disappeared when picked up, replaced by the dirt terrain that was around it, ? We're going to have to look back at that. I'm not too sure what that was, but I'm going to take a look at that in just a moment. Please remind me if I don't get back to that. Vendelf says, and another important thing to do is to not watch others, but compete with yourself. Definitely, I hear that loud and clear. Mushanki Pet, easy fix. Find a night castle and buy those costly shiny golden armors. Yeah, let's just... I mean, you act as if that's the easiest thing in the world to do. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm the one that makes that a little bit too difficult. I should be more flexible. How about that? And then also, in the FHeroes2 editor, there's now a desert variant of the campfire. So it would do that if you were to place it on dirt, but this map was not made on the FHeroes2, so that is weird. Yeah, there's a lot of things weird about this map. And so, I'm amazed that you even noticed. I hate to say it, but I'm playing on a pretty small window here because I haven't adjusted the DOS box here for Heroes2 Gold, and I'm playing in Windows mode, so everything's pretty small here. You have a better chance of spotting some of these unique opportunities, more so than I do. So please keep your eyes peeled, and that'll help me feel happy about anything good that we find in the future. Zombies are going down, dragons are fighting their hearts out. We're going to call this a day, and let's see what artifact we pick up here. We did it. 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 Everybody dance party. Well, what an interesting development. Oh my goodness. I gotta say this. I love that Vexen says only 1,000 gold. Kappa. If this is not the time to party, I don't know what is. This is absolutely one of those 777 luck type of moments, as Avatar Hero says. Tobal saying OMFG, nice find. Rise to Ruin with the cat with the glasses. Vandelf saying the shield with the coat of arms and the training guide for Might and Magic 6. Keon saying and Mushanki Pet saying wait. What? That should not be possible, right? Rise to Ruin with the OMG, Avatar with the OMG. Yes, this is absolutely an OMG moment, folks. This does not happen that often. Is it possible? The answer is absolutely yes. You can get the BattleGarb of Anduran. I think it's like a 5% chance that you get this class of artifact, not only from a graveyard, but also from a shipwreck survivor. And this is why you should always go for graveyards and shipwreck survivors. Now, this would be really bad if I didn't have room in my... if I didn't have room in my inventory, but I do, so it's not a problem. And now, not only do we get the stats from the BattleGarb of Anduran, which is +5 to your attack, +5 defense, +5 spell power, we also get the ability to have maximum luck, maximum morale, which is going to allow us to adjust our forces however we want from here on forth. And also, we now have the town portal spell. We can go anywhere we want and do anything we want to do. If that doesn't break the map, I don't know what does. So, to these, my Legend of the Templar type of folks, I have to say, thanks so much for all the treasure and whatever other treasure you have. I'm not saying it can't be better than this, but this is pretty darn good. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, Rise to Ruin the map just gets weirder and weirder. Avatar Hero, we have the proof right here. It's possible. Mushanki Pet, move the cemetery into S tier on my tier list. Yes. And then Lord Buraz with the Phixfox icon. Yes, this is a Phixfox certified moment. Wizard Castle, here we come. Yeah. Oh, we're going to come pretty quick there. It's documented and true. Did the map creator not predict it? No, you can't predict it. These graveyards in the original Heroes of Might and Magic 2 map editor, you cannot dictate what artifact you're going to get. I believe that you can more or less dictate that with the FHeroes2 map editor, but not with Heroes 2 Gold. Folks, tell you what, I'm not a smart man, but I know a good moment to stop when I see one. We've just ended on a very high, and rather than me take a break and come back and play for a couple more minutes, this seems like the exact time for me to call it a day and then come back fully functional, ready to go and win this map in a part 3. So with that being said, this was a wonderful stream. This was nearly 5 hours. I do not have the stamina for this, but we managed to get through it. Thank you everybody for the time, for the energy, for the good comments, and for the wonderful spirit that you all provide. This game is great because the game is great, but it attracts such a wonderful group of quality individuals, and I'm so very thankful for all of you for helping to make this stream wonderful. If you thought that this stream was wonderful, please know that you are a huge part of the reason why this stream is great. So thank you very much for the time and the energy. The pleasure is, as always, mine. And so with that being said, we're going to call it a day. We're going to post this video to YouTube. I think that we can plan on seeing a short with this exact moment, so look for that on the YouTube. And until that time, take very good care of all of yourselves. Christina Diamonds, thank you so much for the comment early, and also thank you for saying what a stream. Good night to you as well. Vandelf, perfect crown of the system, crown jewel of the stream, absolutely. And thank you for everybody that made this great. Until I see you next time, look after you, look after your friends, look after your family. I'm grateful for all of you. If you don't look after you, who will? My name is Phixfox. Have a wonderful evening. And until I see you next time, take good care. Bye-bye, everybody. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for the time. We'll see you around.